Richman Shop โน 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しが余ってます
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield. Welcome to the Hawk Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しが余ってます
ふっ行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供騙しかお待てろ
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. bigger, bigger, bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
You guys are the superstars. You guys are the best. The Sky King have been taken down. The Golden Road down.
บวกกันต่อเนื่องเป็นชิมคิวจากแก้วแล้วไม่เรียกจากแก้วแล้วเป็นซาเวทจากแก้วของว่ารีไทยไวเอาเฮ้ย
มอซารีโค
มาแล้ว
มาแล้วครับขึ้นนำเลยครับสำหรับทางฟูเซนครับ
ได้แล้วเกมนี้เป็นของเบคอนแซน
ปรบมือให้พวกเขาด้วยครับ
ปิดเกมเลยครับทางด้านของ King of Gamer ครับ
โอ้โห จบไปได้ครับซุปเปอร์คีปไอถังลูกพ่อครับทั้งสองทีมก็จับไม้จับมือกันเป็นเพื่อนกันนะ โอ้โห ดูครับแม่
กัตนากรเข้าไปฟันแบบนี้เรียบร้อย 2-0 จากบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดครับ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ นะคะยินดีต้อนรับค่ะทุกท่านเลยนะคะเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในสัปดาห์ที่2นะคะของรายการ MSL Thailand ซีซั่นที่1นั่นเองค่ะไหนๆวันนี้นะคะเราก็จะเปิดประเดิมนะคะสนามในวันนี้นะคะกับคู่แรกของเรานะคะขอซาวเช็คนะคะจากชาวแฟนๆนะคะโมบายลิเจนแบงหน่อยได้ไหมคะในห้องส่งเย่ก่อนที่เราจะไปดูเกมเราต้องบูสต์กันนิดหนึ่งนะคะเพราะว่านอกจากเราจะบูสต์กันเองแล้วนะคะยังส่ง energy ให้กับนะคะนักแข่งขันของเราด้วยนะคะซึ่งวันนี้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราจะมีหลายคู่เลยทีเดียวนะคะใครที่อยากจะมาชมภาพบรรยากาศสดๆนะคะภายในงานนี้ตอนนี้นะคะยังสามารถ walk in ได้อยู่นั่นเองนะคะก็มากันได้เลยนะคะที่ Lido Connect นั่นเองนะคะอยู่ชั้น2 ฮ3นั่นเองนะคะตอนนี้ก็ยังสามารถมากันได้นั่นเองค่ะแต่สำหรับวันนี้นะคะอยู่กับดิฉันนะคะแน่นอนเหมือนเดิมเลยนะคะลูกปัดค่ะนะคะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรนะคะในการแข่งขันในสัปดาห์นี้นั่นเองนะคะซึ่งต้องบอกเลยว่าอาทิตย์ที่แล้วเนี่ยดุเดือดมากๆเลยนะคะคือแต่ละทีมเนี่ยโอ้โหนะคะเขางัดแผนเด็ดนะคะหรือว่าจะมีโอ้โหตัวผู้เล่นนะคะแล้วก็รวมไปถึงตัวละครลับนะคะมากมายเลยทีเดียวนะคะเริ่มเผยแผนออกมาแล้วนั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าผู้เข้าแข่งขันของเรานะคะทั้ง10ทีมนะคะเขาจะมีแผนนะคะในการเล่นอะไรอีกนั้นนะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้เราอาจจะได้เห็นกันแล้วนะคะแต่ว่าในการเก็บแต้มนะคะของแต่ละทีมแล้วก็ของแต่ละฝ่ายเนี่ยก็คือมีทั้งสมหวังนะคะแล้วก็อาจจะไม่สมหวังนะคะเป็นไปตามที่เราคาดหวังไว้นะคะอันนี้ก็เดี๋ยวมาดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้ใครจะสมหวังบ้างหรือว่าใครจะผิดหวังบ้างนั่นเองค่ะแต่ไม่เป็นไรนะคะเพราะว่าทุกทีมเนี่ยสามารถรีเซ็ตตัวเองได้นะคะรีเซ็ตให้เร็วนะคะถ้าเกิดเราผิดหวังจากอาทิตย์ที่แล้วนะคะวันนี้เราต้องลุกขึ้นสู้ใหม่นะคะวันนี้เราอาจจะเก็บแต้มนะคะแล้วก็รับชัยชนะนะคะในการแข่งขันได้ค่ะเพื่อที่จะกลับสู่นะคะเส้นทางการคว้าชัยชนะของพวกเขาให้ได้นั่นเองค่ะแค่วันนี้เรามีแฟนๆพร้อมซัพพอร์ตนะคะแล้วก็ส่งเสียงเชียร์ให้กับทีมที่เรารักนั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็แน่นอนนะคะสำหรับคู่แรกในวันนี้ค่ะเปิดประเดิมมานะคะด้วยทีมของนะคะไฟส้มฟูเซนนั่นเองนะคะวันนี้เรามาพร้อมกับปอซ่าน่ารักด้วยนี่นะคะใครเชียร์ปอซ่านะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้รอดูได้เลยเขาบอกว่าเมื่อคืนนะคะไปซักซ้อมมาแล้วนะคะวันนี้เก็บแต้มได้แน่นอนนะคะวันนี้ปอซ่าน่ารักนะคะมาพร้อมกับตำแหน่งโลมิงนั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่างานนี้นะคะเขาจะเจอกับแฟ้มลับยอดนักปรุงนะคะต้องดูว่าวันนี้เนี่ย My Melody สีชมพูเราจะมาอีกหรือเปล่านะคะกับทีมของอ้วนลีไทย e-sport นั่นเองนะคะโดยมีน้องแก้วนะคะเป็นPlayer of the Week นะคะในตำแหน่งของโกเลนนะคะในสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยต้องบอกเลยว่าโอ้โหนะคะคือดุเดือดมากทั้ง2ทีมนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาลุ้นกันเลยว่าคู่แรกนี้ใครจะเก็บแต้มได้ก่อนนั่นเองค่ะแต่ก่อนอื่นเลยก่อนที่เราจะไปชมเกมขอเสียงเชียร์จากแฟนๆทั้ง2ทีมในห้องส่งหน่อยได้ไหมคะโอ้โหแฟนๆพร้อมเชียร์แล้วก็พร้อมซัพพอร์ตแบบนี้นะคะเอาเป็นว่าเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้นะคะที่ฉันขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเราทั้ง3ท่านได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you very much to our wonderful host, and a very good afternoon to everyone watching to the MLBV Super League Thailand Season 1, where a new era dawns over a new land in which new players are eager to claim a spot to become super in the land of MLBV. My name is Dafa. I will be one of your casters on the English desk today, joined by none other than Athena. How are you doing?
I'm all good. Kind of excited, to be honest, because this is a new league and a new venture onto Thailand, and I'm excited to see who teams will rise today as we move on for the week 2, day number 1 of the first ever season of MSL in Thailand. So many players are actually, enjoyable to watch, especially with the Savage last week. Let's see if there will be another highlight play right in the books for us first, Dafa.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I wasn't able to watch the first week of games too actively, so I'm also coming in as a bit of a fresh slate, curious to see what kind of metas these teams are playing, what kind of heroes these players like, and we just had a fairly big patch a couple days ago, so we might be seeing completely different things in week 2 compared to week 1.
Definitely. With the patch in mind, there are certain heroes which were reworked, and Alus is one of them. Even the glue, and there were certain adjustments when it comes to a Marcel hero. So excited to see if we will be seeing that hero be maximized today here in MSL Thailand. I am so excited. So let's see what do we have in store for us today. A total of 4 matches here, Sadafa.
Yeah, we've got 4 best of 3s happening as per usual, and all these teams are going to be looking for more points to raise their spots in the regular season. With the very first match of the day, we will be witnessing Full Sense going up against Valley Thai Esports. After that, we will be witnessing the King of Gamers Club go up against Tenacity. The third match of the day will be between Bacon Time and ACT Esports Club, and we will close out the day with E Arena versus Solix Esports.
So many things to watch out for. So if you're just tuning into our stream, don't forget to follow and of course subscribe to our official social media pages to follow what's going to happen today and onto our updated standings. So far, as of week number 1, we're already seeing some kind of a strong contenders for the crown to be the first team to rise up above the ranks, and ACT or AC Esports Club so far is doing a great job onto securing 2-0 sweeps all throughout week number 1, and followed closely by Valley Thai. A team from the qualifiers did a really fantastic job opening up our week first here onto MSL.
It's a pretty surprising initial result here, considering the 2 undefeated teams so far sitting at the top of the charts are actually the 2 qualifier teams. Goes to show, you don't necessarily need to be recognized names. There's always potential hidden in every corner of the globe, every corner of the MLBB community, and I'm really glad to see them get this chance to show their stuff on the world stage.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see if we will be discovering new diamonds in the rough. With the pressure bestowed upon them, as we all know, there are so many regions watching out here for Thailand MSL, and we are so into what they will be showing us today. Will there be new metas that they will create? Because so far in MPL Philippines, there are just so little of a heroes that were kinda used because of the recent patch. But let's see, maybe we will see a first here onto our first series.
Up on screen right now is the roster of Full Sense, a squad eager to prove themselves, but unfortunately didn't have the most stellar week 1, currently coming off of 2 defeats. They've only been able to take a single game thus far, which was the very first game of the entire season versus Bacon Time. They're going to be eager to make up for that lost time here, because a victory would push them higher in the rankings and allow themselves to find that morale, find that energy to push forward with the rest of the season.
Let's see, because now for the first series, they will be up against one of the most sought after team from the qualifiers, fresh from a 2-0 versus Hydro Esports. This is Valley Thai representing the first Savage from last week. We have KO, Shajamil, Linksy, Nicholas, and Kathy Naru. Looking forward to what they have in store for us today, especially as they started off their week onto MSL with a powerful streak, with a powerful 2-0 sweep versus Hydra Esports.
Valley Thai still currently undefeated. They have not dropped a single game thus far, but since it is only week 2, anything can change, and they're hoping to be able to maintain that streak going forward. Next up, we're gonna welcome the coaches as well as our marshal up onto the stage to ensure that competitive integrity will be maintained. We got head coach Dran and head coach Mikasa along with head marshal Cobb to ensure that we are going to witness a true conflict upon the land of Dawn.
Yeah, and we are really on the professional side there. I saw kind of a salute there before we headed off here onto our game. But honestly speaking, I was trying my best not to be so focused onto Filipino players. And speaking of which, we have 2 Filipino imports here for Full Sense. We have Dominic, previously played for Blacklist International, and Neja, of course, representing Filipino imports from the MDL Philippines. But now they're up against a very strengthful and very dominant team, which is Valley Thai Esports.
Comparatively to the opposite side, Valley Thai Esports doesn't have quite as much information under their belts as a fairly new team, a fresh collective of a new generation that's looking to play for fun, but also to leave their mark on the MSL stage. From what I can see from our data, KO is actually a player from Laos, so we are seeing a little bit of a conflagration of different nationalities here in the MSL, and that's why it's so important for us to have different leagues in different regions so that we get more representation of places that may not have as much opportunities.
A super league with a super teams, right? So I do love the fact that we could put a spotlight onto highlighted players from the best regions here on MLBB. Now we're looking forward here onto a short video from Full Sense and Team Valley Thai.
พร้อมมากๆครับผมมาเพื่อชัยชนะครับเดี๋ยวโดนคารีผมซอยแน่ปอซ่า
ได้ข่าวว่าคุณอยากเจอพี่ผมปอซ่าน่ารักคุณต้องผ่านผมไปก่อน
ฟูเซนไฟส้มระวังไฟดับนะครับ
วลีไทยได้ข่าวว่าเป็นยักษ์ยักษ์เล็กยักษ์ใหญ่ผมยักษ์ไหลก็พอแล้ว
Emotions running high here for our very first match of the second week of MSL Season 1. We have a bit of a head-to-head right now of the two gold laners with Nezia versus KO. Looking at the overall statistics, KO definitely reigning supreme in quite a big way, especially with that 24-6 total KDA, 800 GPM average as well. Is very high in the current meta.
Definitely, and a lot can be said, of course, for Nezja. We're just starting off the MSL, so looking forward to what they have prepared for us for the past few days, especially with a patch coming right before the first day of the week number 2. I'm so excited to see if there will be some adjustments, because honestly, Full Sense had the community support, especially we cannot deny full support from the Filipino fans. But honestly speaking, though, Valley Thai has established themselves a very good contender here for MSL. So with KL leading on to the numbers, will there be some adjustments in terms of their playstyle here, or will they just go ahead, continue what they started on to the first week? Now we see them preparing before our first game, and as you've mentioned here, Sadafa, there are certain heroes, especially onto the gold lane heroes, that were kind of adjusted in the recent patch with the decisive moment.
Yeah, we saw a notable bit of adjustment to the marksman pool in general. Most of them were just stat changes as well as mana costs, but some of the more notable ones would include Claude getting his mana costs back. Looks like players are still sticking to Fighter Emblem though, so it looks like it hasn't affected him too much. Though the big winner in this regard is going to be Harif. I really don't know why they decided to buff him so much.
Especially with a Harriet already being powerful enough with the Salmon Force and all those shields. And then there was an adjustment onto the continuous slow, 40% continuous slow, by the way, with the ultimate activated. But let's see if they will be getting the most out of it onto this patch. But looking at our talent predictions right now, brought to you by Infinix, looks like all of our Thailand casters over there are on the favor of Valley Thai Esports.
Well, after such a dominating performance in week number 1, it's understandable why they would say so. But I think this is where the true test is going to be for this newer team. They started off strong, but can they keep that streak going? Especially with a new patch right around the corner. Are they able to adjust? They've only had a couple days to maybe prepare for it. Will they stick to the same style? For us, in regards, looks like we also agree, though we're giving a little bit more of leeway over to Full Sense, since we both think this will go to full series.
Because we've mentioned it's just the first week that we've watched so far, and there are still certain adjustments that can be made. It's not too late to actually pop off those masterful pocket picks here for Coach Strand. But honestly speaking, though, I was really torn onto who to vote to predict here for the first match, as you know. But I have to put those stats at the priority at most. the momentum as well here for Valitai Esports. And one thing is for sure though that our fans over there, our audience, also gives them a kind of a boost, inspiration to go beyond what they prepared. And now we have our redeem code for our online viewers as well to take notice. Just put it right on your MLBB app and you could get some wonderful prizes.
Yeah, and make sure to follow the social media pages of MSL Thailand as well if you guys want to keep up with the news and know exactly what is going on in this brand new league in the MLBB ecosystem. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. Stick around. I imagine there'll probably be more stuff to give out. But yeah, for now, all eyes are on Valley Thai Esports. Can they keep that streak going? Was week one a fluke, or is this truly a team that deserves the attention they've received?
I think they do. Because from the qualifiers itself, they've beaten a lot of big names, right? There were two straight ways to qualify here for MSL, and they were the top dogs, the strong contenders. And now let's see if they will be continuing this streak as they move on ahead. And our first ever game for week two, day one, is going to be the Broken Walls. And looks like it's going to be a map prio and a side priority here for Full Sense Esports as they will be taking on the blue side and red side here for Valley Thai Esports.
Now, just as a reminder to our viewers, once again, Aulus just got revamped, so he will not be available for these first 2 weeks. Glue also currently unavailable for picks due to certain issues with the hero, so those are counted out of the draft entirely. Otherwise, looks like we're sticking to the standard meta picks. Full Sense getting rid of the Marcel and the Zusin, and then Valley Thai banning the Guinevere and the carry.
I was actually looking forward for a Marcel game here, but it looks like Coach Ran doesn't even want to see that into
Yep.
this game number one. If you want to ruin a momentum, Marcel is the way to go. But if you want to stay in the momentum, of course, just remove it overall. But the Harit, I'm looking forward to the Harit being opened up, as you mentioned, because there are certain regions experimenting with the Harit being on the jungle, right? And
Yep.
I remember back in Aurora, Turkey, Coach Midnight was actually one of the first few coaches that actually tried the Harit jungle and it succeeded, and everyone was kind of surprised on what it is capable of. But let's see if MSL is ready for that one, and it's going to be open up. Hilda is the last prio ban here for Coach Misaka, and it's going to be a Freya prio pick here for Full Sense.
Pretty good start right here. When you see Full Sense banning out the Phobias in the first phase, you already know they're planning something. They're either prioritizing Freya, Sora, or Harif, all of which would be pretty solid first picks, but Freya definitely having the more consistent record among all of them. Without the Phobias now to deal with this, Valley Thai will need to prepare for a fight their gold lane and ensure that they don't lose too much momentum early.
And most likely here for Valley Thai, it's more of a respect ban onto the carry and Guinevere because it's the first two heroes that actually worked into the favor Full Sense way back week number one against Bacon Time. And now they're just going for the attack here, an early aggression with the Harley and then partnering it up with the Khalid. So many roads that could be disturbed here, especially with the broken walls and a Khalid here onto the hands of Shajamel later on.
This is, from what I've seen of MSL, a lot of these teams are not afraid of just sticking to the same old signature heroes. They feel confident with them even if they get countered, so they'll just lock them in anyway. The Harley was picked up both times in their game against Hydra during week one. So it looks like they are sticking to that sort of comfort. In fact, it looks like Valley Thai, Coach Mikasa, has done some research here because the carry ban seems to be specifically targeting the side of Full Sense. They played it in 3 out of their 4 games last week.
Yep, and definitely a worthy research. Hanabi last week was also activated, but to be honest, don't think Hanabi is ready yet in terms of our patch. But kidding aside though, here for Full Sense, do you have that certain flex with the Freya and the Valentina? Because mostly here in the Philippines, we see some Valentina being picked on the XP, and Freya still works nicely on the gold. But considering that Valley still hasn't revealed their gold lane yet, it's kind of tricky. But at the same time, they have their cards lined up here. Valley, Tyson mentioned, already persisted with this Harley. They actually won 2-0 onto Hydra. Just fit onto what works for now and then get an explosive hero right on cue here, not letting go of that Harriet.
The Harry, if you're gonna get locked in, probably one of the better options to deal with Freya in the gold lane. It's kind of hard for any marksman to try and fight her during the laning phase, so you either go for a hero that has a strong enough laning phase to at least keep things somewhat even, or you'd ignore the laning phase and scale with heroes like Claude and Moskov. VLTH has gone for the former, and I think it's not a bad idea at all here. They will go ahead and ban the Sora as well, which I think is a smart call because Full Sense revealed the Valentina indicates that they may want it for themselves.
And definitely, you wouldn't want to like give them all the powerful meta heroes right now. And as you mentioned, you already have the firepower here for Valitai, so you would want to remove front runners here that could support the jump and the dive from the Khalid. So Uranus is the way to go here if you'd want to just respect heroes here for the XP lane. And honestly speaking, they're kind of all over the key heroes that worked into the favor of Valitai, especially with banning out the Povius as well. As you mentioned, they have a plan, and the plan is to just mitigate the strong foundations onto the side lanes here for Valitai. And it's going to be a Hayabusa ban here for Coach Misakat. And honestly speaking, though, it's more of like just making sure that there's no more expert heroes or pocket picks here for the side of Full Sense. And then Alice also removed here against Valitai.
So Full Sense is getting rid of EXP lane heroes that would prove to be a counter to Valentina. They're trying to force Valitai onto EXP laners that have strong ultimates. Before this, for Valitai, they played mainly Phoveus and Yuzong. So with the Phoveus taken out, a Yuzong would not be the most ideal since the Black Dragon form can be stolen away. There are still other options, but I imagine Valitai should leave their EXP laner for last since they don't really know the opponent yet.
Yep. And if they really want to stick with the what work, I was actually going to mention the Yuzong because they actually use this against E Arena. And another sweep, by the way, on both Mass and Dangerous Gas and Flying Clouds. So for Valitai, they aren't scared that they will be locked off with the XP laners because they will be on the red 4. So they had the pick priority after the first set and the last set of bans here for Full Sense. Meanwhile, for Full Sense, we're still missing the jungler and then the mid lane, and it's going to be a Zetian and a Leomord here. Interesting choice, even though they already saw a Harley and a Harriet here for Valitai.
So this is Valentina EXP, then I would presume. An interesting decision, though perhaps it's something they already thought was going to be the case since the Sora might have come out on the other side. Valentina versus Yuzong is not a bad matchup, but she doesn't really have the longest range for a mage, so Yuzong can still dive on her, which makes it somewhat risky. The mid duo of Brock and Zetian, though, is pretty solid, so if they can rotate well enough with the Leomord, they want to play for that early game.
Maybe. But now, going for a safer pick here on the mid lane, it's going to be a Kimmy here onto Catty. But honestly speaking, though, I fear the life here for the Zetian because of the Harley pick also, not only onto the Yuzong, because the Harley could just go for the Space Escape and just broke off the Celestial Armament passive. And survivability on the early game is kind of hard if you're the Zetian. But let's see on how will Full Sense make the most out of Valentina onto the XP pick. You have the firepower, you have the mobility, but onto the early game damage, I think they still need time if you're Full Sense. But I was just foreshadowing that here in the Philippines, we mostly see the Valentina being super flex And now they're setting an example here on MSL Thailand.
Yeah, a really interesting one as well, since Dominic is bringing the Petrify, so very much intending
Oh,
to steal Yu Zong's ult and even follow up with the combo. It means that it's a very conditional battle spell. Probably won't get much use unless you're able to execute the full Black Dragon form correctly, but if you can, it's gonna be a great
mm-hmm.
setup with full sense for EXP lane hero.
It's the first ever Valentina XP. I was actually kind of surprised, but let's see. Actually, Bacon Time actually used this first onto the first week, but it's my first time seeing Dominic use it onto the XP, even if he was playing previously here in the Philippines. But let's see. As you mentioned, there's kind of a strategy here, but it's too all in my opinion, here for full sense. And the dive compared to what Valley Tai can do is kind of tricky. As you mentioned, it's too ulti dependent, and the timing needs to be precise onto the Fear of the Phoenix here for Angelina. But let's see on how well they will be getting the upper hand as we move on ahead for the first game. But before all of that, we need to ensure that our players are also ready and set before we officially start our matches today.
Looks like we have a little bit of extra time to talk about the drafts here, but there's definite pros and cons for either side. I would say that Valley Tai has the slightly more standard comp, but it's very damage oriented, and a lot of that depends on at least the mid game scaling. So they're heavily dependent on the Khalid to create space early and make sure that they're not too heavily invaded. On the opposite side, Full Sense has a much better dive comp. However, heroes like Grok are very slow for the meta nowadays, and there's a lot of magic damage on the opposite side, so I'm a little concerned for Porzanaru.
Yep, especially on the early parts of our game. And another redeem code, by the way, for our viewers out there. And don't forget to follow MSL Thailand's social media pages and a shameless plug as well onto my social medias and Sadafas as well. Please show us some love because it's going to be a long day here for best of threes. I actually usually just cast two best of threes, but this is kind of new territory for me, a new venture, and a new venture, of course, here onto MSL.
Let's hope our stamina will be able to hold out until the very end here, because I
I
imagine
hope
every
so.
match is going to be pretty interesting. Is there anything that you're looking forward to seeing in this particular game, though?
Uh, I'm kinda expecting explosive plays here for Dominic, especially with the Petrify. You've already like set the standard that you're just going to copy the Yuzong. So if the enemy has already predicted that, how will you kind of create a plot twist out of that, right? If you're kind of an open book here for full sense. And yesterday or last night, actually, I was actually live on my social media, and Coach John was actually commenting. He thought that I was joking that I was going to cast their games, and he mentioned that I have to watch out for something explosive. So I'm
Ooh.
expecting something explosive, Coach Ran. I am literally going to cast your games today.
Okay, okay. Well, I hope that that'll give him the energy needed, or maybe it'll give him more pressure, depending on the perspective of it. But yeah, this should be a fun one. I personally am quite curious to see what Dominic's emblem and build is going to be. Yeah, it is Brave Smite, but will he actually
Mm-hmm.
just completely build for Yuzong gameplay?
Yep, it's already a given, right? So I'm kind of like expecting if they will be showing us something new despite us already knowing what cards they will be showing, right? So now we officially welcome you to the first ever game for week number 2. It's going to be the Battle of Full Sense and Valley Thai Esports. And now we will be showing you guys on what Full Sense might be capable of. As you mentioned, we fear for the life of the Grok here for poor Zanaruk against very heavy blowing damage dealers here, especially for Kimi mid. And onto the recent patch, of course, we've seen a rise onto the invade of the jungle, but we're not seeing that yet here for Full Sense.
Both sides have a pretty strong mid duo, so trying to invade is a bit too risky at this point. Charjame probably has the higher chance of doing so. It looks like they want to keep it standard since they cannot guarantee a
Mm-hmm.
river priority for now.
Maybe it's all about sticking to what you know best before like exploring another route, right? So
Yep,
even
yep.
if there are certain adjustments, just go with what you're most comfortable of. Early pokes are to be expected, but as you mentioned, there's not too much of a range here for Angelina aside from the Fear of the Phoenix. But on
Ooh,
the bottom
the bot
side,
lane. They end up trading. Both EXP laners go down. I think it was Nicholas who got the first blood, yeah, on the Yuzong. So he gets
yeah,
a slight advantage and really good of Charjame there to continue holding the wave to make sure he doesn't lose out on EXP.
that's what we're talking about. That we will be expecting Dominic to kind of mirror onto what Nicholas would be actually doing, and that's kind of what the Harit we're saying could be maximized even against a Freya. He fares so well, and now the first turtle is up for grabs, and most likely Full Sense will be kind of planting themselves here, try to take the lead and the positioning first against Valley Tile Esports.
Stolen Black Dragon form used to zone, and looks like VLTH isn't gonna bother contesting this one. Probably the smart choice, since from a direct teamfight perspective, Full Sense is stronger, and KO is gonna be able to get some gold shield off of this.
So they are willing to just trade off the turtle as long as they still kinda stick to what their plan. Just give KO all the gold that he needs to farm, and as you mentioned, for Full Sense, they just want to capitalize onto farming up as much as they can on the objectives. But now we're seeing kind of an invade onto the bottom side. As you mentioned, we will be mostly expecting those kinds of delays and denies from Shajim himself with the Kali.
I was hoping that VLTH would commit a bit more there. They had the Harley and Kimi with them, so if they went for the 3-man invade, that would have been a nearly guaranteed jungle steal. And it would have been good too, because they know that the Grok is up in the gold lane. That's why I thought they were making the move in the first place, but it looks like they were still able to secure it on the Full Sense side. So far, nothing too active has happened on the map.
Yep, I was actually expecting more aggressive plays, as you mentioned. With the Hardy, you could just easily go in and out to the jungle against a Leomord, right? So if ever Valley Tide decides to go for the push onto invading and denying, they could actually get the upper hand. But let's see. For now, it's kind of a quiet game compared to what happened onto the first game against Bacon Time. Because that was a fairly fast game, ending on the 14-minute mark. But so far here onto the first game, we're kind of seeing downtime in terms of initiating fights, right? And both of them, I feel like they're just not that committed to get kills at most here. Just go ahead and farming the turtle, bubs, and kind of doing their own thing for now.
There's a possibility that the game tempo will go up around the second turtle, because I think that both sides do want to scale a little bit before they're able to confidently fight. But there's also a chance that they may just wait for specific opportunities instead. VLTH is definitely looking for stragglers. If they can find people isolated on their own, they have a better chance of taking them out slowly one by one. Whereas Full Sense is more in a position where they want to go all out for the fight. Commit the Black Dragon form, commit the Tectonics charge to get like the big damage done. So I think VLTH is probably just trying to avoid that.
hmm And we mentioned earlier that if they manage to dodge out all those ulti-dependent combos from Full Sense, they could just go for the counter play. It's easily manageable with the Hardy and the Kimi onto the mid lane roaming around. Meanwhile, for the side of Full Sense, we mentioned you have wonderful combos, but what if it misses? So that's the thing. They're kind of scared right now to full on commit, and maybe onto the second turret, as you mentioned, we will see some action going on. But a quick pause before we head off officially, guys, and don't forget that we are still on to week number 2 a fresh start here for MSL, and their stories are just developing. So we are just on the getting to know them stage for now.
In terms of scaling as well, I don't think either team really has a direct advantage. I would argue maybe VLTH does a bit more damage once we get to the late game, but they're also much more vulnerable to heroes like the Freya. So it really does come down to execution this time around, and I think both teams are aware of this and making sure they don't overcommit and make mistakes.
Yep. Onto the composition of Full Sense, they really don't have that marksman firepower. Even if we've seen a Haril Ultra Goldane, but typically we still consider the Kimia marksman, right? So onto the push capability, VLTH on the latter portions of the game might just have that advantage. Now, in terms of scaling, you mentioned Freya is a force to reckon with, but with enough farm and enough power. But for now, it looks like they will be taking things slow for the start, and before we see some real action, of course we have to ensure that our players are ready, devices are also ready, connections, and a quick hi from Full Sense there. And onto our viewers out there watching onto the English and Thailand stream, biggest shout outs for supporting the Super League here.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today, and apologies for the technical pause. We want to make sure that the players are able to play at maximum potential, so if they are dealing with any issues, we gotta make sure to deal with it. And thank you very much as well to the marshals on ground for helping make sure that everything is okay. But yeah, talking about the draft itself, I do think that the Freya will become a pivotal point for Full Sense, because VLTH has a lot of squishy backliners that aren't the most mobile, and they don't actually have that much reliable crowd control, so they may actually end up having to sacrifice bodies once the Freya gets fed.
Maybe, because a Freya is just a Valkyrie. We call it an Amazonian here on the Philippines, because of the way she just jumps into the line of fire. And in most sense, the Freya actually has Dominic to count on for if ever he isn't able to really penetrate those backlines here for VLTH. But let's see, that is if it works, if he manages to go for the first 3 core items here. And now I think we're already all set to start off and go back to the first game. And let's see if all of our predictions and read onto the draft will reflect here onto the first game, as Full Sense is just trying to somehow set the momentum running here. And now continuing on to the bottom side jungle of Full Sense.
Raging Sandstorm had to be used defensively there, but it's fine. Next turtle is only up in 70 seconds, so unlikely for anything to happen too soon for now. I do think that VLTH should be trying to make a little more happen though with the Khalid Harley combo. Not snowballing with these heroes, the utility of them falls off.
And plus, I was actually expecting James to just really interrupt, even though we said that there are reliable mid lane heroes here for Full Sense, but it doesn't
they're going
really
out
try.
hunting!
But
and the Khalid is just gone, exploded in an instant. Even the flicker out from Linksy, so great engage from Full Sense.
okay, that's a very nice counter attack onto Akali, just overstaying his welcome to the mid lane, and an immediate Sky Piercer build, by the way, here for Linksy. So we're expecting them to really go and force out team fights now. Before we full on commit onto the turtle, let's see on where our XP laners will be going, and of course they will be showcasing that they are here and they want to really contest the second turtle for this round.
Nicholas cutting the wave is going to be big here. Dominic has to lose out an entire creep wave just to join this fight, so that's going to be a notable EXP loss. Both teams aggroing Turtle. Chajim not able to be blocked by the wall. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Turtle dropping low. Track Pulse comes out there. Diving straight in. Katinaru secures the Turtle. Zaman Force drops down. KO going ham. Picks up the double kill. Nezia as well as Dominic down in an instant. They trade for Chajim, but they find 3 in exchange.
Okay, that's an immediate response. A full on bounty here, especially with KO getting most of the kills. That's a 3-for-1. And you mentioned that VLTH could just set someone to throw their body and the rest will just follow suit. And that's exactly what happened, but they've got the most out of it. And an immediate conversion of the turtle, kill, plus an invade onto the buff here for Full Sense. That's a full-on inflicted damage here against them.
And that's what we were hoping for, right? The second turtle action. Chajim now, 1v2. Nice push from Flash, but he is under the tower currently, and the minion wave is going down. Chajim down to 10%. Quicksand Guard comes out, gets cancelled. Flash finishes him off, killing spree for the Leomord, but now he's out of position. Summon Force comes through, KO with the Purify. 1 hit away on the Leomord. He'll find it. It's a shutdown for the gold laner of VLTH.
I feel like they're just too all over the map here for Full Sense. They're kind of a structure that we're missing out. Because Flash XR was just so very...
dive! Angelina's the first one to go down. Nicholas still alive. Double kill for Lynxie. 2 Sky Piercer stacks. Tower goes down. VLTH is dominant.
We were kind of calling this a quiet game, but after the first pause, there was a sudden shift on the momentum, and VLTH just woke up and chose violence on this game number 1. Multiple kills against Full Sense, and all of those stacks, all of those kills went to the perfect front runners here, Lynxie and KO. And it looks like the snowball is just starting to move over in favor of here for VLTH. And now last turtle up for grabs, contest here for Porzana Rook.
Good wall, actually resets the turtle a bit, but they're not going to be able to get close enough. And now Porzana being poked away by the Kimi. This is basically the worst situation for Full Sense. Both of the enemy cores are farmed, and they're diving again. Traction Pulse just to zone out. Chajim behind the tower. They're trying to get this one. They should be able to secure it.
Okay, this is so easily manageable because of the Kimi. So they don't have any problem with that. KO!
Is this a good idea? 1v3? Now Porzana joining. Look at the damage from the Harden. Why did they buff him so much? The tech charge will be able to save the Freya. Nicholas with the Black Dragon allows KO to get out.
That's so much damage. And this is what we're talking about with the Harriet being buffed up. Super buffed up, by the way. And even if it's a 4v1, he could easily manage his way out. Katinaru cornered.
Okay, that's just greed. That was just greed.
Immediate takedown. Oh my gosh.
You can't argue with that one. That was him being greedy. He thought he could get out with the dash, but the tower was just a bit too far from going down. And he gets punished, but for VLTH, that's not too big a deal. The Harley is actually their least important core currently.
Yep, and that's why the Harley was kind of going for his own highlights. But for VLTH, it's a mistake that could easily be mendable later on because they still have the unstoppable KO and Lynxie so far. Meanwhile, for Full Sense, we have to discuss the sync right now isn't really, let's see, synergizing with the Valentina so much as we expected. There's no immediate jumps from the back lane heroes here for VLTH. We've mentioned that they have that bypass with Dominic with the Petrify copy from the Yuzong, but we're just not seeing it yet because it's too all over the map. And in my opinion, what matters was that Flash SR onto the bottom side earlier was a bit too greedy. We're not seeing any structure yet on what they do want to accomplish, but survivability at most is still there. And for now, all they have to do is just wait, because even if their purple buffs are under their territory, they just can't get enough of it. Oh.
This is very risky. He has the Purify. He's able to get out. He's still doing damage with Zaman Force. Spirit of Phoenix doesn't do much damage. Flash SR. This is the first one down. And the Black Dragon will force him back.
That is so much damage coming from a single hero, plus the additional sustain as well here for Nicholas and Shajim. KO with the Harriet is so deadly, and that's why I was expecting onto Full Sense to capitalize on the Harriet still open for the first phase of the draft, but now it just full on massacre. There's no one to really hold on over onto KO, especially with the Purify. And for Full Sense, this is a headache incoming yet again, as Valitai already secured the first Lord, plus even their jungles are not really onto their side. They're picking up the orange buff, but at most, that's just a cheap change compared to what the advantage of Valitai already got onto that numerous team fights plus objectives that they got.
Full Sense currently 6k, almost 7k gold behind at the 11-minute mark. A lot of their heroes are dependent on an early to mid-game snowball as well, so Valitai is undoubtedly in the driver's seat. Lord gonna be crashing up top. Holy Defense will do a good amount of damage to it. So Full Sense has a chance of keeping their inhibitors alive for now, unless Valitai decides to do something drastic. Stolen Black Dragon for zoning, Traction Pulse whiffs. Minion wave still streaking in, but I think Valitai might have to stop their engage. Oh, okay. Yeah, they can't continue this.
Yep, it's more about showcasing their discipline, but as you mentioned, we see the attempt here for Dominic with the Black Dragon form, but that is something that he did out of the must to survive, the will to survive, rather than the will to actually take down or tore down enemy heroes from Valitai. There just isn't explosiveness yet here for Full Sense, which we're kind of expecting, because for Valitai, they just needed to snowball and they've accomplished the step 1 of their plan. Even onto the items right now, a full-on glowing one and blood wings here for the mid lane for Valitai, and they're just really dominating all over the map. The macro and micro are full on to the side of Valitai Esports.
As long as Valitai continues at the state they're going, this game is basically in the bag for them. Full Sense would need to catch them in a massive mistake in order to turn this around.
And it looks like that mistake is a long way to go, because we see Valitai just really showcasing their discipline. Earlier we thought that they were going to overstay and try to take down one of the inhibitor turrets here for Full Sense, but that isn't the case. They know that there is a Lord upcoming. They just needed to control the wave, but KO is uncontrollable right now.
One hit away, Nazia nearly died. He was barely able to get out, but this Harif is a threat for sure. Traction Pulse pulls in 2. Phantom Steed not going to be able to commit on much. Valitai, the pressure they're exerting.
A high level threat Harriet here, and there's just no way to stop him alone. Even if you've got the Fear of the Phoenix, he could just easily glide himself out. Now Lord is out onto the favor of Valitai, and now they're slowly rotating towards onto the buff, and another Zaman Force 3v1.
KO is just built different, man. Porzenaruk is dying here. He has the tech charge to get away from the Harif. And that's the tank, by the way. Traction Pulse cuts off Dominic. Katinaru comes in, but Valitai doesn't really need to do much more. They just gotta wait for the Lord.
Yep, and it looks like they're just waiting also onto their prey. It looks like they're the hunters of this round. And for Valitai, they just need to maintain their strong formation, and they will be unstoppable, even if it's not the enhanced Lord on the 18-minute Lord, but still they could make the most out of this with the waves onto their favor. All lanes right now are being pushed over by Valitai, and for Full Sense, this is just a full-on pressure onto their faces.
Look at the damage onto Flash already. Cha-Jame is in a bad spot, but it's fine even if he dies. Raging Sandstorm gets him out. Mid-inhibitor already down. Look at KO's damage, my goodness. Flicker out from Porzenaruk. Lord still very healthy. Only 1 inhibitor left standing, and the minion wave is pushing in. Full Sense doing their best to make sure that the Lord goes down. VLTH didn't manage to sync to. Oh my goodness, KO is so dangerous. He's going in. He's already hitting the crystal. Look at the damage from the synchro vision. Now here comes the Black Dragon form. Lord has already fallen, but the minion waves are still strong. Tech charge on 2, but there's no follow-up because Full Sense just cannot walk up at all. But they are doing a good job of cleaning minion wave. 2-man Petrify comes out, but Fear of the Phoenix also lands on VLTH and KO. He's just too strong. He's run out of mana though, so maybe Full Sense might be able to hold on a little bit longer. And yes, VLTH will make the decision to walk away.
Looks like it's a full-on disaster here for Full Sense, especially onto the draft itself. And this is why we're kind of... Yes, there was an element of us expecting an XP Valentina, but at what cost? This is the cost. Because it put them at a disadvantage of them just relying onto Dominic reaching out on who to copy. But if ever Nicholas isn't in the rage, so there's no more Black Dragon form that he can make the most out of. And for Full Sense, of course, we mentioned that in order for them to really fire back, we needed that additional damage, physical damage, honestly. And Neja isn't just giving it yet because there's a lack in terms of the gold, the network, and the items. Of course, that's a 10k gold advantage here established with VLTH, and a DHS now linked over to Linksy. And I think even if they manage to catch VLTH on a mistake or error, it just isn't enough to really cut off this much aggressiveness onto the map. And even if they manage to get a hold of Chajim, the Lord will easily be melted down here for VLTH, and they're willing to let go of
there
that.
He goes again, KO. He's insane. He's a maniac. This man picks up a kill just like that. Flash on 10%, and Nicholas is chasing him. Not able to find it here. The Phoenix will stop the engage. 4-man Petrify from Dominic, but it's just not enough. They're too far behind. Nesia will go down. It's an unstoppable streak for VLTH, and they're completely segregating the fight. KO is literally under the crystal, and there is nothing Full Sense can do about it. KO picks up another kill. 1 HP left on the Hari. Flash is the last one, and he is gone. Triple kill for Linksy. VLTH with a strong showing to start the day.
What a powerful impact onto game number 1. All smiles here for the full team of VLTH, just giving it their best against a Full Sense and securing a very dominant, convincing win for game number 1. What a wild Harriet appearing onto the hands of KO. And it looks like the momentum is still onto their side. And this is what we're expecting, that they will just be sticking onto what works best, even if it's their comfort picks, but as long as it works and as long as they get the job done on the early facing, they will have no problem at all onto closing off this game. Meanwhile, for Full Sense, man, that is just kind of sad, because even if we've managed to see some little glimpse of hope, but with Kale leading the charge and even Nicolas getting most of the damages, it's just full-on rise here for the side of VLTH.
I really think they need the ban Hari. I think every team in the world needs the ban Hari. This hero, I don't know why they gave him so much. Starlium Scythe being reverted as well would have already been good enough, but they somehow decided buffing him on top of that was a good idea, and KO made full use of that. That man is insane, actually. He's literally just diving in and starting the fight as the marksman every single time, and not punished because Full Sense doesn't have enough tools to break through the Purify, and is 6-0-6.
Imagine a Harriet just going head-to-head onto 3 members at most here for KO, and still wasn't shut it down at all for game number 1. You've mentioned onto the item progression as well. He just full on the role here for KO. There wasn't really a high-level threat against him. Instead, he was the challenge to reckon with. We've seen some very good tactics here, but the problem with that is the Full Sense needed time, and VLTH wasn't giving them the time to really stretch the match, stretch the game for Angelina, for Neja to really pop off those Valkyrie distant jumps. And we mentioned that onto the second turtle might be the start of the clashes, and that is indeed what happened. Plus, the snowball of KO was inevitable. There was just no man from the side of Full Sense that could totally tore him down. This time onto our highlights, we see some really selfish and overstaying moves here for Katinaru. But as you mentioned, that is not really of a big mistake to really scratch on the surface of what Valitai already did for game number one. And that is just it. They are just really good at the draft and really good at executing what they have in store for us.
Valitai Esports clearly has an identity. They have an idea of what they want to do and what they need to do to achieve it, and they're confident enough to execute on it as well. I really think the Valentina pick was a mistake. It's not really wise to pick this hero in advance. You need to be comboing it with Sora rather than just letting it be there. Because Yuzong, yes, it's a strong ultimate to steal, but you're not really going to be able to set up a lot of time. The initiation from Full Sense is very slow because the Valentina and the Grok aren't the type that could just like jump in and get something started.
Yeah, that is what we were talking about earlier. That I was kind of surprised that they just let the fate of their draft rest upon the hands of VLTH, and then VLTH just didn't took the bait with that. They just banned out the Sora altogether. And for Full Sense, that was too much of a reveal. In my opinion, for teams, they have to take advantage of the flex, yes, but you also need to really consider the strength of your player, because Dominic is very efficient onto playing very playmaker style of XP lane heroes. We have the Uranus, Alice, but sadly, it was all banned out by Full Sense. Now, the next in line was actually onto the Lapu. He could have gone onto a full-on Benedetta for all I care, but just not the Valentina, right? And against Valitai to do that, that is just too hard. Yes, you have the backlane access, but it's too dependent and too risky. You would want a safer route for Full Sense, but there's just no escaping at all here onto the minds of Valitai. Even onto our post-game stats, all of this, even onto both Big Four titles, will be mostly going onto the side of Valitai. Both the Richman and the Curry understandable, with the Harriet really, really massacring his out here onto Full Sense. And the sandbag, unfortunately, was Porza Narukia. We've seen him kinda squeezes out most of the damages, but not really enough to sustain himself and go for an immediate play. We see some huge or great reset onto the turtles, but no explosive setups. There's just no twist at all for now for Full Sense.
I have to know, KO did 100,000 damage that game. That's literally more than double the next highest DPS. He was doing as much damage as like 2 members of the opposite team put together. So again, this hero needs to be respected, and it's clear that a player like KO knows how to use it as well. So I imagine we might see a bit more of a ban towards it later, or maybe a contest, because Full Sense banned the Phobius in order to get the Freya, but that's also a hero that may have countered the Harrier for them. So I wonder if we're gonna start seeing a meta again where Harrier first pick may not be a bad idea.
Maybe, because so far, with the Harriet with that much damage, and if you want, you could also flex him. But certain coaches have different ideas onto a Harriet jungle so far. But we've seen some quite a slim success on that one. But yeah, you're right. A gold lane Harriet is still good at its own. So for me, that could be a prio ban or a prio pick for Full Sense, or just remove it altogether if you wouldn't want to deal with it onto the game number 2, right? Just to try and take away a good gold lane hero here for KO. Now, onto the draft, we need to discuss the hero prioritization as well. You mentioned the Valentina, not really that good yet to be shown on the first pick, kind of tricky. Plus, I think it also boils down onto the Harley being given to Valitai, because they've had quite of amount of a success onto Harriet here, or Harley rather, onto MSL.
I don't even think Harley was the issue that game, because Katinaru didn't have to do anything on account of KO going ham and Lingxi getting Skypiercer stacks very early on. I think that full sense approached this a little bit incorrectly. Again, I think Grok is just not that good under this current meta, especially against heroes like Khalid, who can move across the map a lot easier, who can invade a lot easier. It just provides way more utility, and that means that you're already playing a slower game. If they were able to rotate a bit more with the Zetian and the Leomore, then you could see something happening, but they were playing it very, very safe, and I think it was smart of VLTH to just avoid any interactions in the first few minutes to make sure they couldn't play for that timing.
Yep, especially on the broken wall setup, right? Onto a Grok. There are just so many ways for them to be like being all over the map. But sadly though, with the Zetyan also onto the pick, it's kind of interesting they went onto the route. I've seen some more viable picks here for Angelina, but sadly though, they didn't see enough of explanation and advice to just get a Lunox over the Zitian. Yes, we do understand a very powerful force recon with is a Fear the Phoenix, but after the Fear the Phoenix, where's the firepower? Because a Zetian needs time, and time is not really on their side here for full sense. Now, onto the draft, we mentioned that they could just go ahead and use what already worked, right? Because we've seen them win against Bacon Time. Plus, there are certain heroes that could also be mentioned that we could see that could really try and implicate things. Maybe considering onto the map itself with the expanding rivers, dangerous grass, and flying clouds, maybe they could tweak it around. And most likely they will be on the red side, right? So they're the first two picks onto the red side of your full sense.
It's if you're on the red side, then Valentina. Honestly, I think Valentina's still in a bit of a weird spot. I think it's better for full sense to go back to what they know works, considering the meta right now. It's a very fast-paced, very high damage, very crowd control-oriented style of play for MLBB. So prioritizing the heroes that excel in those spaces are going to be better, or at least making sure that you have the correct counter picks. I think the Valentina was a bit of an overthinking situation where it's like, oh, we can counter the Sora or we can steal the Sora if they go for it. And VLTH just decides, okay, we're just going to take Sora out. And all of a sudden, the Valentina doesn't have as much value at all. And it puts Dominic in a very awkward position since they clearly had to pivot last minute since the Valentina also doesn't win against the Kimmy. So yeah, I think that hero needs to only be picked up in specific situations.
Yep. So now we see that there are some harm in over anticipating and over practicing, over playing, overthinking the draft. Also here for full sense. And we mentioned they just need to relax, stick to their guns, stick to what works best into their playstyle. And yes, we have to consider the draft onto the opposing team, but also consider your strengths. Play right to the strengths of your players, trust them. And for Valitai, on the other hand, I think this team just on the roll right now. There isn't really that much of adjustment to be pointed out for them because they already got the perfect chemistry in terms of rotation, the draft itself, and the execution. All in all, that's a perfect package for them. And I know it kind of sounds like we're too hard onto full sense, but that is the reality, guys, that they need to face. And this is one of the most prestigious leagues in Thailand. And if you want to put your name out there, you have to show that you're really worthy. You're worthy of the place, you're worthy of the name, and they have to make full sense of the draft. It's the name itself, full sense.
Yeah, gotta make sure that it makes full sense, right? Because nowadays, drafting is a very, very crucial aspect of the game itself. Having the right tools makes a big difference in how easy the game becomes and how likely you are to even win in the first place. So as we jump into the draft for game number 2, it looks like we are gonna be in Flying Cloud, which is gonna be an interesting one.
Yep, and now it's going to be a prio here for the likes of very fast heroes, but Full Sense will still be on the blue side, and Ride said here for Valitai, still the same. It's going to be a Marcel Jushin ban out here for Coach Ran, and Coach Mikasa will be banning out the Guinevere and the carry still. So there's a probability that the hard Harit will still be open here, Sadafa. And I think if ever for Full Sense, go for the first prior pick Harit, and the rest will just follow. And now they ban out the Harley instead onto the third prior ban.
Interesting. Okay, getting rid of the Harley. I initially thought that maybe one strategy they could have is you ban the Phobius like usual, but you first pick Harif this time, or you ban the Harif and then allow yourself to flex out the Phobius instead. But looks like they are leaving everything open, which makes me think that maybe they want to go for the Phobius early. We'll see. For the side of Valley Thai, they're gonna finish off with the Kadita ban.
Okay, that's an immediate ban and attack onto Angelina. Because you mentioned that they need to stick onto what works. And Harriet, prior pick. This is what we're talking about. There's the action here onto the draft here for Full Sense.
We wondered whether or not we might be coming back to the meta where Harif is the first pick material. But looks like
back.
Full Sense is going to be the first ones to try and test it. Now, picking Harif early, though, means that a lot of counters can show up. There are heroes that can cause this little cat a lot of issues, Phobius being one of the foremost, and then beyond that, things like the Esmeralda. Though the latter is not quite as popular these days.
Immediate. Yeah. And right on cue, we understand a Phobius is a must. And additional Eve here, I do like the fact that they have this kind of a box where they could just close off the Harriet here. And for Full Sense, you mentioned that it is a very powerful hero onto the current patch, but understandably so, you're also letting your guard down by letting the Povius ran out and not ban out here for game number 2. Now, what's the answer? What will they be partnering up with the Harit here? Because honestly speaking, they need to double down on the circle.
If this was like a meta or two ago, I would say that you could go like Yusanshin jungle and then Esme gold for the side of Valley Thai just to make Harif's life very difficult. But it's a little harder to do things like that. Nowadays, the only fighter gold is Freya. So we'll see whether or not they try to do something like that. But they, of all teams, should be well aware of how much they need to stop this Harif from farming.
Yep. And if ever, there are certain heroes onto the XP that could partner up or butter up with the Harriet. Of course, we see the Uranus onto the XP, the Alice also, just to try and sustain themselves if they're caught in the realm of manipulation against Valita esports. But onto the jungle side, we have to consider that the Leomord doesn't really fare well earlier because the range for Full Sense was full on melee. There isn't any long range yet, and they're actually just putting their lives one by one on the line here for Valley Thai. So there are certain heroes that are still available, by the way, here for KO. His hero pool wasn't really that affected onto the draft. And by the way, we will be seeing the draft in a while, folks. While we're waiting, we're just kind of trying to make sense of the situations for now for Bali Thai.
I'm hoping that once it does pop up again, we don't see the Valentina, or at least if we do, it's being comboed with the Sora. Blue side does have this option of going Valentina, Sora, blue 2 and 3, and in that way, it makes a little bit more sense to grab the strong pick with its counter right away. It's still not the most ideal for the Valentina player, since after that they can be dealt with, but at least you have the Sora on your side. Though nowadays, a lot of teams are not really picking Sora up anymore. He presents a very curious conundrum in the draft where he is one of the better heroes in the game still, but there are ways of handling him now.
They've discovered that there are the likes of the Uranus that could just totally not handle
Okay.
him and just go his own way. And as you've mentioned, this is the perfect opportunity to partner up or butter up the Harriet with the Uranus. And then there's the battle of the box within the real world manipulation wherein you could just use the Forza. And that is exactly what I have in mind here for Full Sense. And now they immediately ban out the Khalid here against VLTH.
I think that makes sense. If you want to really be safe, you should probably ban the Hilda as well, just to make sure there is no other strong roamer to invade with the Baxia. Hylos does fall under that category, so they are trying to make sure that VLTH cannot just run into the jungle. We know that's a good combo with Eve, but it means that Hilda will get let through. And the goal for Valley Tai now will be to start the game off as strong as possible to prevent Full Sense from being able to play for that mid-game timing.
And it looks like they have this in mind with the Hilda being locked and the Terizla here for Full Sense. Now, this is what we're talking about. There's also an adjustment, right, on the patch here for Terizla. So,
Yes.
this is what fits the forte of Dominic better than the Valentina. And to be honest, now we see them have that second layer of control in terms of clashes here. And for Full Sense, they made Full Sense now. And now we're just missing the final jungler hero here for
No, it's probably
the
Uranus
side.
jungle.
Oh, Uranus jungle, and then Gatot Kacha. So full on bodyguard mode here for the XP and the Porzana Rook. Then they will be putting all their eggs onto two baskets, Dominic and Angelina.
Basically, yes. I would ordinarily say that under this current meta, this is not the best thing to go for, since you do need a good amount of damage, but considering how buffed Harif has been, I think it's not actually bad for Full Sense to commit to a full bodyguard mode to protect the Harif and the Farsa, and they know that Valley Tai wants to try and invade, wants to try and make things happen with the Baxia Hilda, so if they just have really beefy heroes in the front line, it's hard for Valley Tai to break through it.
Yep. If you're on full bodyguard mode and focusing onto one player, now there's a time where a thief could just come and get turret after turret onto the opposite lane. And a Moskov is a perfect fit here for KO. And this is actually the first Moskov for him. Yeah, right. Because so far he's already used the Claude, Granger, and then two Harriets to week number 1. And today, the first Harriet today was also used by him. So a new hero for him here on MSL Thailand. Now, with the draft itself, I like it better to compared to what Full Sense did onto the first game. But on the other hand, it's too mainly focused, as you mentioned, on two powerful heroes. Even if the Harriet has been buffed enough to be stronger than ever, but I think it's too risky, especially with the adjustment made here onto the draft and action here for Valley Tai.
It's still very possible for things to happen though if Nezia is able to recreate the same kind of aggression that we saw from KO earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys have your snacks and you're seated, because we are going to be entering game number 2 of our first series of the day, Full Sense on the blue side versus Valley Tai on the red. Now that Full Sense is playing full tank, I wonder how much of an impact Kathinaru and Chajame will have.
Definitely, we're seeing kind of a more on battled out team fights later on with the addition of a Baksha here for Kathinaru. We definitely could see the idea of them just roam and drive through everyone here onto the side of Full Sense. But now onto the mid lane. Whoop!
Ouch!
Almost.
Angelina nearly dead there to the Hilda. Nice dive from Chajame. Looks like they didn't even need Kathinaru around. They'll continue zoning even. Oh, that's a dead Farsa! Chajame with the first blood. Even if he dies here, his job is done.
Yep, immediate response. But still, the damage has been down. That's a hefty bounty here for Valley Tai, especially for Chajame. Immediately throwing down, scratching out the mid laner here for Full Sense. Now, we see some kind of a rotation here onto the mid lane, most likely going on to the first turtle. But before all that, let's see on how well could Porza and Rook fare onto the members of VLTH. The ultimate is still missing. There's no more ultimates yet. There's no more jumps with the AOG. But with Kati Naru, 30% is already there. Okay?
Dominic
Activated.
forced the flicker from the Baxia right there. VLTH already starting to increase their aggression, which I think is great, especially rotating to the EXP lane for that first turtle.
And now we see them just kind of roaming around the turtle, but I think this is going to be a sure turtle for VLTH. Because look at the way Chajame and Lingxi just position themselves. Whoop.
Defensive revitalized from Porzanaruk already. Spear of Destruction does whiff, so KO not going to be able to join this fight, but very good zoning from VLTH means that this turtle should be free.
That is a really smooth way onto traversing the really tricky map here for Flying Clouds. But for Dominic as well, one big piece of advice was that he already exhausted the flicker. So for VLTH, they know that there isn't any surprises yet here for Full Sense. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we haven't seen Nezia come up and join some team fights, but maybe now for the second turtle that might be possible to get those numbers rolling. VLTH on the other hand is still smooth sailing in terms of farming up, but the crab coin will be going on to Nezia.
I feel like a key player in this game is going to be Lingxi on that eve. The full tank lineup from Full Sense is good at handling heroes like the Hilda and the Phoveus, but actually ends up being quite vulnerable to the real world manipulation. And they don't have a lot of heroes that can target the Eve in the backline. The only one that can maybe do so is Angelina with Feathered Airstrike, and maybe Nezia once he gets a little bit more farm. But beyond that, if Lingxi is able to position correctly and just deal damage, he will actually end up doing most of the DPS, not KO.
Yep. If ever they do manage to reach Lingxi, that is just too much to sacrifice yet, and you wouldn't want to do that. But Dominic from the back.
Zone.
Whoop.
They're trying to engage onto the back line. Meanwhile, Kati Naru holding the front. RWM onto Dominic. Feathered Airstrike going to be used only on the front line though. Revitalize not able to keep the Terizla alive. Dominic will fall. And looks like VLTH will walk out with that.
Just when we thought that Full Sense made a huge adjustment and good setup, but you've mentioned the key piece that holds them all is Lingxi just putting off with the RWM, and now they're just smooth sailing onto the turtle as well. Porza and Rook down before the turtle take. Zaman Force?
Well, Nezia's joining the fight. Zaman Force, Kati Naru gonna go down actually. No jungler for the side VLTH, but KO now joins the fight and he picks up the Hari. Meanwhile, Chajame charges down Angelina and takes out the Farsa. Dominic also gonna become a casualty, leaving Flash and Porzanaruk the only survivors.
That is nice attempt, but that is too much of an advantage that they've given onto VLTH Esports. And you mentioned that Lingxi will be untouchable, and right as we explained it, it's really happening real time. Now the turtle still will be onto the side of VLTH. Meanwhile, Flash SR is just having a hard time. Nicholas just knows that there is no way that Full Sense can now contest this turtle, and a free farm yet again for VLTH.
I'm really liking the way that VLTH is playing the game. They know that they want the turtle, so Nicholas spots Flash, distracts him as much as possible. The goal is not even to kill. They'll instantly rotate over, steal away the buff from Flash, and now the Uranus is in a really tough spot.
A very nice pre-turtle and post-turtle conversion here for VLTH. And this is what they're talking about, that Chajame will just enjoy denying and giving information on to where Flash SR might be. And look at that. That is harassment, full on your face harassment here onto Full Sense. And they can just do nothing for now but stare back as VLTH just single-handedly commits onto getting each and every Gin camp here against Full Sense.
Things are difficult now. The frontliners of Full Sense can no longer just walk up willy-nilly, and the DPSs are not farmed enough to be able to take matters into their own hands. VLTH already sitting on a comfortable 3k gold lead. Here comes the Baxia, but they will hide under the tower for now.
Just when we thought that Full Sense already got an explosive hero, it's just isn't giving yet because it didn't have that enough of a snowball compared to what VLTH did onto letting KO join them onto team fights so that he could get the last hits of them all and snowball. Because for now, Full Sense, they were just not getting that vibe that they really want to activate him yet. There are just too many lapses in the map, and Nicolas and Cha James will be getting them ruined here onto the rotations, and an immediate kill yet again onto the roamer here for Full Sense, and direct to the point attack onto the turtle.
VLTH has way more control over the map right now. No Gacha for this next fight. Nicholas engaging onto Dominic. KO just whittling down the turtle from afar. Nicholas doing a great job of making sure Flash cannot get close enough to retrieve the turtle. Now once again, VLTH exerting pressure.
Now we see them try and really put a number onto the members of Full Sense, and even onto the turret damage and turret takedowns. It looks like VLTH will be the first team to actually tore down a turret later on, because with the way things are looking, KO is also slowly climbing his way up a corrosion site and a golden staff already on his hands, compared to Full Sense right now, really struggling. Whoop!
They found Nicholas 1v3 of the Phobias. Can he trade for one? No. So Full Sense will find one. Oh, the Spear of Destruction! KO snipes Angelina from across the map, but now he is 1v2 down bottom. Can he actually win that? Looks like he's able to get out. Now the team is there to make sure he does.
That is an out of a mind tactic here for KO. He's just really wild. He's just that good that he doesn't even care who's there. And now VLTH is here and they're committing.
Flicker friendly zone. They catch Lynxie. No, Eve has no RWM. Lynxie actually gonna go down there, and that means Katinaru is gonna be the next target. It's taking a while, but Nezia will finish him off.
Now we get the sense that Full Sense will be trying to really give those numbers onto Nezia, but I think it's too far gone. But at least they tried now. 9 minutes into the game, now we finally see the first kill ever here for Nezia, but it took too much out of them. And I think that isn't what you really want to give against VLTH, really capitalizing onto those numbers, even if they manage to get 2 members down. But the idea is that they haven't really turned the tide into their favor yet. So they need to really commit on to ganking those heroes that are really alone here on the map. But now Cha James might be a little out of the AOI here for Lynxie. And the influence with the turtle, or Lord rather, will be onto the side here of Full Sense as they try and dance around there against VLTH.
Trying to take control of the Lord Pit, and VLTH is not making it easy for them. They did unfortunately make a mistake that cost Katinaru and Lynxie earlier, but they still have a nearly 4k lead even after that. They know that Full Sense needs to be grouped together to actually fight, so the more time they waste, the more benefits they get. AOG, nice cutoff on the backline. Lynxie dropping loads of feathered airstrike. Flash with the killing spree. But KO is in the backline. Angelina's gonna go down. Nicholas gonna be traded, surrounded 1v4. KO gonna be engaged on once again, but he's able to dash out. The tanks are too slow to catch up to him, and Nezia is no longer part of the fight. KO flickers in, but he's not able to find Nezia. Inside the bush, will he be able to do it? He does killing spree. But Moskov gets the pin off the Porzanaro. He is surrounded though. 1v3. Katinaru able to help provide the backup. Will they pick up the Moskov finally? Dominic with the shutdown. And Full Sense will be able to get some vengeance for their team. Katinaru in a bit of an awkward spot. These are very beefy boys. Chache one hit away. No, he can't finish off Dominic. They get the kill on Hilda.
That is too much clashes onto a single frame. It all started by the 3v3, a 3v1, a 2v3, but all of a sudden we see some very clutch moves here for KO. But the what at stake was the Lord plus Full Sense finally getting half of what is established onto the clashes, but now another team fight might be erupting soon.
Oh, Flash secures the Lord, the Seer Destruction so close to sniping, but Poison Arrow goes down and they manage to get the stun. KO drops in with the Spear of Destruction. Flash gonna be melted away. Nezia zoned by Nicholas.
Oh, no.
Dominic skewered by the Moskov. They got the Lord, but they lost 3.
And that is how VLTH knows that they are still in the lead. Even if there was some hiccups along the way, but what matters was that the death timers are still enough for them to really go back into the fight, still getting the Lord, still getting the turrets, and still getting those kills in the bag here for KO. There was a mishap onto them really being too overconfident, but they still know that they still have the lead, the damage, and of course, onto our instant relay brought to you by Infinix, we see them kinda take a U-turn and target who matters the most. First of all, that was Nezha that KO saw as a potential threat, and he immediately went ahead and tore them down. Even if it's the cost of his own life, but it's alright because still, what matters is that he got the upper hand. 2 steps forward here for VLTH engagement.
Collides with the Harif, AOG, RWM, penalty zone, all dropping in one spot, but Linksy is the one doing the damage, and KO gonna switch targets to the backline instead. Angelina's the next one to go down. Dominic will fall. Flash SR is the final survivor. VLTH, like a steamroller, runs in and destroys the lineup of Full Sense. KO even holding Flash by himself.
What? He doesn't even care if he's at the home base of his opponent, because now what matters is them charging their way here onto the base of Full Sense.
It's a 5v1. There is nothing Uranus can do here. The crystal is wide open. VLTH secures the wipeout and a clean sweep in our first series of week 2.
It's another point added here for VLTH. That is a 3-match win streak so far here on MSL Thailand. Sadly though, for Full Sense, this isn't their time yet. And for VLTH still showcasing that they really deserve this spot on the regular season, all the way from the qualifiers to the regular season, and now them just being the top contenders for the trophy. And we see a sense of familiarity and a sense of very aggressive moves here. But on the other hand here, KO just really going out of his way, out of mind clutch plays here, and going for a great positioning onto key members of Full Sense.
KO is honestly insane. This man has the makings of a world-class gold laner. And I get the feeling international teams are going to be paying attention. I imagine T is going to be very, very happy about that one. VLTH all the way from the qualifiers. Looks like we're going to be getting an interview as well with KO in just a moment. So I think we can go ahead and let the host take over in a short moment here. But wow, what a strong performance.
I like the fact that even if the Harriet was the first prior pick, he was like, you know what guys, it doesn't matter. It's all about the skills and the player itself who's going to be playing the hero. Plus, they've managed to like really dangle the bait onto Full Sense. Yes, we said that a Harriet could be a possible prior pick because of the changes, but remember there's a Povius on the line. There's an Eve on the line. That's a 2 perfect heroes that could totally corner a Harriet onto a clash, and that is exactly what they did. And then they chose a hero that could really utilize onto cross-map trades, and when it matters the most, he could really respond on point with the SOD. Now we're heading on to the main stage to interview KO VLTH
เรียกว่าสนุกมากๆเลยอ่ะแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงนะคะว่าตอนนี้เรายืนอยู่กับใครบ้างแล้วก็เล่นตำแหน่งไหนบ้างคะ
สวัสดีครับผมแก้วนะครับตำแหน่งโกเลียนครับ
ค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมลิงนะครับตำแหน่งเมจครับผม
โอเคนะคะอันนี้เดี๋ยวอยากจะถามแก้วก่อนเลยนะคะสำหรับในเกมแรกนะคะพี่แอบเห็นนะคะว่าฮาริสเราอ่ะคือปกติแล้วฮาริสนี่เราเอาไปตำแหน่งอะไรนะคะฮาริส
แครี่ครับ
แครี่ใช่ไหมแต่พี่เห็นเราเข้าก่อนโลมอีกนะ ตกลงเราเป็นแครี่ใช่ไหม
ครับผม
นะคะจะบอกว่าโอ้โหผิวไหวมากเลยนะคะอันนี้ถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งตัวแบบซิกเนเจอร์เราไหมคะตัวนี้
ใช่ครับ
โอเคค่ะนะคะ และเดี๋ยวสำหรับนะคะคำถามของเราในวันนี้เนี่ยอยากจะถามความรู้สึกนะคะเกี่ยวกับความกดดันดีกว่านะคะว่าแต้มที่ 3 ที่เราได้มาเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยรู้สึกกดดันไหมคะในเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้
ก็กดดันพอสมควรเลยครับ
ค่ะนะคะอ่ะลิงว่าไงคะกดดันไหม่เอ่ย
ก็กดดันครับผม เพราะว่ามีคนชมค่อนข้างเยอะครับผม
นะคะอันนี้แตกต่างไหมคะ กับที่เราไปฝึกออนไลน์มาหรือว่าเราไปฝึกในแรงค์นะคะกับมีผู้ชมมาดูสดๆแบบนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ครับก็แตกต่างค่อนข้างเยอะครับผม
นะคะถือว่าแตกต่างเนาะนะคะแล้วก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยเราเรียกได้ว่าโชว์ฟอร์มนะคะโดดเด่นมากๆเลย อยากจะให้ลองให้คะแนนตัวเองอาจจะเป็นเกมแรกหรือว่าเกมที่ 2 ก็ได้สมมุติให้คะแนนตัวเองให้สักเท่าไหร่ดี ในฟอร์มการเล่น
ก็ทั้ง2เกมเลยครับ ก็ประมาณ8 เต็ม 10ครับผม
8 เต็ม 10 แล้วแก้วล่ะคะเท่าไหร่ดี
9.9 ครับ
นี่อุ้ยเดี๋ยวแล้วไอ้ 0.1 นี่มันหายไปไหนคะ
ตายตัวหนึ่งครับ
อ๋อ ตายไปตัวหนึ่งแม่ใครทำนะเมื่อกี้เนาะนะคะไม่งั้นก็เต็ม 10 ไปแล้วนะคะอ่ะแล้วอันนี้เราให้คะแนนตัวเองไปแล้ว ให้คะแนนโค้ชเราบ้างดีกว่านะคะให้คะแนนโค้ชมิกาสะของเราหน่อยค่ะว่า จะให้สักกี่คะแนนดี
10เลยครับ
โอ้เป็นไงล่ะเต็ม 10 ไม่หักด้วย หรือว่าเต็ม 100หรือเปล่า
ถ้ามีก็ให้เต็มร้อย
โอ้ยนี่ถือว่าอยู่เป็นแล้วลิงก์ล่ะคะในความคิดของลิงก์ให้คะแนนโค้ชเท่าไหร่ดีคะ
ก็100 เต็ม 100เลยครับผม
นี่อยู่เป็นเช่นเดียวกันนะคะ ก็ไม่รู้ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยหลังจากที่เราได้ 3 แต้มไปแล้วนะคะคิดว่าวันนี้โค้ชเขาจะสั่งเมนูอะไรรอเราไหมคะวันนี้ฉลอง
น่าจะเป็นผัดกะเพราหน้าเนื้อนะครับ
โอ้ยนะคะแล้วแก้วอยากทานอะไรเป็นพิเศษไหมคะวันนี้จะได้แบบบอกโค้ชเขาไว้ก่อน
ราเมงเหมือนเดิมครับ
เอ้ยราเมงอีกแล้วนะคะยังคงยืนยันว่าเป็นราเมงนะคะอ่ะแล้วก็สำหรับนะคะวันนี้เนี่ยฮีโร่ที่เราเลือกมาทั้งลิงก์แล้วก็แก้วเลยนะคะอยากจะทราบว่าฮีโร่ที่เราจับมาเนี่ยเป็นตัวซิกเนเจอร์ของเราแล้วไหมคะหรือว่ามีตัวไหนที่เรายังไม่เปิดอีกไหมเอ่ย
ยังมีอยู่ครับ
เอ้ยยังมีภูฮีโร่อยู่อีกใช่ไหม
ครับผม
แล้วลิงก์ล่ะคะ
ก็ยังมีอีกเยอะเลยครับที่ยังไม่ได้เปิด
นี่เขาบอกว่าจัดมาเลยนะคะจะแบนตัวไหนจะเอาตัวไหนมาแก้บอกว่ามีอีกหลายตัวเลยใช่ไหมคะใช่นะคะอ่ะสุดท้ายนี้เกมต่อไปเนี่ยถือว่าเราจะเจอกับของแข็งแล้วนะคะรู้สึกว่าในเกมต่อไปนะคะทางวลีไทยเนี่ยจะเจอกับ KOG ในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกนะคะถึงทีมKOG ไหมคะเช่นแบบว่ามังกรก็เจอมาแล้วกระต่ายก็เจอมาแล้วแล้ววันเนี้ยเราก็เจอไฟมาแล้วและเหลือแต่อินซีแล้วค่ะพรุ่งนี้เรามีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกถึงทีมนี้ไหมคะ
ก็เตรียมปืนไว้ยิงอินซีเรียบร้อยแล้วครับ
อุ้ยและแก้วล่ะคะ
พี่ซันอ่อนให้หน่อยนะครับ
เอ้าไปเวนั้นซะแล้วเอ้ยเราต้องข่มดีเอาเราไม่ข่มเหรอ
ข่มหลังบ้านข่มหลัง
อ๋อ
บ้าน
ก็คืออินบ็อกไปหลังบ้านแล้วไปข่มเรียบร้อยแน่นะคะอ่ะโอเคยังไงก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ เดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ให้น้องๆนะคะ ทั้ง 2 คนไปพักผ่อนก่อนนะคะ และเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้เนี่ยขออนุญาตส่งกลับไปที่แคสเตอร์ของเราทั้ง 3 ท่านค่ะ
Thank you very much to our host, and of course, congratulations to the players of VLTH Esports for a dominating victory at the start of week 2. I feel like there's a lot we have to discuss, Atina.
Yup, definitely onto that last game. I just wish I understood the whole interview, but I was trying my best to type, but it was just too fast for me personally. But I heard like the heroes heart, Moscow, very quick hero names that were dropped on during the interview. But I think in my perspective, they were talking about key heroes or key players that KO mentioned that worked into their favor for the whole match. And VLTH Esports, I think what surprises me the most is that they're one of the top 2 teams from the qualifiers, and they're showcasing great chemistry already and a great start onto MSL. And that is how you bank onto these points. And banking on this hero KO yet again, our Game 2 MVP with a 5-1-10 in KDA, 79 onto his skill participation, immediately locking on the Trinity build, and the rest was a full-on KO mode here for the whole VLTH Esports.
We need to keep an eye on this guy, man. I would not be surprised if we see him as the next big import for some of the big MPLs, because this is very confident and very impressive gameplay on different heroes as well throughout this series. While he did die once this time around, that's after fighting like 3 or 4 big beefy guys in front of him. The team also synergizes very well. I like how VLTH is playing together. Their drafting is very directed. It's very smart. They know what they want to do. They just feel like a full package.
And KO, on the other hand, I do want to commend that he was up against a Filipino gold laner with experience onto the MDL. But so far, he has fared well and actually showcased the perfect amount of aggressiveness and discipline when it comes to finding the right positions. And right on cue onto our MVP highlights, was the moment we mentioned that when we thought Neja has it under control. But then there came KO, willing to put his life on the lane as long as he doesn't let Full Sense really snowball their way. And this onto the crucial Lord take. Yeah, Flash SR will be managing to steal off the Lord under the noses of Valley Thai Esports, but at what cost? Too costly mistake onto their part, letting members of Valley Thai totally annihilate them. Immaculate play, by the way, here for Linksy as well. I do like the fact that within those boxes, he just lets anyone from their side be true to what they want, and eventually ending game number 2 with a wipeout plus a very dominating score of 9-19 onto game number 2.
The unfortunate risk of going bodyguard mode from Full Sense is that if their cores aren't able to safely stand behind and do their damage, they are easy pickings for the enemy team. Once Nezia and Angelina are no longer in the picture, KO can literally 1v3, and if he had actually killed off Dominic first in that fight, he probably would have won it all by himself, and that's not even counting the other heroes to worry about. We already pointed out that Linksy would be a big problem this game. Eve is so good at handling these beefy frontliners. Looking at the item builds as well, it's pretty standard overall. Linksy can afford to go a little bit more greedy with the Ice Queens and the Wishing Lantern just to melt through the tanks, and the magic defense is not going to be enough to survive it.
This is what we're talking about, like a risky move of putting all your eggs onto 2 baskets, because you already know that VLTH will be targeting those 2 heroes among everyone. And the bodyguard mode just sadly isn't really giving out the dispatch, because on the dispatch, the faster you scale up, the better. And for Valitai, they're just really that fast onto securing objectives. By the way, that's 3 straight turtles off the boat here from the first start of our game number 2. Plus the additional that we mentioned that KO will just be enjoying, because Flashens was just too focused onto relaxing and trying to make it quiet onto the lane of Nezja that they forgot that KO could just go on the long lane and push over onto the turrets plus farm as much as he can, then just join later on when he thinks he fits best, when he thinks that his items are enough. And that came a moment when we thought that Full Sense finally grasped the intention between the circle with the Farsa plus the Salmon Force with Nezja. But all in all, for VLTH, they are just that good onto manipulating the whole series into their favor. A 2-0 yet again here onto MSL Thailand.
Yeah, I agree with you, Athena. I really like how decisive this team was overall. That Moskov last pick was basically the best option they could have gone for, and it was a very, very quick pivot as well. They initially played heroes like Baxia and Hilda to try and invade the jungle to get an early game lead, and I think that Full Sense may have over-adjusted to handle this. That's why they picked so many tanks and even put Uranus in the jungle to make sure that, like, oh, if they can't invade us, then we'll be fine. And once Full Sense notices this, they just go Moscow. It's like, we don't have to fight them as a team. We just split push, we let KO farm, and then, like you mentioned, he joins the fights when he has the items and the right timing. And he's so good at finding them too.
This is also why I'm not really that huge of a fan with the Uranus jungle yet, even if we've seen this last M7 World Championships. But I do feel like you need some kind of damage, of course, per se, or a mitigator. Because for a backshot, it works even as a utility jungler. Because with the Turtles Pusans, you could easily just try and make it easier for other members to follow suit. With the Uranus, technically, you're just focus onto just sustaining yourself. You're not really giving that much of an advantage for your fellow team members onto a fight. Yes, you could be the bait. Yes, you could be the sacrifice. But for the situation where it's already a match point for Valley Thai Esports, that isn't the way that you would want to position, especially onto a crucial fight wherein that could really come back and get a potential game free. But sadly, though, that didn't happen, and a clean sweep for Valley Thai.
Oh, and that means that we're done with our first series of today. We're gonna jump into a short break here while we get set up for the second match. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's gonna be King of Gamers versus Tenacity. We'll see you there.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる男子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟子供魂かアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かな老夫婦子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะนะคะกลับมาเจอกับลูกปัดแบบนี้นะคะก็หมายความว่าเราถึงเวลานะคะแห่งความมันนะคะในเกมที่ 2 หรือว่าคู่ที่ 2 ของวันนี้นั่นเองค่ะนะคะแล้วก็มั่นใจได้เลยนะคะว่าคู่นี้เนี่ยโอ้โหต้องดุเดือดนะคะแล้วก็ต้องสนุกมากๆแน่เลยนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นใครที่อยากจะมารอลุ้นนะคะรอเชียร์นะคะทั้ง 2 ทีมนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยเรียกได้ว่าสแตนบายรอได้เลยนะคะเดี๋ยวเราได้ดูกันแน่นอนค่ะเพราะว่าวันนี้นะคะจะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะระหว่าง2 ทีมนะคะที่มีฟอร์มการเล่นที่ร้อนแรงทั้งคู่เลยนะคะกับทีมแรกค่ะเขาบอกว่ามาในนามของทีมอินซีดำนะคะ KOG นั่นเองนะคะที่นำทีมโดยนะคะฮิวโก้นะคะถือว่าเป็นอีก1ทีมนะคะให้เป็นทีมตัวเต็งนะคะสำหรับโอ้โหหลายๆสำนักเลยนะคะเขาบอกว่าทีมนี้เนี่ยน่าจับตามองมากๆเลยนะคะแล้วก็อีกทีมหนึ่งนะคะที่เขาจะมาเจอกันในวันนี้เนี่ยนั่นก็คือเจ้าแพะดื้อนะคะเทนาซิตี้นั่นเองนะคะที่อาทิตย์ที่แล้วนะคะวอเตอร์นะคะไอ้น้ำของเรานั่นเองนะคะเพิ่งจะทำเป็นโกลเพอร์มินิตนะคะทะลุ 1,000 นะคะเป็นคนแรกของ MSL Thailand นะคะในซีซั่นที่ 1 นั่นเองค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยทั้ง2 ทีมนะคะถือว่าโอ้โหมีแต่ เขาเรียกว่าฟอร์มการเล่นที่ร้อนแรงนะคะแล้วก็มีผู้เล่นนะคะที่นะคะน่าจับตามองมากๆเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวเราได้ดูกันแน่นอนนะคะสำหรับคู่2ในวันนี้นั่นเองค่ะแต่ก่อนที่เรานะคะจะไปเจอนะคะกับผู้เข้าแข่งขันของเราในวันนี้นะคะอยากจะขอแบบซาวด์เช็คกันนิดนึงนะคะว่าทุกคนตอนนี้ในห้องส่งนะคะพร้อมกันหรือยังนะคะไหนขอเสียงเชียร์ของ2ทีมกันหน่อยค่ะเย้นะคะโอเคถือว่าตอนนี้ได้เสียงเชียร์แล้วนะคะเป็นกำลังใจให้กับนักแข่งแล้วนะคะถ้าทุกท่านพร้อมแล้วดิฉันพร้อมแล้วนะคะแต่ไม่รู้แคสเตอร์พร้อมแหละนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3แคสเตอร์หนุ่มรอของเราต่อได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you very much to our host once again, and thank you for choosing to join us once more at the MSL Thailand Season 1. We're currently about to enter the second match of the day here in Week 2, Day 1. You're once again joining us on the English desk. My name is Stafa, along with Atina.
And it's a great day to start off MSL Thailand. We've seen very explosive matches from match 1, which is Valley Thai Esports securing the 2-0 sweep yet again on their third series this season 1 for MSL. Meanwhile, for the following match is going to be the battle of King of Gamers Club versus Tenacity. KOG versus Ted. Let's see who will be the first to actually reach the game win onto this best of 3 series.
I think in the last match, a lot of us had a clear favorite in the case of Valley Thai, since they were coming off a very hot win streak, still undefeated. But this time around, might be a little bit more difficult to tell, because King of Gamers has only played one match thus far. They were able to win 2-0 against Solix Esports, but one match isn't a lot of information to go off of. Whereas on the opposite side, Tenacity lost one game 2-0 to ACT, but were able to take their own 2-0 sweep against the same team, funnily enough, Solix. So both of these squads have experience winning there, but who actually is stronger?
Actually, I'm looking at KOG stats right now, even if it's just one match. But so far, those 2 games was actually fruitful. That was long games, but they managed to really sweep it onto their favor. Meanwhile, for Tenacity, I've seen 2 of their matches. Although the first match wasn't into their favor, that was a 0-2 by ACT. But so far, Tenacity, on the other hand, has managed to get faster games versus KOG. Meanwhile, onto the patch, I think it favors the faster team game wins the most, which is in this instance is Tenacity. But let's see, because so far on their standings, there will be another point added, as you mentioned, for Valley Thai Esports after that very dominating win against Full Sense.
Currently, both teams that we're about to witness have won one match each, but in comparison, Tenacity has played one extra series. So they're looking to try and even things out and make sure that they're not too far behind. It's of course still very early in the season, so anything can happen, but strong starts lead to much better mid-games, and that's what the meta is all about right now.
Yep. And let's see if the meta will be into their favor as we welcome onto our stage King of Gamers Club onto their main 5 lineup here for Season 1.
This is a team with a lot to prove and is quite a well-known organization. In fact, both of the orgs that are about to be playing here have had a long tenured history in outside titles as well. Now transitioning over to the lands of MLBB, the Kings of Gamers are looking to make a splash, and they've certainly got players to keep an eye on. 33rd especially, as a MSC veteran himself.
Yep. Meanwhile, they will be going up against Tenacity, looking to cement their name here onto the first ever season of MSL. Let's see if they have the grit to take what it takes to really put the name out there. Looking at it with the strongest steady start here for Tenacity. With their first 2 matches, even if it's a 1-1, still a win is a win. Let's see on how will they fare well against KOG.
The question still remains, how well have both these teams adjusted to the brand new patch? We saw Valley Thai do it in spectacular fashion, but which of these 2 coaches will reign supreme as they walk up on stage along with our Marshall? The fist bumps gonna be going all around. Both teams ready for battle, and I'm very excited to see them face off in the Land of Dawn.
And this time for KOG, I know the previous casters have already mentioned this for week number 1, but we see a very familiar import yet again, and it's going to be Kazan onto the jungle. We see some veteran onto the MSC stage as well here for King of Gamers Club. But so far, when it comes to the patch update, of course, will it favor Payan the most? Because so far on to heroes that he's actually used here, it's all on the Irrital and Harry. So I think it will benefit him more in the recent update here for before MSL.
Besides him as well, 33rd, I already pointed it out earlier, is a
Mm-hmm.
long-time veteran of the MLBB scene, participating in MSC 2017. On the opposite side though, Tenacity are no slouches. We already saw a little bit of representation from Laos earlier in KO, but this team also bringing in faces like Water, previously playing for Leon Esports, has a little bit of experience in positions like this, and I'm eager to see how he'll perform with this lineup.
Let's see, because he's up against a Filipino veteran, of course,
สวัสดีค
Kaizen.
รับ ชื่อ
To
ยู
the
โก้นะครับผม
jungle,
เป็น
but let's
เพลเยอ
see
ร์
and watch
ตำแหน่ง
a
โร
bit
เมอ
of
ร์จากทีม
who they
King of
are
Gamer
behind the
Club ครั
camera
บ
before
สวัส
our
ดีครับ
match
ผม
starts.
ซองกินวูตำแหน่ง EP เลนครับ จากทีมเทนาซิตี้ครับ
ฝากถึงเทนาซิตี้นะครับผม เล่นกันให้สนุกครับผม ทีมเราก็จะทำเต็มที่เพื่อแต้มหน้าแน่นอนครับผม
พวกผมเทนาก็จะทำให้เต็มที่เหมือนกันครับ แล้วเราไปเจอกันในเกมเลยนะครับ
I am gonna assume some shots were fired there, because unfortunately I do not understand what was said, but you can feel the aura regardless. Let's have a look at the head-to-head for the two junglers here. Kaizen from KOG, Water from Tenacity. Looks like Water sticking out just a little bit more in terms of overall statistics, but remember, Tenacity has played more games in comparison.
Yep, there will be a significant change if ever. If there's going to be another sweep for the second match, that definitely the numbers will matter the most inside the game later on. If they will be able to translate the patch onto their strengths, and before we head on officially onto the first game of our match number 2, we have to wait for players to get ready officially, and let's see if they will be continuing the stride as they also managed to somehow end the first week with a win. Their common denominator was actually both securing a 2-0 sweep onto Solix, right? But honestly speaking though, this is what matters the most on how will they open up the week number 2. Will they be able to enough or get enough points to actually climb the ranks of ACT and Valley Thai Esports?
That is indeed the question to answer today. Let's see what the talents think about it, starting with the Thai cast, and looks like all of them think it is going to be a clean sweep for the King of Gamers Club.
Okay, so most likely there's a favorite right now brewing up here for our Thai casters. But meanwhile, onto our audience prediction, it's also looking like a KOG game here for our audience prediction. That's a 71% compared to 29% here for Tenacity. Understandably so, because KOG is also a well-known ori on Thailand. But let's see, it's more of the actions here onto our game. But for our predictions, Adapa, it looks like we both agreed that KOG just might secure this series onto a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming for now, but it is a bit hard to say for certain. I think we are no strangers to surprises, and I'm looking to be pleasantly surprised for our second match today. Let's have a look at what the first map is going to be. Expanding Rivers for game number 1.
Okay, faster game clears, faster rotations is what we're gonna expect here for Expanding Rivers. So for KOG, for the first 2 games, they actually haven't played yet onto the Expanding River maps. That's more on the Dangerous Gas and Broken Wall. So this is going to be the first time we will be seeing their adjustments onto the map. Meanwhile, for Tenacity's part, they've already played on the Dangerous Grass and Expanding River, and they both won that one against Solix. But let's see if they will be continuing this stride here as we see them remove the backstra here. Plus, for the side of KOG, direct to the point, no Sora, no Fanny here for Tenacity.
Compared to the first 2 teams today, looks like KUG puts a bit more priority onto the Sora. It is a house played during their game 2 Alex. With the Boxy and the Zeusin taken away, we have to highlight that Tenacity's most successful match against Solix themselves involved them playing the YSS and the Kagura twice in a row. Note this was a gold lane YSS as well, so I'm wondering if they're gonna lean towards that same strat.
Yep, and so far the YSS really fares well into this meta, despite the buffs surrounding the marksman or traditional marksman heroes onto the gold lane. But for the side of KOG, they will be acknowledging on removing that Harley altogether, because we've seen the success of a Harley, especially on Expanding River, and you wouldn't want that early potential snowball hero here onto the hands of Tenacity, and vice versa. No more Cell still here for first game for match number 2. Now KOG actually has the advantage here to just go all in and secure one of their most favorite picks here for 33rd.
Marcel is a very common ban for Tenacity. I think they banned it in 3 out of the 4 games they played, and the fourth one, they played it themselves, which is also unfortunately a loss. So I wonder if after that, they just want to take it out of the pool entirely so they don't have to think about it. Either way, with that locked in, there's quite a few power picks still left open, the Freya and the Harif being the forefront, but are controlled by the existence of the Phoveus still.
I think it's better to just pick off the side lanes here, especially the Freya. We've seen so much potential onto this hero. As long as you just don't give a very hard matchup onto her, I think it would fare well here for KOG. Meal for Tenacity, we've seen the situation. Harit is still open. Suyo, by the way, is also open here for Tenacity. If ever they could go that route, and the Phoveus, the safest of them all, could be a priority pick as well. So the best of both worlds. A safe jungler and a very high contested XP lane Phoveus here for Tenacity.
Phoveus is pretty obvious. It is a direct counter to the Freya and also indirectly denies the Harif away. So that's probably why Tenacity felt like they didn't need to lock in the hero right now and instead prioritized the Suyo due to the reduction in assassins already, since the Fanny and Harley were banned. KOG gonna finish off their first half by locking in the Khalid and the Kimmy.
Okay, so this is a different strategy altogether. We've seen this on to match number 1, wherein the Freya was up against these 2 key heroes for VLTH. Now, the difference is that she wouldn't or he wouldn't have a hard time actually controlling the lane because their mid lane is already strong enough and flashy enough to hold their ground here. Meanwhile, for Tenacity, they need to pick up a fast answer here onto the mid lane if ever, or the gold lane rather. It's going to be a Harit still prioritize here, and with the Phoveus on their hands, there's no way that the Harit would really have that hard of a time because it's favorable for him into this matchup.
It's a smart opening from Tenacity. They specifically went Phoveus and Suyo so that they could go into this, since the Harif is unlikely to be picked up on the opposite side. Now, King of Gamers has thus far put a good amount of priority on the Kimmy pick. They've only played 1 match, but in both games they did have the Kimmy on their side. So this seems to be a comfort style of play for them. And hopefully Tenacity is prepared for that. Currently, their early game is still a bit vulnerable. They need a roamer that is able to handle this Khalid.
And it looks like that Tenacity might just aim for the jungler, even if they manage to roam around perfectly. But if they don't get those banks rolling with objectives, I think Tenacity has the upper hand in here, especially with the Soyo. They're removing fair junglers that could fare well onto Asuyu, and Leomord is one of them. Although the Nolan, the Nolan is still open. And I've seen them use this. Maybe that's the idea for KOG. They could just pick it up and make the most out of it. But XP lane heroes are also needed to be adjusted for, and Alice is still banned out here for match number 2. And it's pretty obvious that this Frey is going to be on the gold lane, so might as well just ban out self-sustaining heroes to add up to that.
And Alice is one of the direct answers the Phoveus in lane as well, so Tenacity wants to make sure that they're able to play around that side of the map. I'm surprised they didn't ban the Uranus on top of that, but I guess they're a little less concerned about that since Freya's already in the gold lane. With the Leomord gone too, Tenacity has removed a lot of the jungle options that KOG could play for, so the Nolan is a possibility at this point. And as for Tenacity, they'll probably want to get their mid laner here.
Yeah, it's looking like the Eve. Oh yeah, the Eve is still open here for the mid lane, so they really didn't have that effect onto the bands of Azetian. KOG on the other hand, yeah, down to the jungle is the one that I'm more concerned of, but I see Kaizen play a very good utility role back here in the Philippines, and looks like it's going to be a Fredrin onto the jungle here. So attack on the utility, they wouldn't have that much of a hard time onto the damage because it's already a Kimi and a Freya. So they need one more setter here for KOG. The XP lane here is the one that will piece this all together. So many options still are open.
Ooh, the Guinevere actually is available. That's kind of surprising. Wouldn't be bad for a KOG, but oh, they go for the Esme instead. First time making its debut, and it's a great game for Esme. There is so much shield on his side.
I remember you actually telling me earlier that Esmeralda a few seasons ago would have been your answer against a Harriet, but for this patch, you're right about her might get a hard time, but the high loss will be the last part of the puzzle here for Tenacity. A very good way to somehow divert all the attention and slow effects here onto KOG, plus manipulating them inside the RWM here for the mid lane is a very beautiful box situation here for Tenacity. I do like the draft composition of Tenacity more for game number 1 compared to KOG.
Yeah, I agree with you actually. We know that Hylos Eve has always been a classic duo, creates a lot of zone control, team fights become very much favored to you, and it's going to be quite effective against a more dive heavy comp like KOG as well, who's playing around multiple front lines. I'm a little bit worried for King of Gamers because most of their late game damage is going to come from the Kimi unless the Freya really pops off. So it's a little easier for Tenacity to execute their draft this game. But complexity is only one factor. The others come down to execution. Which of these teams is better prepared against their opponents here as we jump into the Land of Dawn?
As I mentioned, a very complex draft here for the side of KOG, but let's see on how will they be able to somehow regain enough farm here for their mid laner. As you mentioned, the damage will be coming mostly onto Zed plus featuring Payan if ever they manage to pop off those Valkyrie descents on point. Tenacity on the other hand, I feel like this is more of the old school, but old school is cool, right? And it's more executionable friendly. It's easier to really just go with the objective, just go with the usual combos. Meanwhile, for KOG, I think they just have to straight up be more aggressive in terms of their early game to prevent the numbers rolling here for Tenacity.
It is a bit difficult to be aggressive early though. Only one that can really do anything in the first couple of minutes. So KOG might just have to slow it down. They're not bad at contesting objectives because of how bulky they're going to be, but they don't have a lot of damage threat, which means that Zosnap is gonna take over fights quite easily.
Yep, and the folks around the Eve are very beautiful place, but onto the top lane, Griff being doubled down here by Kaizen.
Oh, here comes Water as well. You're not killing a Fred at this point in the game, but making sure that Harif is okay is important. The turtle's gonna be up in 5 seconds. Neither team has really affected the EXP side. They're actually full committing to the Harif up top, which means Kaizen is now caught out. 1v3, has to use the retreat to escape. Here's the Valkyrie descent as well. Payan in a bit of a tricky place, but Kaizen still. Water makes a mistake! He dashes into the tower, one hit away from killing the Fredrin. First blood goes to the Freya. And that is a big blow to Tenacity.
Definitely an overstay and an overextension for Water there. That he forgot that, wait a minute, there's just too much of a risk revolving a tower on the vicinity here for KOG, but KOG played it well with them just trying to balance things out, and Kaizen surviving that last blow is a huge cherry on top onto their offensive style. Meanwhile, the turtle will be safely secured here for KOG, and surprisingly, even if they mentioned that they have to keep things quiet, they've managed to somehow turn things into their favor because of that mishap from Water.
Unlucky for Water there. A kill onto Kaizen would have been very... But nowadays, small interactions like that do add up. Traction Pulse now going to be used. RJX in a bad spot. RWM to try and defend, but the highlight the first one dives in. It forces the Water. KOG starting to up the momentum.
And they're really good at just trying to prevent team fights inside their real world manipulation. Because KOG get the gist of that 10 just wants to go for clashes inside the square, and KOG got the memo that they really didn't need to be on the radar here for Tenacity. Meanwhile, Tenacity, we do understand that they wanted to like prevent the early death here for Griffith, but I think you objective game is somehow to be noted for. They really need to step their game here, especially with Suyo in their hands, because a utility jungler, all he wants to do is just secure those numbers, just keep the farm flowing here. And looking at the items, he's currently around hundreds of lead here against Tenacity.
He did a good bit by that earlier exchange. Niall is here to provide vision. They're gonna pull people to make sure he doesn't steal that away. With the turtle coming up in 15 seconds, they need to make sure Water is kept up in EXP.
And now we see another potential team fight before the turtle.
Dark Wave, Nice are able to flicker away from Water. One track comes in, isn't gonna hit anyone for now. KOG is down one man though. Tenacity knows this. Songjin moves and Storm flicker. Nice landing in background, and now Turtle jumps in as well. The damage is piling in from KOG. Water secures the turtle, but they're dropping like flies. And gonna fall. Turtle still at the tower for this. They are so low. No, Songjin Woo comes in from the side, forces the flicker from the Esmeralda. Should be able to walk away from that one.
That is so much clash happening in a specific short amount of time. KOG on their hand, I think they committed too much, not knowing that for Tenacity, all they wanted to do is just disrupt the farming capability here for Kaizen and the rest of the gang. Songjin Woo, on the other hand, with very flexy moves with the Dark Wave, mattered the most onto him, locking in and closing the gap and space between them and the members of KOG. On the other hand, though, we haven't seen some rare fruitful advantages here for Tenacity because they haven't really gotten to the point where they've got most kills into a clash. But instead, it's them being turned around into this game, and members of KOG is slowly trying to get the tempo running into their side.
That's it. Paper Tenacity should actually have more damage, but they're not being allowed to use it. Now Songjin Woo has to re-engage. It's a 1v4 situation, but the rest of the team is there. Nice dive from Payan, forces Zosap out of the area, and it's an all-out brawl in the front line. Songjin Woo finishes off Zed with the Dark Wave. They trade for her. Looks like it's gonna be just a 1-to-1.
But still, for KOG, that's already a win, because they managed to somehow shoo away Songjin Woo, and they still got the heavier bit of the gold net worth. That's 1.3k gold lead here. Plus, they've managed to somehow interrupt the rotations here for some of the members of Tenacity. Although that's a 1-for-1 trade, I think for Tenacity, they would have been better off if they tried and contested their positioning when it comes to the turtle respawning. And right on cue, it's going to be Kaizen dancing around the turtle, making sure that Tenacity knows that he is here and he wants to take this down.
Glorious pathway is a little bit too slow. Water not able to get there in time, so KOG will secure the turtle and walk away. For now, they are still in control of the map. 2k gold lead. They are playing a more standard bodyguard style that we saw earlier as well, where most of the damage comes from Zed, and everyone just wants to sustain around him.
Yep.
Ooh, do they want to dive this actually? Here's the traction pulse. They're going in on Harif. Purify already used their full diving. Griffith, and he cannot escape. RJX can only walk away.
For KOG, this is the strength of their lineup. They really didn't need to somehow wait for Zed to pop up Destruction Pulse. If it hits, then it's better. If it doesn't, they just go for the Bruce type of dive here onto Tenacity. Tenacity, on the other hand, is more reliant onto what Song Jin-woo can jump for or who he can jump onto members of KOG. But without that, I feel like they're just really taking their times. Are they taking the time here for game number 1? And as much as we love to see more extended team fights, it looks like KOG knows that when it comes to extended team fight, that might be somehow of a downfall onto their composition. Now, they're slowly rotating towards the top, and we're seeing kind of an aggression here. Even the Glorious Pathway has been forced out of RJX here, and Kaizen just roaming around here. There's no one to stop the madness here for KOG.
I think 33rd is also a big problem for the side of Tenacity right now. They don't really have good heroes or melting away this Esmeralda, and every second they spent trying is more time bought for KOG to sustain and allow Zed and Payan to do their thing. The goal lead is still fairly manageable, but 3k is still difficult for Tenacity to overcome. Especially since Water went for the Sky Piercer too. The Suyo hasn't had much impact.
Yep, I've seen a Sky Piercer first build actually here in MPL Philippines, but that is if you manage to get early snowballs. But in this case, it's already nearing the 10-minute mark. I think it's not really that safe at an option, but now the win is safe.
Song Jin-woo in the back line trying to 1v3 will force the Kimmy away. The fight is completely split. 33rd is on top of the Suyo. Who's gonna get the turtle? It's Kaizen. He's on top of it, and Payan on top of Zosnap finishing off the Eve. It's absolute chaos. Payan now cutting off the flank from the other side of the funnel. RJX gonna be the first one down. Killing spree from Kaizen. Song Jin-woo trying to buy as much time as possible, trying to trade for one more, but nope, he will fall.
A great composition, but the execution isn't really that perfected yet here for Tenacity. And even Griffith is having a hard time. We've mentioned quite a hefty adjustment on the Harriet, but it's still not reflecting onto this game. Instead, it's a KOG game all over. 3k gold lead was manageable, but now nearing the 6k gold lead, I think this is somehow of a great wake-up call onto Tenacity on what's going on onto their draft. They have the perfect opportunity to just box out heroes here against KOG, but that isn't happening because it's always Nile and 33rd really ruining the situation here and formation for Tenacity. Lord onto the bottom side. Macro side of things are well taken care of here by KOG. Traction pulse.
Wow. That was a big traction pulse. The damage, literally half of Zosnap's HP in a study. And the Lord hasn't even collided in yet. It's still 11 minutes, so the holy defenses are still standing. Tenacity should be able to keep all of their towers alive even with this one, but the timing for them is closing.
Yep, and now we see them kind of struggle onto targeting heroes here for KOG. But to be fair, they do have that kind of crowd control if Song Jin-woo manages to somehow close the gap and space between them against KOG. But the problem is that he isn't really finding that right angles right, because it's always Nile and 33rd onto the front, and they are left with no choice but to just counter react to what KOG is doing instead of them setting the whole play. And now we see them kind of falling down hard because we haven't seen a great real world manipulation catch onto Zosnap. Plus, you mentioned there's just not that really enough of a natural counter onto 33rd, and this is the kind of veterancy that we're expecting on a player with such a great background before starting here in MSL.
Yeah, exactly. Tenacity really feeling the pressure of the situation here. There is no tool for them to be able to effectively handle the Esme and Khalid at the same time. And they need to commit multiple resources to try and catch Zed, but in doing so, leave people like Griffith and Snap completely vulnerable. There is just no winning here. Tenacity needs to find a perfect engagement, otherwise KOG will just trample with gold lead alone. I think they can get this Lord for free. There's no way for Tenacity to walk up.
Okay, they have this window. Let's see if they will take it, but no! It closes in!
The counter attack right here. Glorious Pathway used, but Water not able to use it. He's trying to dash out, but Payan cashes down. Killing spree for the Freya. They're trying to make sure no one can escape. The rest of Tenacity will walk away. Meanwhile, Griffith is actually pushing down bottom, so they're getting something.
Okay, that's just somehow of a chip change in terms of what KOG had because of the Lord, the takedown onto Water, and now they're slowly closing in onto the base of Tenacity. And there's Nile and Kazin with the concealed play onto the door.
They're just committing right there. The Lord crashes in. The inhibitor is down. Tenacity cannot get close enough. Traction pulls in Arjex. Glorious Pathway used just to heal back up. Lord still healthy. The rest of KOG still in a great spot. Arjex dropping low. Gonna be the first one down. Zed doing good damage. Song Jinwoo trying to buy time, but he's 1v5 basically. The rest of his team is clearing the minion wave. He will sacrifice his life to get sure the wave is gone, but another one's coming in. Griff is gonna dash forward with the Zaman Force, doing good enough damage to clear things out, and Water will actually find the shutdown on Kazin. It's now a 4v3 situation. KOG still trying to push it, but they run out of minions. Valkyrie Descent once again, but not able to chase. I don't know if they have enough minions to keep this going, but they're gonna try anyway. Payan goes in, mega kill. No, they found it. It's the double. They melt through the defenses of Tenacity. And the King of Gamers will secure Game 1.
What a way to force out a game win by showcasing an extended team fight, taking the risk. And the risk isn't to the favor of KOG with a Game 1 win. I was actually quite scared onto that last clash, Sadafa. That was too risky without the minion wave. But with them just believing that they already have enough arsenals, they already have enough item and damages, they knew that they just need to really focus on annihilating remaining members, and that was it. A fairly early game in my opinion so far here on MSL, and them getting the Lord just amplified things, cementing that they really are on the lead. We've seen some glimpse of what a maneuver can Griffith do and Water can do, but I think they pop up a little bit too late. Already established 10k gold lead, and so far the whole game was still a KOG dominant game win.
I gotta give him props there. It is very risky to try to end the game there, especially after they lost Kazin. I thought that maybe they'd back off and wait for the next opportunity, since they're already so far ahead anyway. Better to play it safe. Because if they lost that fight there, the entire game would break wide open. It becomes 50-50. We've seen that happen a lot in the meta nowadays. The KOG were like, nope, we can do this. We're going to do it. And they did.
You know, for Tenacity, I feel like they were too scared. They've got the right kits, but not really the right hearts to push through. But with the right heart, pushing through, our game MVP is going to be Payan with his Freya. 616 on this KDA and a 92% KP all throughout game number 1. A very deadly Freya in my opinion. We mentioned that there's going to be a kind of a struggle on where the physical damage will be coming from, but Payan was the key, ensuring those kills, ensuring those numbers rolling here for King of Gamers Club.
There's a reason why even after all the other fighter golds were zoned out, Freya still remains prevalent. And the recent War Axe changes as well benefit this hero a lot. The change from Spell Vamp to Hybrid Lifesteal means that all of her auto attacks also contribute to healing and gives her a lot more staying power, especially against a team like this that's dependent on Harif and Eve to DPS. They're not really able to deal with the dive potential of a Freya, and because of that, Payan can just keep going, can just dive in without any worries of being picked off.
Yep, there's no one to really shred off the defense here for Payan. Not to mention that there's also 33rd with the perfect setup of the Falling Star Moon. And as we've observed, Payan just goes out of his way to take a U-turn, target the front runners first, the mid duo, and then we see them kind of struggle because the power of Payan is when he gets enough space closed off. And all throughout the round, we've seen him not struggle because he's already got most of the damages with his items. A Rose Gold Meteor, the last bit of an item that he needed to just survive and give damages enough to end the game. And this is the very crucial team fight of to actually ending the game number one. But still, for KOG, what a game one win against Tenacity.
It was very systematically done. 13 kills to 3. Ended the game in 14 minutes, knowing that they gotta take advantage of it and not allow for Tenacity to scale, especially with that Harif around. We've already pointed out how strong he can be. Payan farmed like a madman this game. Full build already.
Yep.
I believe it was Golden Staff first item as well. I'm not too sure if that is how Freya is meant to be built these days, but it is interesting and works very well along with that War Axe to keep him in the fight.
Mm-hmm. Paying it off with the build progression here for the Freya. But so far, especially onto the fights on the jungle, I feel like Tenacity just didn't have that enough grit to really go on to the team fights against Kaizen. They could have managed to somehow steal off some objectives buffs onto Kaizen if they tried to because of water, but it's not really playing it to their favor because they were too scared to try and initiate fights. Maybe it's also the lack of system here for Tenacity that's really somehow of a breakthrough here for KOG. Now for our big four titles, going to be both the Richman and the carry here going on to Payan. You've mentioned he was just a wild man here. It was a survival to fittest as he was the fittest of them all here onto game number one. And a very nice wingman backing it up is Nile with the Khalid. This is what we were trying to partner up with the Freya from the first match, but now it reflected on how capable a Freya is once he is partnered up with someone that could hold back other members just so he could show his true colors in terms of clashes.
Khalid is a very high priority roamer these days because he's just able to provide so much map vision, open things up, while also poking and sustaining all by himself. That's why we're seeing so much success with the hero. When you combine that with the fact that KOG had lane priority in most of the lanes they were playing, it's very difficult for Tenacity to push out. The one time they tried to do so was at the very beginning to get that kill on Kaizen, and the fact that he survived on 1 HP and Water got punished for dashing into the tower probably affected them really badly. I think after that, they just couldn't quite regroup themselves.
Yeah, it's all about bouncing back after slight hiccups. But along the way, KOG really find their right momentum compared to their first game, to the first week of MSL. This is quite early for them because the average is around 18 minutes, rounding of the 22-minute game time and the 18-minute game time. So there there is a lot of adjustment that has been made in the past few days before we started off, and it's really reflecting onto the solo decision makings in terms of clashes as well here for King of Gamers, and especially onto the execution. We've mentioned that I like Tenacity's draft better, but for KOG, they managed to make their draft better because they executed it better inside the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I did think that Tenacity had the better draft on paper. There's a lot they can do with it. Their damage in the mid game is very high. Their
Yeah.
teamfight control can punish heroes like Fredrin quite well, but a lot of it also hinged on whether Water was able to get off the ground and be kind of a hit and run nuisance. Without him, these fights become a lot more difficult since Freya can just dive the backline, and without your RWM, you don't have a very strong team fight.
Yeah, I feel like the mid lane crumbled down a little bit too early here for Tenacity because they really didn't hold their ground long enough for Waters to really just roam around the map. Instead of them hunting down member after member here for King of Gamers, they became the prey here for game number 1. But there is still adjustments to be made and a possible game 3 if ever. But as you've mentioned, onto the predictions, we predicted that KOG might just have the upper hand because of the stats, even if just first match for week number 1. But still, here for Tenacity, even though the favor is not onto them, onto the prediction, they could still manage to somehow get a Hail Mary moment if ever. Slight adjustments onto the gameplay. The draft is already good enough. So they just need to add another punch of proudness or strength or confidence into it.
Yeah, I think we need to see whether Tenacity is capable of making adaptations in their gameplay itself, because once the first couple tries didn't work, they started becoming a bit more passive, and later on, when the aggression from KOG really kicked in, there wasn't anything they could do anymore. So they shouldn't allow the game to go into that state. They shouldn't allow it to go out of hand like that. And I don't think it's a draft issue. Outside of that Esmeralda, they kind of set themselves up for that. Harif, Eve, and Phobius is just a perfect Esmeralda game. So that one is props over the KOG. But otherwise, Tenacity needs to improve on their decision making a bit.
You're right. Because their draft wasn't meant to be played passively, right? It means to be very active.
Yes.
You have to enable the Harriet, you have to enable Waters, and you're right on mentioning that it fell off after the takedown onto Waters onto the top lane. So it's all about adjusting their mindset as well before we head on onto game number 2. Did they have enough of a break to actually reach a unison of let's see what we can do, let's see what we can adjust on the fly here, and a broken walls for game number 2. And onto the side, it looks like it's KOG on the blue side still, and Tenacity onto the red side. Same sides, and onto the bands, it's going to be the same ban here for Coach Justin.
Same sides. Broken walls does mean heroes like Baxia gain priority, which is why Tenacity along with the Zeus Sin. The bans are still the same as they were in the last game. Let's see if they'll keep that going, because Tenacity does need to be afraid of the Freya now.
Interesting though. We see yet that the Harriet will be left out in the open because KOG understood that whatever happens, we could just pick off the Freya right on the butt. And Tenacity, would they risk getting the same draft yet again despite all that happened for game number 1? Because it's still a very pretty draft, of course.
Well, it is going to be the Freya first. Phobius is still a good answer for this, so I don't mind Tenacity going for it again. But they might need to adjust the rest. Looks like they will still stick with the Suyo. Now there is a question. If King of Gamers picks Esmeralda here to counter the Phobius, we can bet that Tenacity isn't going Eve Harif anymore, which means that it doesn't quite work. If KOG doesn't pick the Esmeralda, then those options remain open for Tenacity, and they can ban the Esme in the second phase.
Oh, that's a very good scenario and how you pointed it out. But it's up to KOG if they're willing to let go of that. Khalid and Akimi on the mid lane, Tenacity. Will they take the bait? Will they go for the somehow same straight advantage onto the draft? Let's see. Because the Esmeralda is still open here for KOG. They're just waiting here on to what their final call will be. Eve is also open, by the way, here for Zosnap if they ever want to go for that route again, or somehow change things up here for game number 2.
I think you don't go mid lane here. I think it's actually fine to pick Harif again. Oh no, there goes... you know what? Zetian's okay. Zetian is okay, since she does have the passive that can help deal with Freya, but what I would have preferred is Tenacity to go Harif here, since they already have the Phobias. Force
Yep.
KOG to maybe ban out some mid laners, and then they can later pull out something like the Lilia to handle like hard frontline comps.
But interesting take here for Tenacity. I was expecting a mid lane here, but not really the Zetian, because even with the passive, it could easily just poked off here by just a Khalid getting close to her, right? With a Celestial Arm, and that's it. And now for KOG, there will be attacking Shredder heroes here that could potentially be a threat onto their lineup. Carry has been removed. Leomord, on the other hand, here has been removed by Tenacity. So now we see them just trying to remove the aspect of them being too predictable into the draft. But we've mentioned that it's not really the draft that it's in problem for game one. It's all about their decision making inside the game. But let's see, maybe they will be more confident onto their play if they get their comfort heroes. But I feel like they need to change something. They need to somehow acknowledge the Esmeralda. Oh, okay. Now they acknowledge. Okay, thank you, Tenacity.
So at this point, I think KOG just bans the Harif, right? The only reason you'd ban the Esme now is if you intend to play the Harif still. And if you just take it out, then Esme is a bit of a wasted ban. I think that Tenacity is trying to set it up so that KOG will go into the Fredrin again, because Zetian actually doesn't do too badly against him. But I don't know if KOG will play the same style. They do ban the Hilda, so there's a higher chance of them going a typical assassin jungler.
Maybe that's an angle that we're going to look at. By the way, onto a broken walls, I think KOG will still benefit with the Khalid and Kimi altogether. Just easy access onto the backdoor plays here onto Tenacity. And meanwhile, for Tenacity, we mentioned that I feel like their draft right now, the vibes itself is kind of scattered around the fact that they also banned out the Esmeralda. You mentioned the Harit is still on the front. Still the same high loss here for their Rome. So now KOG, they could just rinse and repeat their strategy.
I think KOG shouldn't play Fredrin here. They've already banned the Hilda, so they have a good setup for like an assassin. And then you need your EXP. Oh no, they still go Fredrin. Alright,
Yep,
well, if they're
rinse,
confident,
repeat.
then why not?
I'm kind of surprised that my predictions are actually working. Because I myself wouldn't do that, but I'm just trying to read the room. Kind of surprised with the Fredrin, even though it worked. So maybe that's the thing. If they work, it works. But change it up a little. It's going to be Tarisla here for the XP lane KOG.
It's interesting. I did think that they would need some kind of backline dive EXP lane, but Tarisla was not what I was thinking, and Tenacity is pulling out the CC, going back to the older meta of fighter versus fighter gold lane, to try and make sure that lane prio doesn't go so easily to the king of gamers.
If I could just speak in Tagalog right now, there are so many things I want to say with this CC, but I'll leave it up to you, Sadava. But most likely, there's a reason why the CC has fallen out of the wagon from the very powerful gold lane fighters, right? And one of those is the certain adjustments on the Freya, and plus the capability of it handling the war axe. So let's see on how will Griff adjust to that, because with a CC you need to be active as ever, and I didn't see him being as active as aggressive with the Harriet, not unless it was a very crucial fight. And now we're heading on to the second game of our match number 2. Let's see if it's going to be another sweep here, or will Tenacity finally get their first game win here for today's matchup as we move on forward here onto our battlefield.
Let's see. It is an interesting game too, since both teams are playing a good chunk of the same lineup from before, but with some minute differences. I will personally say I don't like Tenacity's draft quite as much this time around compared to before, because I think that CC scaling is just not what it used to be, but War Axe's buff does kind of work with her a little bit, so I guess we'll bear witness to what that means.
I will just be honest. I really don't like the CC matchup here onto the Freya. I'll be the villain, don't worry. But anyway, for KOG, on the other hand, yes, it comes to a surprise. They still stick to the utility jungler, but for me, it favors them the most because they've able to secure global gold farm. Plus, it also gives them an advantage when it comes to close proximity team fights, especially now that Griff has locked in the CC, and you need to really be as close as you can get to KOG to really maximize the yo-yos and the rings or the curtain call here for Tenacity. And now we see them try and attempt to set the tempo here on the mid lane, but for KOG, they could just easily back away, take their time. Water isn't taking their time here. Whoa.
That was close. Good flicker from Nile to make sure it doesn't go down there. We already pointed out how in the last game, a lot of Tenacity's woes came from Water's first initial failed gank. If they can get the Suyo off the ground early, it'll be a very different result from before. So they want to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't farm too well.
They need to make Water solid as fast as possible for your Tenacity. Because Water right now is very fluid inside the map. And looks like 33rd with a great opening.
From 33rd. Nice engagement. Nile comes in from behind, does some good damage to Water. Payan now joining the fight. Fury of the Phoenix gonna drop down. Snap steals the turtle with the Fury of the Phoenix. And now KOG gonna need to back it off. No casualties here.
Okay, that's a very great opening here for Snap. Securing the turtle with the Fury of the Phoenix. What a way to engage and actually try and negate the first blood against them here for KOG. Plus, I do like that there isn't any overextensions onto the fourth tier for Water and Song Jinwoo, even if 33rd forces his way in with a flicker penalty zone. No first bloods yet, but Tenacity is looking good from starting it off here with the turtle still against KOG.
They have slightly better lane priority this time around, which means it's a little harder for KOG to rotate around and affect the lanes, and that'll keep the game state a lot more even for the early game.
And now for Tenacity, it's all about them taking the upper hand, and Nile just totally trying to pop up those passive here for Snap. So if ever they decide to go all in, Snap will be an easier target to jump into onto the back lanes of Tenacity. Now, less than a minute, a turtle will spawn onto the bottom side, and for Tenacity, they want to ensure kill first. It feels like they want to really go for a very good 3-turtle fight here, and Water needs to be really careful of who to target and where to hide before he commits fully onto the members of KOG, because it's going to be very crucial on where he will be going. And now, looking at our items right now, it looks like the Angle of the War Axe is still on the vicinity here for the CC, and a first build Golden Staff here for Payan.
Sticking to the same build as before. Tenacity going to have control of the turtle first, but it's still a bit messy. RJ's gonna reveal himself, take a bit of poke from 33rd. Water at the tri-brush has a small level lead over Kazin. So Tenacity has a bit of an advantage over this turtle. Both teams sizing each other up right now. Glorious Pathway comes out, slows down 33rd. Phoveus engages, Nile dashes onto Water in the back line. Fury of the Phoenix only does some damage, but Water will pick up first blood. Nile too far away from the rest of his team, and they cannot back him up. One man down, they will give up the turtle.
And this time, it's going to be worth it onto Tenacity. What a way to defend and zone out members of KOG. A perfect way of ensuring that no one could bypass is just going for the glorious pathway and then appear the Phoenix. Bottom lane, kind of an aggression here for Water is Song Jin-woo, but now we see him holding back. He doesn't do extra unnecessary movements, but jump from the back. Whoop!
Yep, Niall trying to go on Zo Snap, but the Traction Pulse misses. It was consumed by RJX, so now Niall's the one in a tough spot. Has to flicker away. Should be able to retrieve.
Okay, that is quite a full window that Zed found, but sadly though, damage isn't still enough here for KOG. A potential gank again here might happen onto the top lane jungle as Nile and Zed will hold over onto RJX. So in order.
For now, it's definitely a better start for Tenacity. The net worth difference is still 0 though, so either side can still come online. Water has 1 kill, but I think it happened before he finished his Sky Piercer, so he still doesn't have any stacks there. And I think both teams are just gonna slow it down and play for the neutrals.
It is a slow game for now because almost 7 minutes into the game, a 0-1 onto our kill scores with Dafa. It looks like for KOG, they were kinda like caught off guard onto how Tenacity is playing this game. Not so passive, but not too active. But when it comes to that dive,
penalty zone under the tower, trying to keep them in place. Water at half HP. Kaizen's here as well. Tenacity is just gonna walk away from this one.
okay, that's kind of a shock that Tenacity didn't go all the way because they've managed to somehow corner someone
Niall's
here.
in the back line.
Raging
Raging
Sandstorm.
Sandstorm connects on Zo Snap. Raven gonna jump in. Zo Snap's the first one down. And
Oh,
now
no.
Song Jin-woo gonna be next target. Kaizen already drops low. He has to get out. Flicker from the Phobius as well. They really want the kill on him. They'll flicker forward. Payan trying to find him. And they will. Song Jin-woo will fall. Griffith gonna trade for the mid-tier 1 in the meantime.
It looks like KOG got the very perfect angle there, eliminating Zo Snap and Song Jin-woo, but onto the
Another
clutch.
period of Phoenix. Glorious Pathway comes out. Who's gonna get the turtle? It's Kaizen. He secures him, but Griffith gonna pick off the Brethren in the backline. Now flickers back out, but right into the loving embrace of both Turtle and Nile. He has enough HP to get away. RJX also gonna be able to walk out. Zed has to flicker away from the Zetian.
Okay, just when you thought that KOG finally got the very nice groove there by eliminating Zo Snap and Song Jin-woo, they forgot that the death timers are still enough for him to actually pop up the Sphere of the Phoenix. Plus, not to mention, even if they got the turtle, the C-Seer Griff managed to tore down Kaizen. So the base that they're trying to build around Kaizen is slowly crumbling down as Tenacity slowly makes their way up. And also, I saw Water just trying to invade those jungle buffs as fast as he can. He's trying to and create a scarcity of resources here for KOG and checking onto those items. Now we see Water finally getting an advantage versus onto the utility jungler here onto KOG. 800 gold lead here for Tenacity and things are quite looking good. All their turrets are still intact here for game number 2.
I noticed from the items that KOG is building very specifically against damage. They have 2 antique cuirasses and a dreadnought on 3 of their heroes. So they are not really prioritizing defending against the Zetian and instead focusing on everyone else. It makes sense since most of the damage will come from Water and Griffith, but that don't bite them in the butt.
And now they're trying to somehow relieve some of the pressure onto the top lane, but Griff has the same idea, finding a work axe here for Water. And you mentioned that there are 2 tunnel vision onto their item progressions here for KOG, and I think they do need to acknowledge that one. But before that, of course, is them going for the risky plays, a high risk, high reward. If ever they manage to seal off the position around the Lord, as RJX and Zo Snap will slowly make their way here onto the mid lane.
Next Lord is up. Both teams are going to be a little hesitant to go for it. Tenacity currently has a 1k gold lead, which is not a lot at the 10-minute mark. the fights have been very scattered as well. It really comes down to who is able to pick off the enemy cores first, and so information is the main resource here.
And with the information that they've got, that Kaizen is still in the vicinity, it looks like Tenacity will be willing to reset the Lord. And onto the mid lane, there's a chase. 33rd was spotted. Back to the Lord dance again here for Tenacity and KOG.
33rd will survive, but no more flicker penalty zone for this fight. Nile gonna take a bunch of damage there from Zo Snap. Traction Pulse pulls in Song Jin Woo. Revitalize gonna top him back up. Griffith doing a good job of zoning. Kaizen already down to 20% HP. That's the jungler. Penalty zone now gonna be used, but the damage is not quite there because Zed doesn't have enough. Fury gets wiped away. Double kill for Water, and they're colliding. Raging Sandstorm on top of tree, but the damage is all gone. They don't have enough. It's a triple kill for Water. A maniac for the Suyo. Tenacity steamrolls the competition.
It looks like game 1 was all erased onto the minds of Water here. He said, what game 1? This is their start. This is the game that we're talking about, especially with the Suyu onto his hands. A very solid play here, even if it's a Water. And now a very nutritious kill as well. Ensuring a Maniac, ensuring a Lord, plus he managed to somehow control the macro side of the map as well. Now for KOG, now we see a bit of a struggle. They try to repeat the kind of same of transition here with Kaizen holding a Fredrian, but the damage just isn't there yet to really let Zed and Payan make their way and go for the free hits. Tenacity, on the other hand, what a great way for them to kind of try and extend the game, put a stop onto the madness of KOG, pop up the Sphere of the Phoenix, and the risk is all worth it as they make their way through the base here, and the Lord onto their hands, marching its way onto the top lane of KOG.
Tenacity is definitely in the driver's seat now. That was an important fight. 4 kills into Water is half of the max Skypiercer stacks.
Yep.
Spirit the Phoenix doing good damage once again. Penalty zone outside the tower. Traction Pulse is good actually. The damage from KOG is starting to add up. There is a monster currently, and he's picked up the monster kill, going for 33rd now. Make that a double for the Suyo. They need to stop this man, but they're too busy spending resources defending the base. Tenacity, one step away from victory.
And now we see KOG really struggling. Tenacity has this kind of a chokehold onto them because of the well-formed Water. A very great placement of the curtain call here for Gift, and another attempt to actually finish this round.
The glorious pathway will just cut off Kaizen. Slowly but surely, Tenacity is systematically removing structures. The next Lord will be their best chance, which means that if KOG wants to turn this around, they need to find an advantage before that timing.
And with the timing, of course, is a very crucial understanding on who to target first for KOG. They've got the kits, but the problem is that they just don't have enough of a burst damage potential enough yet. We're kind of missing out on the opportunity for Zed to go for the free hits because he's continuously being hunted down and displaced here by Tenacity. Tenacity, on the other hand, I do like that Water is more proactive onto trying to farm up as much as he can. A 7-0-1 onto his Suyu play and a well-stacked Sky Piercer. Now we see and appreciate the prio here onto the Suyu and Song Jin Woo's Povius, because we really see the potential for Tenacity stuff. They just needed to really adjust their playstyle.
Oh, glorious pathway once again onto Nile. He's just gone. Legendary streak for the Suyo. He's gonna be close to max Skypiercer stacks now, which means it's nearly impossible to handle him, especially with how slow KOG's damage is. But they'll try. Traction Pulse catches Water. Man, penalty zone. Water's trying to get up, and he gets the finish. The execute. He was so close to death, but he gets the double. He gets the triple. Skypiercer too strong. Now it's only Payan left. 1v5. There is nothing he can do. A second Maniac in the same game for the Suyo. Tenacity will bring us to a game 3.
What a way to really showcase their skills. They are here to stay and they are here to take the W onto the game number 2. A double maniac, an adjustment onto their play, a very aggressive move here for Tenacity, finally getting their hard-earned point here onto our second match of the day. Securing a game 3 for the second match and also showcasing their strengths here to the previous game. Now, looking back on our match highlights all throughout the round, we could definitely say that it was a Tenacity all in all, inside and outside the game. Inside, we see them kind of struggle on the first game, but for the second game, what matters was Water really redirected his mindset onto ensuring kills plus survivability, and he wasn't even taken down even once all throughout game number 2, right? That was a 12:01 or 11:01 KDA for a Suyu game here for Tenacity.
And that's what I was talking about. Suyo is a very 50-50 hero. He needs to have a strong enough start to make sure that he's able to remain relevant, and that is what happened this time around compared to game 1. Which means that he will be our MVP this time. 100% kill participation, 12 kills, no deaths, and a 900 GPM, among the highest I've seen.
And that is what we're talking about. With him having to be or needing to be activated ensured a sweet victory, 100% success and 100% kill participation here for Water Suyu. And we mentioned that for a Sky Piercer to really be fruitful for Suyu, you need to kill, you need to add numbers. And all throughout the round, we were able to see them pop off those great timings of Zoe Snap's ultimate as well. And I think that's kind of a game changer when it comes to setting up the phase and the early objectives. First was them stealing of the turtle. Second was ensuring Water will have enough vantage points to go for the last hits. Plus the appreciation onto Gref's curtain calls as well, onto letting him soak up most of the damages alongside Song Jin-woo, and then Arjex just slowing out enemy on the way out of those kinds of clashes, and a double maniac in a single game. This is that kind of super league that we're talking about and anticipating before this week number 2 started.
I said during the draft that they probably shouldn't pick Fredrin this game, and I stand very corrected here, or at least proven in this case, because Kaizen just can't do anything this time around. The Zetian is a very good counter towards him, and going Fredrin means that Tenacity already knows they're going to be playing the same way. They are 100% going to shift the way they approach this Suyo, and King of Gamers is just expecting them not to. I feel like it was a big mistake when they had to set up to go for an assassin instead, and it would help them out massively against this team comp.
Yep, and now for Tenacity, taking advantage of the momentum, could continue to get the game number 3. But before that, let's break it down onto the post-game stats and item builds as well here for game number 2. And we do notice that Payan still went for the first item golden stuff here, despite the hardships on the first phase of the game. But we've mentioned that it isn't enough for him and Zed to go along for the firepower. We needed to see an adjustment onto Kaizen because you already have 2 tanky enough heroes, and you would want additional reacher onto the back lanes here for Tenacity. Yes, you have 33rd. He was able to pop up beautiful flicker penalty zones, but after that, what's next, right? Though, so the escape wasn't there for him. He was an easy kill here for Tenacity. Meanwhile, for Kaizen, what he can do at most is taunt members of Tenacity, but he can taunt if he is in the range. But after that, he's so vulnerable, he can do nothing but just soak up damage, not giving enough forward here for Tenacity. And that is where they differ here for Water. Water just did a great job turning the 50-50 Suyu onto 100% Suyu here, being the rich man And on to the big four titles is the carry Snap with the Zetyan, popping off beautiful Figure the Phoenix and Phoenix Strikes, and Arjax as well here. Have to acknowledge the best wingman for game number 2.
Unfortunately, KOG didn't understand the reasons why they were able to win game 1. Kimi and Freya are strong heroes, but generally do damage slowly. The reason they were able to do so in the previous game is because Esmeralda was the first pick, and Tenacity couldn't break through it. They don't have that same resource this game, and heroes like Fredrin and Terisla actually get countered quite heavily by the Zetyan. That's why I felt like we need an assassin. We need burst damage. You cannot rely on the DPS over time that Kimi provides this time around. And hopefully they will learn for that, because they will have one more chance to close out this series.
Maybe because Tenacity already learned their lesson the hard way, right? After game number 1. Meanwhile, I do agree with you with them adjusting onto the picks. An assassin would have been a better fit here for Kaizen. Knowing that after the penalty zone, after the jumps here for the Khalid, is that's it. That's the end of the combos, right? And Zetyan could easily just waste those resources out of KOG. Now, for game number 3, I'm expecting to see a fresh set of Jaff here for KOG, because as you've mentioned, they're like an open book after game number 1, and Tenacity read through and through, knows the plot twist, knows when the climax is, and they prevented that from happening here for game number 2. And for game 3, it's anybody's ball game. An all-one, but still only one can receive a point after this match ends for MSL.
Up until now, KOG has been largely playing this style of game. They've picked Kimi in literally every game they've played so far, and almost every game they have played a tank jungle as well. So I need to see some variation. I need to see if they can do something different instead. Maybe it's time to veer away from the Freya or prioritize something else first. I'm really surprised heroes like the Guinevere are being ignored entirely. She's still very, very strong currently. And yeah, I just want to see something different, basically, because we saw nearly the exact same
ตอนนี้เนี่ย
drafts.
เราเสมอกันอยู่ที่1-1แล้วนะคะช่วงนี้ก็ขออนุญาตนะคะมาเบรกความดุเดือดกันลงสักเล็กน้อยดีกว่านะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยเราจะมีสัมภาษณ์นะคะสำหรับคนที่มาชมด้วยมาเชียร์ด้วยเนาะอ่ะฝั่งนี้ก่อนบ้างเลยดีกว่านะคะเพราะว่าเรามาถึงคนแรกนะคะเราต้องสัมภาษณ์ก่อนนะนะคะอ่ะเนี่ยพูดใหม่อ่ะไหนลองซิเทสไหนลองเทส
ครับ
เสียงหล่อเราต้องมั่นใจนะคะก็วันนี้นะคะลูกปัดก็อยู่กับผู้ชมนะคะแล้วก็คนที่มาเชียร์นะคะทั้ง2ทีมนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยเราอยู่กันที่ Lido Connect นั่นเองนะคะช่วยแนะนำตัวนิดนึงนะคะว่าวันนี้ชื่ออะไรแล้วก็มาเชียร์ทีมไหนครับ
ชื่อโบ๊ทครับมาเชียร์เป็นฝั่งของ KOG ครับกับ ACT ครับ
นะคะเชียร์2ทีมเลยเนาะวันนี้นะคะก็เดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยสำหรับทีมนี้ก่อนนะคะเรามีเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในทีม
โกเลนครับ
ชื่ออะไรคะครับนะคะทำไมถึงชอบเขาเป็นพิเศษคะนี่บอกได้ไหม
ดูไลฟ์เมื่อสัปดาห์ที่แล้วชอบสไตล์การเล่นครับ
นี่นะคะวันนี้ก็เลยมาดูของจริงเลยใช่ไหมนะคะอ่ะแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยเรามาเชียร์ถึงที่นี่แล้วอยากจะรู้ว่าเราเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยเราเล่นอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมโมบายมีเนาะนะคะเราอยู่แรงอะไรล่ะคะตัวเราเอง
ตอนนี้อยู่มหาเทพสงคราม63ดาว
โอ้โหมหาเทพเลยเหรอแล้วเราเมนเลนไหนเป็นพิเศษไหม
เป็นโกเลนครับ
โกเลนชอบเล่นตัวไหน
ชอบเป็นมอดโคฟครับ
มอดโคฟนะคะมอดโคฟโกเลนถือว่าเป็นตัวในตำนานเลยนะนะคะตอนนี้ยังได้อยู่ไหมมอดโคฟ
ได้ครับได้
ตอนนี้เราถือว่าเราเก็บเม็ดด้วยไหมตอนนี้
ไม่ครับ
ไม่เก็บหรอนึกว่าแบบเดี๋ยวซีซั่นหน้าเดี๋ยวผมเก็บเม็ดแล้วขึ้นท็อปโลกเลยไม่เอาหรอยังนะ
ยังครับ
โอเคไม่เป็นไรนะคะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตถามทางนี้บ้างดีกว่านะคะสวัสดีค่ะชื่ออะไรคะแล้วก็มาเชียร์ทีมไหนเอ่ย
ครับผมชื่อเอนะครับชื่อในเกมปรากาวันนี้ก็มาเชียร์เฮนาซิตี้ครับ
นะคะเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในทีม
เชียร์กัปตันวอเตอร์อยู่แล้วครับ
เชียร์ไอ้น้ำใช่ไหม
เชียร์ไอ้น้
ำแล้วเมื่อกี้นี้เป็นไงคะ1โหลพอใจไหมคะ
พอใจมากเลยครับ
หรือว่าได้อีกไหม
ถ้าได้อีกกว่านี้ก็ดีครับ
นะคะโอ้โหถือว่า เล่นได้ประทับใจมากๆเลยนะคะค่าไปเยอะเลยเนาะเมื่อกี้นี้อ่ะอยากทราบว่าและตัวเราเองล่ะคะอยู่แรงอะไรแล้วตอนนี้
ตอนนี้จะเป็น 185 ดาวครับ
โอ้180โอ้โหแต่ละคนแรงสูงๆทั้งนั้นเลยเมนเล่นไหนคะ
ผมเล่น EXP ครับ
EXP ชอบ
ชอบเล่นอาร์ลอด
โอ้อาร์ลอดนะคะเก็บเม็ดด้วยไหมคะตอนนี้
ไม่ได้เก็บครับเล่นแรงชิวๆปกติ
ชิวๆปกตินะคะก็เดี๋ยวให้ทั้งสองคนเนี่ยอยากจะให้แบบเปิดวาร์ปนิดนึงเอางี้เดี๋ยวเราเนี่ยจะให้แบบหันข้างๆก่อนหันข้างๆแล้วเดี๋ยวพอเปิดวาร์ปปุ๊บ3 2 1แล้วเดี๋ยวเราชูพร้อมกันเลยโอเคเปล่าโอเคนะเปิดวาร์ปนะมาเดี๋ยวพี่ถือไมค์ให้หน้านี้เดี๋ยวเราเปิดหน้าไหนก็ได้อยากจะวาร์ปหน้าไหนเราเอาเลยโอเคนะหันข้างก่อนเราหันไปข้างโน้นหันไปข้างนี้โอเคนะพร้อมนะถ้าพร้อมแล้วเปิดวาร์ปนะคะ3 2 1โชว์กล้องเลยนี่โชว์ไปที่กล้องเลยนี่ค่ะวาร์ปนะคะนี่นิ่งไว้ก่อนนะนิ่งไว้ก่อนนะเผื่อว่ามีใครแบบเฮ้ยกำลังหาเพื่อนอยู่ขาด EXP อยู่พอดีเลยขาดโกเลนเข้มๆอย่างฮานาบิเล่นเปล่าไม่นะคะใครขาดโกเลนใครขาด XP นะคะก็นี่เลยติดต่อได้นะคะ2หนุ่มของเราเนาะโอเคเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้เดี๋ยวขอบคุณมากนะคะทั้ง2หนุ่มนะคะเดี๋ยวให้ไปเชียร์กันต่อเลยนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มหล่อแคสเตอร์ของเราค่ะ
Our host, and the time now comes to see which of these two teams will be able to reign supreme and officially take victory in this full series. 1-1 current. We've already seen that Tenacity is capable of bouncing back, and Water's performance on that Suyo does the making sure he's got a safe enough early game. Now the ball is in KOG's court. Is up.
Maybe it's time to somehow acknowledge and respect Ban that Suyu, a double maniac in a single game. That is a tough act to follow on if you're KOG, right? So if ever it's going to be banned out, let's see if we will be able to somehow see Water on a different hero that he's also very efficient in. But let's see, it all depends on the draft as we move on forward for game number 3. But so far, it looks like if Tenacity manages to get the win here, they will be climbing onto the ranks of maybe 4th or 5th place here on to week number 2. Then KOG, if ever they close off, they could potentially be onto the top 2 or top 3. 2 or 3 here for MSL. So this game means a lot for both of them here, Sidafa. So we're looking forward on who will actually close off the series as we check on our players as they're getting ready before our game 3 officially starts.
As you mentioned, both of these teams currently sitting around the middle of the season charts, so a victory would help push them up just a little bit further. That previous game, the King of Gamers' first game dropped this season. In the previous match, it was a clear fight than we anticipated, and a lot of us predicted that this would be a 2-0, so looks like we've been proven wrong.
But another redeem code up for grabs here for our viewers out there watching online. And make sure to follow MSL Thailand official social media as well. Just a slight thank you. A follow is enough of a thank you for them being so generous and also inviting us over here, right, Sudafa?
Yep. It's great to have the opportunity here to development, right? These new talents, these new rosters, and who knows, some of these teams might be making a splash on the international near future. But for now, let's see what it will be for game number 3, and it looks like we are going back to Flying Cloud.
Okay, so a quick change onto the scenery of their map. And we're expecting a kind of a neutral, but the difference is that after team fights, if the timer allows it, they could be able to somehow regroup faster and go back to the clashes faster here. But let's see if we will be getting a faster draft as well, as we see KOG finally them acknowledging to ban out the Freya alongside the Kimi. So sudden change, Marcel is open. Tenacity, on the other hand, banning out the Baksha and Jushin still here for the last game for match number 2.
Interestingly enough, these teams have stayed on the same sides of the draft all three games in a row. So it looks like they actually like being where they are. Harley will be the final ban. So yeah, only change here from the KOG side. Will Tenacity make a change there as well? Previously, they banned the Marcel.
Okay, so officially we've only ever seen Kazan just use one Harley so far here for the week number 1, and the rest is utility Baksha and Fredrin for the first 2 games today. And now for KOG, they could actually just try and change things up, get the Suyu altogether or Provius, because the heart is also still open. And right on cue, it's going to be a Provius here for 33rd, and Tenacity looks like they will be cornered if they are still willing to risk to get a Suyu or a Harit, or even a Valentina, by the way, because the Sora is also open for game number 3.
Yeah, typically Phobius is really as a counter to the Sora. He is the main reason why we haven't been seeing as much Sora these days, since it's very difficult for him to actually lane against this big purple man. Now the Suyo is still a possibility. It's quite a safe choice, doesn't get countered by too much, especially if Tenacity thinks KOG will go for the Kimi again.
Maybe, but they go and risk it all here to Dafa. It's going to be a Sora and Valentina. Right on cue.
Okay, Tenacity not allowing the meta to get to them. You would typically not risk a Sora into a Phobius as much, but looks like they want to give it a try, and they will lock in the Valentina just to make sure it isn't stolen away. Now there is a chance that Zoe will get shafted a bit here, because revealing Valentina this early means that he can just pick up a bunch of heroes with no good ultimates.
Yep, you wouldn't want to give him another advantage to copy, right? And for KOG, the idea is that to try and set up explosive heroes as early as possible. They got the chance to actually get the Harit and a very good jungler, as you mentioned, and the Suyu is one of it. But surprisingly, they will be the ones picking up the Zetian on their side. So mainly they're not scared of the Valentina here for Zoosnap to try and copy the Fear to Phoenix because they're confident onto their timings partnering it up with the Phobius.
Well, typically as a Valentina, you never want to steal Zetian's ult because the cooldown on it is so long, that you end up very underutilized for the rest of that timing. It does look like KOG is going to be taking a page out of their opponent's book though, because this is the opening 3 picks that Tenacity had in game 2. So on paper, that should mean Tenacity knows how to deal with it.
But it's how they play with it, right? That's how the execution will fare out here for game number 3. And now Tenacity ain't scared of Phobius, ain't scared of the Suyu, just goes all in here for the heart pick for Grift.
What is gonna be the next choice, I wonder? The Harif pick is a bit of a risky one since, yeah, the Phobius is there. So they're confident that they can still deal with it regardless. I don't think they have to be too worried about the Esmeralda anymore since Harif alone isn't really worth picking her. They're gonna focus on the roamers instead, it looks.
Okay, so Hyla's banned out here. But I feel like the Kali needs to be acknowledged still here for both of our teams if they want to. Because in the Flying Clouds, a Kali is still a very viable option. Now, for KOG, they're just closing off heroes that could really go head to head here onto Asuyu. But for Water, I've seen him use Joy and Nolan so far here in MSL, and I feel like he isn't really that affected because he doesn't just have a hero pool, he has a hero ocean to begin with. And I feel like the best option is to try and limit roamers here. So maybe on par there onto the bans here for Tenacity as well.
Yeah, high lows we already know is a good combo with the Zetian, so they're avoiding that. And they're also taking out the Hilda, actually leaving the Khalid open for now. There's a chance that Tenacity wants to snatch it for themselves, since they will have first pick red side, and getting rid of
Yep.
all of the typical roamer matchups means that they will have much better control in the early game, and that'll help them deal with the Suyo.
Okay, so it's all about making it very evident that Kaizen will not have that hard of a time with the Hayabusa, and you're right,
Yep.
with them just getting a hold of that Khalid because of the red 4 advantage. Now for KOG, what's missing is their gold lane here and additional assistance here for Zed on the mid lane. So we see a potential Gatot Kacha here, maybe even somewhat of a Kalea if you want to go for the pickups. But oh wait, Kalea onto Valentina. Not really the best case scenario, by the
Yeah.
way. No.
Not
Raise that,
ideal.
raise that.
I'd prefer a Cho if you're going in that direction, but a Purify on Harif is enough to handle it. I'm kind of sad we're not seeing Guinevere. Actually, I feel like she really should be picked up more. Maybe the MSL Thailand meta doesn't involve the hero pick that much, but in my opinion, she's one of the best. It looks like they will indeed lock in the Cho along with the Granger.
Okay, they needed that pick up hero because apparently they just go ahead with the Poview, so you would want additional hold over onto who to target here and partner it up with the Granger. So far in the meta game, Granger is pretty much stable, but I do love to partner up with the Granger with a Marcel because of the recent update, right, with the Platinum Snap plus the basic attacks forming after the Golden R. But with the Marcel ban out, I think it's pretty fair game here for the gold laner for KOG. Now for Tenacity, it's going to be a Martis of all heroes here. Martis for water. Martis!
Now that's interesting. Huh, I feel like... Wait, has Water played this before? I casted MCCM last season and I feel like there's some familiarity to this. Maybe someone in the comments can let me know, but this feels like something that Water may have pulled out before. I can see the idea behind it. It is a jungler that wouldn't be heavily affected by Cho, is able to fight Suyo if the circumstances are correct, but it is also quite risky. Really comes down to execution.
Risky for game number 3. Sorry, that's my natural reaction, guys, because here in our region, we don't see much of a Martis on a crucial game, especially for game 3. Yeah, maybe there's a part that it's a trophy pick. It's a trophy pick. It's a very comfortable pick, but to risk it against a very do or die match, I think that's something that we have to really focus on for. But let's head on over onto our last game of our second match of the day. Let's see if this will be a reverse sweep completed by Tenacity, or will KOG finally get the last point in to get the win here against Tenacity.
Will the Kings be able to claim their throne, or will their opponents prove too tenacious? It's a good question here, and a good storyline for our first full series of the day. Both teams have remained on the same sides of the map thus far. In terms of emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary. Though Snap, oh hold on, they are trading for this. Kaizen drops low, has to walk away. Lito is secured by Water.
Okay, that's so much inflicted damage here for Tenacity. We do understand the concept with the Martis being all over the map and try to farm as much as he can. That's why he immediately invaded the green camps there for KOG. And we do understand in the recent patch that all of the respawn time for the green camps and the buffs are all at the same time, right? So it gives him a leeway to actually deny and at the same time fill up as much as he can before the turtle fight even starts.
been a long time since I've seen Captain Levi in the Land of Dawn as well. We'll see
Yep.
whether he's able to take down some Titans today. So far, nothing too notable has happened. I'm curious about how quickly Water wants to get off the ground, because Martis is of course more of a snowball hero, but we've learned from Game 2 that he doesn't need to necessarily snowball right from the beginning. Both teams seem to like playing it safer early.
Yep, they just need to be stable, but right now, stable position onto the turtle here for Kaizen. Song Jin-woo from the back, front line,
Woo
jump.
coming in, Fury the Phoenix comes down, Turtle secured by the Suyo, but now the Thunder form is in the backline, Water secures first blood on the Kaizen, and Snap falls to 33rd.
Okay, that's a 1-for-1, but very hefty advantage onto the first blood here for Water. But not to mention that KOG managed to somehow neutralize the first blood here for Water because they managed to still off the turtle right under their noses. I do like the fact that Songjin Woo really U-turn his way and jump onto the back lane here for KOG. So that kinda leaves us to understand that there is gonna be more action moving forward here for Tenacity. They're not playing passively anymore. They're actively seeking out targets here on the bottom side as well.
Speaking of, it's a 2v4 situation. The kick onto Songjin Woo. There's nothing he can do. A nice gank from KOG.
Okay, that's the way to put it. Immediate response here for KOG. Just as we mentioned with Asuyu, you need to be really 2 steps ahead of the idea of Waters with the Martisia. Kinda of meta, but it's still the same idea that even if you don't get most of the kills as at the moment, you just need to try and deny and farm up as much as you can. Kaizen, on the other hand, they did that because he really needed it to take a win because he was the first blood for this game, sadly though. And for Tenacity, on the other hand, they're still eyeing out this top lane. And KOG understands that Payan is really in imminent danger if they don't notice right away to rotate upwards.
It does feel like, based on what we've seen this series, both these teams are a little bit on the slower side. While they do take fights, they tend to wait for the right moment to present itself rather than actively creating those situations on the map. And while that works here, I can see that being a problem when it comes to international level gameplay.
Maybe, but now it's going to be a gameplay onto the turtle. And the way to do it is Tenacity just hovering over this turtle, half an HPF, Arjak on the front. Here, the Phoenix here.
Oh, Kaizen comes in, steals it away thanks to the Fury of the Phoenix. And they'll just walk away. Daylight robbery from KOG.
A very nice assist here for Zed as well. And we mentioned that Kaizen doesn't necessarily need to go head-to-head onto the Martis of Water. He just needs to be stable enough to commit a crime and run away with it. No, and now for Tenacity, on the other hand, we've already gotten the Sky Piercer here for Water and a glowing one first priority item for Zosnap and the rise of the Starloom Snipe Prayo here for Griff. On the other hand, bottom lane, clashing 2-on-2
situation. Forced out the Thunder form from Songjin Woo. Recently, Sora did get nerfed so that the Thunder form and Torrent form have the same cooldown. So that means it'll be a while before Songjin Woo can pop that again. But I don't think we're gonna see anything for a while. Or hold on, Nile with the flicker kick! Lands onto Arjex, feeds the kill to pay it.
For a while, but immediate response there for KOG. A 2k gold lead. They're establishing quite a very stable rotation right now into the map. We do understand that we needed some time for them to pop up, but right on cue for Kaizen, he just isn't giving any enough space here for Tenacity. Just going wild on the map, even them just putting on a show here on the bottom side mid lane just so Payan could farm freely. Hunter Strike also been secured here for Payan, and now we could expect that he will be with his teammates before this turtle clashes in less than 15 seconds, and it's going to be on the bottom side of our jungle. A great hold here onto the right mid bush by Nile, and Zosnap knows as well, but kind of tricky to put yourself there. Whoop!
Now
There's
goes
going to
in,
be
gets
kick.
the kick. The angle's not the best, but Fear the Phoenix is there. But here comes the Torrent form, collects Tree. They are able to escape from it, but Song Jin-woo escapes the initiation. Stolen and Fear the Phoenix doing good damage, and now Payan is in a bad spot. Snap gonna punish him, take him out. Kzen secures the turtle. Meanwhile, Turdy Turd is causing havoc in the backline. 1v4 picks up the trade on the Khalid, but will eventually fall.
Okay, that's a very great way of tenacity making use, even if it's the cost of very long cooldowns for Snap to copy the Fear of the Phoenix. But the idea is just to stop them on their tracks. There was an attempt onto the kick here, but by Nile, but sadly though it didn't really continue because there was a Fear of the Phoenix blocking him onto his path. Now for tenacity, on the other hand, they managed to somehow survive through the incoming storm here for KOG because they noticed that they really didn't need to somehow put their lives at stake just because to try and contest a turtle, but instead just get kill for it. Go and master the art of trading. A kill for a turtle, not so bad. At least they've already managed to somehow scrape off a half or around 1k gold lead from KOG's spot of gold earlier on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Payan went down because that will cut his Sky Piercer stacks. Niall was not able to find the correct angle on the kick, which meant they had to walk out of the way to follow up on the Khalid. And then Song Jin-woo appeared out of nowhere and stopped the fight where it was. So KOG does need to be a little bit more respectful. It is a good idea to keep kicking the Khalid to feed Sky Piercer stacks to the Granger, but they need to make sure it is the right place.
Yep, and also ensuring that after the kick, it's an immediate kill. Because if the Khalid manages to come home and didn't really die at that moment, it would come back and bite them at the back. And that is exactly what happened. That's why Tenacity had the better counter pressure here for Snap. And now we see them try and level up the macro side of things here onto the map. And onto the top lane, it's looked like KOG is having the upper hand onto the lane there. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Lord being guarded here by Song Jin-woo and Snap. There's going to be Nile here terrified for a slight amount of time, but Tenacity is being very cautious when it comes to trying to predict where Payan and Nile could kick out of nowhere here for KOG. Lord has been started. Kzen is also here. It's going to continue.
They're blitzing it fast. Spirit of Phoenix, they see everything. Lord, now they're trying to get him Song Jin-woo, but the Thunder Form gets him away. Good disengage from Tenacity, but free Lord for KOG.
Yep, and now they're going for a clash, a potential clash rather. But for Tenacity under that, I feel like they could have just tried to dance the Lord instead of making it just easier here for KOG. They had the kits, and it's clear that for Tenacity, they have the counter measures to try and negate things to be quite easier for KOG. But having a free Lord is such an advantageous way, and their mid lane could actually be torn down here by KOG. Oh,
So far, we're looking at good defense from Tenacity. They are living up to their name for sure. They're a tenacious squad. They play it safe. They want to make sure they do things correctly, but it also results in slightly slower and more reactive gameplay. Lord will collide up top. Song Jin-woo goes in. Torrent form picks up only one. Nile can be isolated, but they find another with the Bearded Phoenix. And now we see them lock them down. Nile is the first one to go, and the Phobius tries to re-engage, but Turdy Turd will fall. It's killing spree for Water. They're all dropping low on HP though. Zed doing a good job of poking. Tenacity will have to end their pursuit.
This is what we're talking about, that Tenacity has a very great counter measure if ever KOG decides to go all in. This is what we're expecting when KOG was trying to take down that easy Lord under their favor. But a quick side note though, that for Nile as well, he has to somehow limit those kinds of interactions where the kick might be a little bit off angle, and it would greatly diminish their very good offense. Now for Tenacity, that is the window that they need. Just try and wait for other members of KOG to commit certain mistakes. Knock up.
Ooh, they're engaging. Nile gets the kick, but it's really not the direction he was looking for. So it's gonna mega kill for Water. He's building up those Sky Piercer stacks. Now they're engaging 30 turret, trying to form front line. They're going for the 4v5. Fury Phoenix is good, lands on multiple members, but Tenacity is in full retreat mode. Kaizen, is this wise? He dashes in to kill the Valentina, but he's not surrounded. I don't think that's worth it. Can he get out of this? Water will finish another Sky Piercer stack for the Martins.
Okay, I was just talking about Nile has to be really careful on who to target and who to kick, and they need to burst down as fast as he can, but that isn't the case because he was taken down eventually. Kaizen, on the other hand, we do understand he really wanted to get a trade, but it costed his own life, and I feel like KOG should have just stopped there because they still had the lead before Kaizen was taken down. Tenacity, on their hand, because of the takedown onto Kaizen, can now freely roam around here onto the vicinity of the Lord. Griff will eventually get the purple buff, and right on Kyoto, the instant replay, there's also happening real time. The kick was a bit too far, and then Kaizen, he saw the opening, he took it, but there were so many members eyeing it out, and Water was the one to actually kill him. That's a hefty bounty here for Tenacity.
Yeah, that was kind of weird there. Nile has been making some mechanical mistakes trying to force these kicks out, but Kaizen attempting to go in for the execute by himself was weird. He could have communicated with his team for some backup. They will now force down the mid lane though and pick up the mid tier 2. Tenacity just gonna play it safe.
Okay, so now for KOG, it's all about clearing off the wave at least because they want to somehow level it up when the Lord marches, which will be marching onto the top lane, and Tenacity has that firepower. They could melt down this Lord, but they also need to be really careful on their 6 on who will be targeting their backs because Nile so far has managed to kick members but not at the right angle yet. But if Nile manages to catch and kick on the right angle, that might spell doom here for Tenacity. They couldn't just lean on the idea that Nile, maybe he will fail, maybe he would not. But what if he does not fail, right? So now the thing for KOG is to try and discipline themselves. A Fury Phoenix opening there, and an opening onto the top lane turret as well. Tenacity on the defense right now against KOG.
KG gonna shift over to the other waves, but Tenacity has cleared up the Lord, and looks like they will only take damage in terms of 1 inhibitor tower. KOG keeping it standard. Both teams are playing a little bit afraid, if you ask me. Though Tenacity is looking for a wraparound right here with Arjex and Sung Jin Woo. They'll see 30 turret, they commit. Torrent form, gonna push him back. Flicker from the Phobius, so that'll be the end of that.
Okay, but I see some transformation here for Song Jin-woo to try and take down 33rd. Flicker though was the cost, and I feel like for Tenacity that's already a good signal instead of them just being too scared. Yep, and I do agree that it feels like KOG, even though they've already managed to somehow put a hole onto the base of Tenacity, they're still too scared because they know the capability of Griff as well. If he manages to try and plant a very good Zaman Force and Synchrovision combos here onto KOG, now we're eyeing out what might be the third Lord and might be the ending Lord that KOG needs. And now for Tenacity, is it the time for them to try and contest this one? And a quick check onto our items, looking at the Brute Force Breastplate build here for Water, and already a Divine Glaive here, for Greft, and a Winter Crown for Payan if ever he gets cornered here.
Torrent form used by Song Jin Woo to escape from Nile. This time, the Cho did not commit the kick, which means that KOG were able to force out a very important ultimate right before the Lord.
Huge info here for KOG. Looks like another free Lord here for Kaizen. That 3 state Lords that Tenacity didn't even contest. And for this third Lord, we understand because the wave isn't into their favor, and they wouldn't want to risk any of them being shutted down or being killed off right before the big defense. And now for KOG, they're just waiting for the wave to move forward. Inhibitor turret on the bottom side and mid lane are the only ones remaining for Tenacity to help them defend their base. It looks like it's also going to be torn down here by King of Gamers Club as they struggle to try and find their rhythm. The Lord is onto their base right now. What's going to be their action plan here to survive game number 3?
They've already lost a mid tower. Conceal will be used. Oh, Flicker. Raging Sandstorm lands on 2, but the follow-up is not quite there. Furious Phoenix not going to be used. Archex gets executed. So Snap gonna be able to defend for now. Uses their own Fury the Phoenix. Minion wave still streaking in, but they don't quite have enough resources anymore. I don't know if KOG can get much more out of this. Maybe they can force the bottom inhibitor. They're gonna try.
Maybe.
Summon Force comes out. Minion goes down. KOG is not willing to initiate. These teams are just too afraid.
Yep, and I feel like Nile was also too reserved onto actually committing the wave dragon. I was actually waiting for him, but maybe so. He was really that careful to not make the same kind of mistake on the previous ultimates that he casted. But so far for Tenacity, they're doing a great job, even though it's too safe for them to play this route. But as long as they are still surviving and Rift isn't taken down yet, there is still hope in this last game, but there is a potential gank here. Very nice see-through there by Snap onto the Terrify onto Nile and Kaizen. Might be an attempt though, but still, KOG isn't willing to put their necks on the line here to try and finish this off.
Will they finally go for it? They should be able to get the bot tower, so that means that the Tenacity base is naked. KOG not gonna force anything. I guess they're waiting for the next Lord.
They want to play things more on the route of sticking to the basics, removing turrets before committing onto the clash. But now Tenacity needs to man up. Okay, we see them try and extend their way and vision here onto the jungles, but I think there's also the minion wave management part that they need to acknowledge, but too much problem here at game number 3 is slowly piling up, and a transformation
Flicker
for Song
Torrent
Jin-woo.
Form finds 2 into the Raging Sandstorm. Fury the Phoenix does good damage, but Song Jin-woo is actually the first one to go down. The follow-up from Tenacity was not strong enough. 30 turn flickers forward, not able to get the knockup, but will be able to follow with the Prong Pursuit. Nile goes in, loses immortality. They're trying to run down Tenacity. The more people they can pick off now, the better it'll be. But they're still holding on. They only lose 1, so this should be another free Lord for KOG.
Definitely. The condition was that KOG will just try and get the Lord if ever they manage to tore down even 1. And they found the perfect angle there with Song Jin-woo following it up with the current form and flicker. Arjex might commit a Hail Mary play, but Nile has spotted him and a free Lord onto Kaizen. Now they change their sights. Will they go for the chase here? I think no, they will be waiting for the Lord here onto the mid lane. And a possible ending Lord at their hands here, Sadafa.
I don't know how to feel about this game. These teams are too afraid, honestly. Like, yes, I get playing it safe is important, but at some point, you just gotta make the commitment. It's 20 minutes in, Lord is now pushing in, base is empty. Tenacity in defensive position, Torrent Form finds 2, Raging Sandstorm, follow-up is good. Both Fury the Phoenix has come out, but the red side is dropping low. Payan is still alive, still healthy, picking them off one by one. Song Jin-woo will be next to fall. They pick up the Suyo, but they lose everything in exchange as the Lord collides with the Crystal. And KOG will secure the series.
What a way to try and turn the tides into their favor yet again. And another point added here for KOG, even though that was a very long fight onto the third game, I think this just shows that KOG really loves to play the long game, especially onto their 22-minute game, 18-minute game now. That's another long game into the books here for the history for MSL. Meanwhile, for Tenacity, a good game well played still, but I believe that they could have done better after that sudden surge of momentum from game number 2. Martis on a crucial pick, wasn't really a fan of that. But so far here on to our round, I see them kinda lower their guard down after their game 2 win, and for KOG on the other hand, maximize the strength of Asuyir, just going all in, and a very nice addition is the Zetian timing here for Zed. Perfect way to end off the series and turning things around right on track here for King of Gamers Club.
If you ask me personally, I think both these teams still have some work to do. This game did not need to last as long as it did. But King of Gamers was still able to close things out in the end. So I'd say the ends
ค่ะ
justify
นะคะ
the
แล้วก็ขอแสดง
means.
ความยิน
Let's
ดี
throw
ด้
it
วย
over
นะ
to
คะ
the
สำหรับ
host.
1 แต้มนะคะในเกมนี้โอ้โหจะบอกว่าลุ้นสนุกมากเลยนะคะก็คือแบบจัดเต็มไปเลยโบ3นะคะอ่ะก่อนอื่นเลยเดี๋ยวขอแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะเผื่อมีคนที่เพิ่งเข้ามาดูเราด้วย
ครับผมซัน33ครับ EXP เลนครับผม
ค่ะ
ผมโน้ตครับนายครับจาก KLG ครับ
โอเคค่ะนะคะอ่ะถามความรู้สึกกันก่อนเลยดีกว่านะคะเพราะว่าโอ้โหเมื่อสักครู่นี้นี่ใจแบบว่าเต้นมากเลยนะคะจะบอกว่าเกมที่เสมอกัน 1-1 เรารู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ยังรู้สึกชิวๆอยู่ครับ เพราะว่ามันยังพอแก้เกมได้ประมาณนั้นครับ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วนายรู้สึกยังไงไหมคะตอนเกมเสมอ
สบายมากครับ
สบายมากนะคะแล้วก็จะมีพวกจังหวะช็อตสำคัญนะคะอย่างเช่นบริเวณหลอดนะคะหรือว่าตรงไฟเนี่ยเราคิดว่าเราทำได้ดีแล้วไหมคะสำหรับในเกมนี้ทั้ง3เกมเลย
ทั้ง3เกมก็คิดว่าน่าจะพัฒนาได้อีกครับ
ค่ะ
ยังไม่ค่อยได้เต็มที่เหมือนในซ้อมครับ
แล้วนายว่าไง
อะไรนะ
ค่ะ
ยังไม่ดีครับ
ยังไม่ดี
จะค่อยไปแก้
โอเคได้นะคะก็เดี๋ยวถามในเรื่องของการซ้อมบ้างดีกว่านะคะว่าในช่วงของการเก็บตัวที่เราซ้อมกันนะคะตอน1 วันเนี่ยเราซ้อมกันนานไหมคะ
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่บ่ายโมงครับถึงประมาณ5 ทุ่มครับผมก็จะซ้อมประมาณ4 ทีมประมาณนั้นครับ
โอเคนะคะน่าจะซ้อมด้วยกันเนาะคำตอบเดียวกันใช่ไหมหรือว่าเขาแอบไปซ้อมที่อื่น
เขาซ้อมที่อื่น
เอาไปซ้อมที่ไหนอะคะไม่มีซ้อมด้วยกันนะคะแล้วก็เห็นว่าในทีมเนี่ยเรามีเพื่อนร่วมทีมเป็นชาวต่างชาติด้วยใช่ไหมคะอยากจะทราบว่าภาษาเนี่ยเป็นอุปสรรคไหมคะกับในการคอทีมหรือว่าในการแบบเหมือนพูดคุยอะไรกันอย่างนี้
ช่วงซ้อมแรกๆมีครับแต่ช่วงนี้ไม่แล้วครับเพราะว่าเขาเริ่มรู้มากแล้วครับพูดอะไรไม่ค่อยได้
อุ้ยตายแล้วอันนี้ไม่ได้อยู่ที่เราอยู่ที่เขาแล้วใช่ไหม
ใช่เขารู้เยอะ
เริ่มรู้เยอะแล้วนายมีอะไรจะเมาเพิ่มไหมคะรู้สึกเราเป็นปัญหาไหมคะในการแบบ
ไม่เป็นครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้ด่าไม่ได้แล้ว
เขารู้หมดแล้วนะคะแล้วอย่างนี้มีคำศัพท์ภาษาไทยคำไหนที่แบบเราสอนเขาเพิ่มเติมไหมนอกจากไข่ต้ม มีอะไรที่เราสอนเขาหรือว่าเขาไปแอบรู้มาที่อื่นอะไรอย่างนี้
ไม่พูดดีกว่าครับ
ทำไมอะคะ
เก็บไว้เป็นความลับดีกว่า
ตายแล้วหรือมันออกอากาศไม่ได้
ไม่ดีครับ
เดี๋ยวให้ทีมเซนเซอร์แบบตุ๊ดอะไรอย่างงี้ให้อย่าเลยนะคะเราเล่นนะคะให้พูด1 ประโยคสำหรับชัยชนะในเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้หน่อยค่ะทีละคนเลย
ผมก่อนใช่ไหมเมคเพย์แทบตายครับผมสุดท้ายเธอบอกแค่เมคเฟรนด์ครับพี่มาแล้วน้อง
เดี๋ยวนะพี่มาแล้วนะน้องนี่คุ้นๆนะนะคะยังไงก็เดี๋ยวสุดท้ายนี้ให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะที่มาเชียร์เราที่นี่หรือว่านั่งชมกันอยู่ที่ออนไลน์ก็ได้
ครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ KOG ด้วยนะครับผมยังไงก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ครับส่วนจุดที่ผิดพลาดวันนี้ก็จะนำไปแก้ไขครับแล้วเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ออกมาให้ดีที่สุดครับผม
ค่ะนายพูดยาวๆหน่อยนะ
KOG ด้วยครับ
อะไรนะขออีกที
ฝากเชียร์ KOG ด้วยครับ
ค่ะแล้วก็อะไรนะคะเมื่อกี้
พี่มาแล้วน้อง
โอเคเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆทั้ง2 ท่านนะคะไปพักผ่อนก่อนนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3 แคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเราเช่นเดิมค่ะ
Thank you very much once again to our hosts. Congratulations to the King of Gamers Club for securing their victory in this series. It was a hard-fought one. I really feel like they could have pushed their advantage a little bit more, but it seems like they were just a little bit too concerned about the risks of it happening, especially after some mistakes that happened in the previous games.
Sometimes when you tend to overthink things, it takes you a long time to actually vamp up. But for this man, it's going to be our Game 3 MVP. It's said with a 2-0-1 onto Zetian, 100% KP, and an untouchable performance for game number 3, even if it's a very dragging and long game.
I do think that Zetian has an advantage when it comes down to games like this, where both teams are not willing to heavily commit into fights. The vision provided by the Fear of the Phoenix, and oftentimes the damage that you're able to apply because they are taking defensive positions, provides a lot of value, and I think that's why Zetian has been on the winning side both games now.
Yeah.
I think that KOG did have good performances overall. While Nal did make some mistakes in terms of kick placement, the team played well together and they made sure not to make too many mistakes and to punish Tenacity for not taking a more proactive step on the map.
Maybe it's all about them not really wanting the high risk, high reward plays here if you're KOG. That's why the game dragged out as long as it can. Plus the fact that they were also squared onto the comeback potential that Griff can do if he manages to try to get the perfect Zaman Force. Plus, there's also the part that even if we've mentioned that Nile can get the kicks in, but he couldn't get out, and the angles was just kind of off here for the rest of game number 3. This specific sequence though, he manages to pull off a very nice Way of the Dragon kick onto Snap, but after that, KOG just wasn't willing to risk all of those utilities and skills with just a kick here for Nal. So that's why they really ensure that they establish enough ground that even if there's a margin of error, it wouldn't really affect the formula or the result as much as it would matter. But now what matters is that they finally get the W here for game number 3 at 20-minute game time, right on track onto the identity that KOG is establishing here in MSL, which is a team that goes for the long games here so far, and it's already week number 2 and knocks out the series as well.
Yeah, I think based on this series, we can kind of see the identity of these teams, where KOG plays a very standard style of MLBB and a very safe style of it as well. They can clearly execute, their synergy is not bad, but it takes them a lot of time to actually have something happen, since they need to make sure that the circumstances are correct. They still take the victory though, because Tenacity is highly reactive. They very rarely try to force things out on the map as well, and they're more of a team that wants to take advantage of their opponent's mistakes. So KOG actually ends up being kind of a bad opponent for them because they're not aggressive enough to make those misplays in the first place.
Yep, and for KOG, they need to adjust accordingly. I think if they go head to head onto VLTH, I think they will be having a hard time because VLTH loves to play it faster, right? And they don't play it safe. They're willing to take risks, and the risk always pays off into their favor. Meanwhile, for KOG, with this kind of setup as well, we actually managed to see Payan really having a great time on this Ranger, delivering all those finishing bullets. And for KOG, what matters is how they finish off the game and getting the win still here for MSL.
So that means that KOG's win streak will continue. This is their second match of the season. It wasn't as clean as their previous one, but they were still the victors. Meanwhile, Tenacity still sitting on a 1-win, 2-loss record. Hopefully they'll be able to gain something from this, because it's become harder as the season goes on.
Yep, and definitely we will be seeing more of that because that is not yet the end of week 2, day number 1. We still have 2 remaining best of 3 matches here, Sadafa.
Yes, we do. So we're gonna take a break now to make sure that we have enough time to set that up, and we'll see you guys later.
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ
ふっ行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาเลยค่ะนะคะผ่านไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับครึ่งทางแล้วค่ะนะคะสำหรับความมันในวันที่3นะคะของการแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand นะคะครั้งที่1นั่นเองค่ะยังเหลือความมันอีกตั้ง2คู่เลยนะคะในวันนี้นะคะแล้วก็แต่ละคู่นะคะแล้วก็แต่ละทีมเนี่ยโอ้โหต้องบอกเลยว่าเดือดทั้งนั้นนะคะเราก็จะได้ลุ้นไปพร้อมๆกันนะคะไปจนถึงนู่นเลยนะคะจบคู่ที่4ของวันนี้นั่นเองเนาะนะคะสำหรับคู่ต่อไปนะคะก็จะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะระหว่างทีมแรกเลยทีมนี้เนี่ยถือว่าโอ้โหเป็นขวัญใจมหาชนเลยนะคะแข่งไปแล้ว1ครั้งนะคะแล้วก็ชนะมาแล้วด้วย1ครั้งเก็บแต้มมาชิวๆแล้วนะคะ1แต้มนั่นเองค่ะนั่นก็คือเต้าเบคอนของเรานั่นเองนะคะกับเบคอนไทม์นี่โอ้โหขวัญใจจริงๆนะคะเพราะว่าวันนี้นี่ FC นะคะ FC มาเชียร์กันเยอะมากนะคะแล้วก็จะมีทั้งบีบอสอันไหนใครมาเชียร์บีบอสบ้างนะคะหรือจะเป็นกัน NC เอ้ยโอ้โหนะคะต้องบอกว่า 2 คนนี้เนี่ยเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบกำลังร้อนแรงเลยนะฟอร์มแบบนะดูเดือดมากเลยทีเดียวนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยจะเจอกับอีก1 ทีมเขาบอกว่าทีมเนี้ยเนี่ยเป็นนกไฟที่ไร้พ่ายนะคะกับทีมของนะคะ ACT Esport นั่นเองขอเสียงหน่อยค่ะกองเชียร์นี่นะคะนกไฟไร้พ่ายของเรานะคะแข่งมาแล้ว2 ครั้งนะคะแล้วก็ชนะทั้ง2 ครั้งเลยเก็บสกอร์มานะคะชิวๆเช่นเดียวกันนะคะถึง2 คะแนนนั่นเองค่ะนำโดยนะคะคู่พี่น้องธาตุมืดนะคะวันนี้เราต้องมาดูว่าเขาจะมืดหรือเปล่ากองเชียร์ด้านหน้าว่าเขามืดไหมคะวันนี้ยังคงธาตุมืดอยู่เนาะนะคะก็เดี๋ยววันนี้นะคะพี่น้องนะคะ2 พี่น้องเขาเนี่ยจะมาเล่นแบบไหนแผนแบบไหนนะคะเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยเรามาดูกันเลยนะคะคือทั้ง2 ทีมเนี่ยที่เหมือนกันอย่างหนึ่งเลยก็คือเจอมานะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นคู่แข่งจากทีมไหนก็แล้วแต่เนี่ยตอนนี้ยังไม่มีใครแพ้เลยนะคะทั้งACT Esport นะคะแล้วก็รวมไปถึงนะคะเต้าเบคอนของเราด้วยนะคะแต่ว่าวันนี้แหละเราจะได้รู้แล้วว่า1 ใน 2 ทีมนี้เนี่ยทีมไหนที่จะได้0 คะแนนกลับบ้านไปโอ้โหพูดแล้วดูใจร้ายเนาะนะคะแต่ไม่เป็นไรค่ะนะคะถือว่า1 คู่นี้เนี่ยเป็นคู่ไฮไลท์เลยก็ว่าได้นะคะที่รับประกันความสนุกนะคะดุเดือดอย่างแน่นอนนะคะงั้นก่อนที่เราจะไปเจอกับนะคะผู้เข้าแข่งขันทั้ง2 ทีมขออนุญาตขอเสียงแต่ละทีมก่อนเลยดีกว่านะคะกองเชียร์ของเบคอนทัพขอเสียงหน่อยค่ะโอ้โหสาวๆมาเพียบเลยนะวันนี้นะคะอีกทีมหนึ่งอย่ายอมแพ้ค่ะ ACT Esport ขอเสียงหน่อยค่ะนะคะทางนี้สาวๆทางนี้แบบหนุ่มๆโอ้โหไม่เป็นไรได้หมดเนาะเอาเป็นว่าช่วงนี้นะคะด้านหน้าน่าจะพร้อมกันแล้วนะคะแล้วก็ผู้ชมทางบ้านน่าจะอยากดูแล้วนะคะสำหรับ1 คู่ไฮไลท์นี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3 หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ของเราได้เลยค่ะ
I've been muted the whole time.
Okay.
That's my bad. Hello once again, everyone. Welcome back to the MSL Thailand Season 1. That's my bad. Thank you to our host. Thank you for you guys joining us. Thank you for watching me. I'm gonna do something very, very sus right there. How you doing, Athena?
Starting up our evening with a very good blooper. But by the way, guys, that was a bit of a refresher because of that intense matches that happened for the first 2 for today's schedule. And on to our 3rd match. I'm looking forward for this matchup because I see some strong imports here for Bacon Time. And then the top one currently on to the MSL Super League ACT. Let's see if they have what it takes to remain on top. Or will there be another contender, another underdog here on the rough from Bacon Time?
And we've already seen some pretty interesting results today. And I imagine this one will be yet another match to watch. Bacon Time versus ACT. Now, for those of you who may not be aware, ACT was the other team that made it to MSL through the qualifier alongside VLTH Esports. And both of them happen to be on top of the standings right now, with ACT having 2 victories against Tenacity and Full Sense from week 1, which means they're coming in strong.
Full on best foot forward is what ACT is doing here. They're establishing that they're the top dogs, top contenders here, and looking at the updated standings, as you've mentioned, that's already 2-0 lead. But because of the victory earlier with VLTH, they will be slightly overtaking ACT onto the top of our positions. But by the way, though, VLTH was able to secure a 2-0 sweep earlier on their first match. Meanwhile, here for ACT, if they manage to sweep off Bacon Time, they will be tied off. Okay, they will be tied off here onto VLTH, sharing the first position one here onto our standings. But let's see, that's going to be a story that we'll be knowing later on as we move on ahead here onto our 3rd match of our day.
Earlier, we also saw King of Gamers Club take down Tenacity, and that's why they're currently sitting in 3rd place. But of course,
Oh.
Bacon Time is going to be looking for those slots themselves. Can they take down the undefeated team since they are still looking for their 2nd match victory?
Yep, no easy point here for the second round for Bacon Time. Now we look back onto very dominating games here by ACT, and this was actually their first series beating full sense here on the first half of regular season. And most likely, though, we see them as the huge titans to beat here onto MSL because of the statement that they did with their games. Now, this is the tricky part on how they capitalize the situation, even though Full Sense was actually in the lead in terms of positioning. Stirs from the back did a serious lot of damage here, plus the bucks created here by Cams. For me, was the cherry on top here by ACT. And then that was full on massacre here for Full Sense. No mercy at all here for their series last week for week number 1.
From what I can see of the drafts that ACT has played, they are a team with a fairly varied hero roster. Though it does look like they enjoy playing the Claude quite a bit, having played it, I think, in 2 or 3 out of the 4 games so far.
Yeah.
And they're also one of the few teams that played Glue often enough in 2 of their games. With that hero now taken out of the pool temporarily, I wonder whether their pick rate will suffer a bit because of it.
Definitely. They will be one of the teams that might be affected the most, or one of the teams that will be preparing the most, because they've already seen the patch note, right? So most likely they realize that we shouldn't be so reliant to these 2 heroes. Sadly, one was kind of adjusted and the mana is back for a Claude, and then the glue apparently will be on a ban here for the rest of the week. So for Bacon Time, they could actually take advantage of that fact that ACT will be coming in with new set of composition, new set of strategies. Meron for Bacon Time, I believe they have ample enough of time to prepare for this matchup as we right on introduce them here onto our stage. What a very upbeat headline here and a swaggering intro here for Bacon Time.
Bacon Time walks up onto the stage, a very well-known org and a very well-known roster that has already earned a pretty notable fan base among the Thai community. There are some familiar names even on this squad who have played internationally, so there's definitely very high expectations of their performance in this very first season of MSL.
Definitely, we see Spider Miles and Exort, another 2 Filipino imports there to Bacon Time. But speaking of Bacon Time, it makes me hungry, but this squad is more hungry for more points here, dominating the charts. It's ACT here on MSL.
ACT Esports Club, yet another squad making it to MSL Season 1 through the qualifiers. And unlike many of the other teams here, I believe this is an all-Thai lineup. So there's full local pride coming in, and I imagine they'll have a strong fan base as a result of that as well, to see what exactly Thai talent can achieve in the MLBB ecosystem.
Definitely hometown heroes here for ACT. Meanwhile, as we move on and introduce our coaches and who will be facilitating the minds behind the draft, we have Coach Noel and Coach Shadow here for ACT, starting it up with the fist bumps as we officially enter our third match of the day here on MSL Season 1, Week 2, Day number 1.
It's already been a long day, but there's even more to come, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you guys are buckled in for the ride. It's gonna be a fun one. Now, I imagine a lot of people are gonna be going in with the expectation that, hey, ACT Esports Club has clean swept all their games thus far. Are they the favorites? But Bacon Time also has a strong fan base, and they've only played one match so far, so they still got plenty to prove.
Definitely, that's why we're kind of expecting, because of it being an advantageous spot, they could study opponents and study new patch notes or new patch updates. Meanwhile, for ACT, a force to reckon with. the top dogs here onto MSL. A full tie on lineup here, proving themselves not only here on MSL. All eyes are on this team if they able to showcase pure dominance, and eventually will we see them on international stage as well. This is a start. This is the platform that we're seeing that could boost up the spotlight onto ACT Esports Club. Now, talking about them, they've already managed to get to 0
สวัสดีครับ
sweeps.
การันตีโกลเด้
And
นจาก
now
ทีม
we
เบคอ
are
นทาว
going
น์ครับ
on to a
ก็
quick video
ชิวๆครับผมว่า
onto
ทีม
the
เรา
background
รับมื
here
อได้
of our
สบาย
players
อยู่
for ACT and Bacon Time.
สวัสดีครับ ผมการันตีมิดเลนเนอร์จากทีม ACT ครับ ก็ฝากถึงเบคอนนะครับ ให้เล่นให้เต็มที่แล้วกันครับ อย่าเริ่มกันว่าเบคอนจะนุ่มหรือจะเหนียวครับ
จะมาแก๊งเลนพี่ก็ยากหน่อยนะน้องเพื่อนพี่เยอะ
ได้ข่าวว่าทีมเบคอนเอ็มพอร์ตฟิตมาถึง 2 คน เดี๋ยวก็มาดูกันว่าเราสู้กับทีมผมได้ไหม
Much to say, much to see, much to look forward to in our third series of the day. We're gonna have head-to-head right now between the two junglers here, with Boss and Zeros. And compared to a lot of the other head-to-heads we've had today, I think the stats here are looking overall closer. ACT has played more matches, so it's understandable that Zeros would have a higher KDA, but it's not actually by that much.
Yep, and definitely for Bacon Time, they've already managed to kind of get a very convincing match onto the first day here against Full Sense. That was a game 3, by the way, and a 2-1 convincing game win here. And definitely onto that jungle matchup, I'm expecting more of explosive assassin picks here, both for Bacon Time and ACT, because we've managed to see very nice Suyu takes, and Bacon Time actually used 2 Suyus out of the game 3s against Full Sense. Meanwhile, for ACT, we've seen a very miraculous job here, of course, for the jungle, Harley and Suyu as well. Very efficient plays, still on the top of our meta, and very timely approach here onto our week 2 day number 1. And onto our maps, we're going to see a dangerous grass map here for our game number 1. Onto the sides, I'm kind of excited to see on what is the side prio here. Will it be blue side or red side for Bacon Time?
Guess we'll find out soon. Though with Bacon Time on the left side, I'm inclined to believe they will be on the blue side. Now, out of many of the teams here at MSL, I think that Bacon Time has been one of the ones that has prioritized Sora the most. Again, only one match worth of information, so it's hard to say how accurate that would be. But we might get to see a little bit more of that today.
Yeah, maybe more to bank onto our sample data so that the stats could be calculated accordingly later on. But now for ACD, I just think they have this kind of aura, very confident aura, by the way. And for our viewers out there, very confident redeem code. Come on and redeem your codes right now here on our screens. If it's too long, you could take a picture, screenshot it, and just slowly input it onto your MLBB app. And as a thank you, you could also follow MSL Thailand's social media pages.
I know we as MLBB players, we always like our free stuff, so make sure you guys grab that because free stuff is never bad. And we will officially begin. Bacon Time is on the blue side, ACT on the red. First 3 bans were Khalid, Baxia, and Marcel for Bacon Time. ACT banned Freya, Hilda, and Suyo.
Okay. This is a fast-paced draft, to be honest, because earlier on to your first 2 matches, the ban itself rather was also taking a bit too long, but now it's all directed onto the more prioritized heroes here. We'll be seeing immediate answer here for Bacon Time. And now ACT actually has a chance to just immediately lock in the Jushin and the Kalea. This is actually the first Jushin game, right, so far? Today?
Yeah, Zixon has been banned almost every game. Has she been played? I can't really remember. Maybe in the very beginning, but yeah, she has been
in the beginning.
banned out almost
today,
every single
no.
time. Yeah, I'm checking it right now. No, yeah, you're right. It is the first Zeusin game today, along with the Kalea. Strong combo, but this hero has recently been having difficulty because people just take a bunch of Purifies.
And the way to counter it out is also to just get ahead of her first. So if for Bacon time, they could just go ahead and pick off a hero that is very efficient onto stopping incoming attacks or preventing attacks is the Zitian here, and automatically getting the Claude here for Bacon time. I was actually kind of expecting that ACT will be the ones to somehow prioritize or get the Claude later on into the draft, but for Bacon time to pick it up this early, there's something about this composition on how well things are going faster than we expected.
Just based off of their previous matches, these teams have pretty clear ideas of what they want to do and pretty deep pockets as well. So we should see some very interesting drafts. Claude does seem to be a common point of contention for both these teams, which is surprising since it doesn't really seem like a lot of other teams here at MSL play the hero too much. And with the Leah more locked in, ACT is starting to target jungle bans.
Actually, now is the time that I'm expecting a Guinevere or even a Harley being picked off right off the bat here. And they've actually got a very good vantage point here if they got the Harley because they already secured their gold lane and the mid lane. If they want to snowball earlier, Harley is the way to go for Bacon time. Now, for ACT, on the other hand, they want to eliminate the threat of just prolonging team fights and the jungle utility here, which is why they chose to again ban another hero efficient onto the jungle, which is going to be the Akai here for ACT.
Pretty interesting choices. Banning out the Fredrin and the Akai. Bacon Time has largely played assassins up until now, mainly Suyo and Harley. And I feel like Harley actually doesn't do too badly into Leomord, so I wonder if ACT is trying to force them into that situation.
It looks like it's going on to that direction because for Bacon time, that's also something that could amplify the Zetian as well. So whenever they stop someone, they could just immediately go for the burst with the deadly magic and the cards, right? And a very efficient way to actually just let them chase you around the map because of the space escape. Now, even if Bacon time was actually the ones more in the favor of Zora, as we mentioned earlier, they will be banning that as well here for game number 1.
Well, it's reasonable that a team that likes to play Sora more would respect the hero more as well. So to get rid of that, ACT now going to be looking for their side laners. They've already revealed their mid trio. It's probably... Actually, they could go either way. They already know who the side lane matchups are. Gold is safer to start with, but the Uranus also works out quite well at sandbagging Phobius.
Yep, so far we see the respect onto the Alice and Uranus in the XP just because they could really stay underground, really stay and just try and commit as much as they can so that the damage will be afflicted on them, not onto their main damage powers, right? Now, for Bacon time, there's also the fact that we're still missing the Roamer, which is going to be the gutted catch, a perfect catch there. And then the hero onto the jungle, and the Guinevere is one of that we've been eyeing out for the past 2 matches, and now we finally see her finally here on to Bacon time.
Took long enough. This is still one of the best heroes in the meta, and it surprises me how many of the other teams just ignore her entirely.
Right.
Bacon time has a pretty solid roster, honestly. This is a very standard style of lineup. The heroes are strong, good scaling, good front line. The Guinevere execution will determine quite a lot of how well Bacon time can contest objectives, but overall, this is a good draft.
I agree. It's more the standard that is more on the balance side of things. You have the setup, you have the AoE, you also have the late game and the early game potential here. So I think Bacon time did a fantastic job here onto drafting this against ACT, despite ACT banning out very crucial heroes here, especially Suyu onto B Boss. Now ACT finally locking in their gold laner is going to be a Moskov here for Flukea.
Moskov can certainly match Claude's ability to split push. So when it comes down to scaling, both teams don't have to worry too much. ACT definitely wants to play for early game catch. Both the Kalea and Zusin will be setting up for the Liam ward, and doesn't look like there's that many Purifies on the opposite side. Surprisingly enough, it's more Purifies on ACT's side to respect the Guinevere.
3 Purifies in a single game here for ACT. It looks like they wouldn't give up without any bloody fight here because of this Purify. Plus, they could only imagine because of the impact that the Guinevere and the Puyus could had later on. They're expecting that they need that extra survivability boost just to try and reposition themselves into a better spot. But now, for a dangerous gas situation, I'm expecting more for Bacon Time to make use of the ganks, especially for Guinevere. A very beautiful hero to maximize this map. Plus, it isn't really that dangerous for her to go in because he also has what it takes to actually survive and get out when it matters the most.
We need to see good coordination coming in here from the mid trio of Bacon Time. The Gatot and Zetian ideally need to force out Purifies before Boss goes in for initiations, because most of these were taken to avoid the Violet Requiem specifically. And if ACT is able to save their battle spells, then they will be in a good spot. But this is a team composition that will have similar issues to some of the stuff we've seen earlier today, where a lot of their early to mid game is dependent on the jungler. If the Liam ward cannot safely farm early, it'll be hard for them to buy enough time for Flukeo.
Yep, and so far, basing on the first match that Bacon Time has played here in MSL, they mostly thrive when games are kind of extended, mid to late game, because that's a 17-minute game time win and also 21-minute game time win. But let's see, because now we head on officially for our first game here in Zdafa.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We are back in the land of Dawn officially for our third series of week 2, day 1. We're going to be witnessing the battle of Bacon Time on the blue side versus ACT Esports Club on the red.
And now we definitely see some kind of tweak around in the rotation just because of the patch update, as you mentioned. Oh, I'm kind of looking forward onto Sylvie if she will be proactively seeking out to delay things up here for Bacon Time. But definitely because of Spider Mask, that will be put on hold first. So now for ACT, we see some kind of big possible combos here because of the Zushin and the Kalea being picked off. But as usual, no first bloods yet, and attack prediction here. And it's all on to the side of ACT for our Thai casters.
Okay. So far, I'd say our caster predictions in general have been quite accurate. Maybe not the score, but the winner has been correct.
Yep.
So the audience prediction leaning heavily in favor of Bacon Time. You can see the fan base they've cultivated has their back.
Okay, so it really reflects on, we've mentioned that this is already an established org. If you put on the numbers, yes, ACT is winning onto the stats, but for the hearts of the Thai viewers out there, it's mostly on the side of Bacon Time. That's a 50-50 right on the middle for the numbers and what your heart tells you. The battle of the mind and the heart. But now, it's the battle of the minds here for our first ever turtle. This is where we might be able to see our first blood and first skirmishes of our round.
Spider Miles gonna eat quite a bit of poking here, because ACT is already in full control of the turtle. Boss is a bit late to the party, goes in with the Violet Requiem, lands on 1, and they finish off Sylvie. Turtle gets reset. Zeros secures it for the side of ACT Esports Club. Now they're running down their opponent's boss, gonna get caught over. Fear Destruction connects, but I don't know. No, they do take it. Flukeo gonna join the battle and actually picks up a kill for it.
Okay, that's a 2-for-1 other kills. Turtle, by the way, here for ACT. I think they still got the best out of it just because Flukeo was able to cross through the map because of the SOD. That's a very crucial thing to notice because ACT is acting fast and they're acting in a way that they want a snowball this early on. Plus, they've managed to see Piper here get gold shields. Meanwhile, Spider-Man's AOG out. And looking at their talent prediction, by the way, I feel like there's kind of a heart here for Bacon Time. That's why I predicted that maybe for this series, they will be able to get the win.
So you're the only one here who has predicted Bacon Time. Let's see if you can be the only person that's correct among us, since I think it's the first time we've had a different consensus today.
Yep. Let's see. It's all about what the heart knows. But if ever ACT still wins, I think it's going to be a well-deserved win because honestly speaking, right off the bat here for the first turtle take, that was a very systematic approach. They know who to call and they know who to fund the kills onto, and that's Flukeo. And that's a really huge deal. And even so, onto the minimap, I could see some enough hefty damage here inflicted onto guns, and that's why Flukeo will be able to somehow get the most out of it.
2v1 gank, very early purify used by guns. That could be a mistake. Oh, but the spear! The spear from Flukeo saves Gun. Sylvie is here to finish off. Finally connects, gets the kill. Tsunami Slam. Gonna pick up Spider Miles as well, just to get out.
Okay, that's an immediate answer for ACT. This is what I'm talking about. They're acting fast and a very decisive approach here. They wouldn't want any ghosts, any what-ifs into this round. They want to go all in. They see a potential kill. They call on Sylvie. Sylvie finished the job, and then the hit list has been crossed off of their maps here, and ACT directly approaches the turtle. A very steady approach, a quick conversion there, kill, and an objective here for ACT.
So far so good for ACT Esports Club. Already a 2k gold lead at the 5-minute mark. That's actually very notable. And they're now stealing camps away even. We talked about how important it was for ACT to make sure that Zeros was farming well, but he's doing a lot more than that at this point. So the game plan is in their favor.
Yep, and now for Bacon Time, they need to somehow fry up the action because it's not yet that kind of popping, considering that we do understand that a Claude needs time, but definitely with a Guinevere you could somehow mitigate the adjustment and the lead that ACT is kind of establishing here for game on number 1. And I would love to see more of them protecting the Claude, which is what Spider-Man will be doing, because I feel like he has been cornered enough, and that's an easy third take. His walls will be much more thinner now if you're Bacon Time.
Bacon Time isn't able to start making some space on the map soon. This game will not last for much longer. Piper is already freed up entirely. You can see how much of a nuisance the Uranus is being on the map, since he knows that no one can threaten him currently. And that information is playing a big boss using the Violet Requiem in advance because they thought Sylvie was engaging, but the Kalea just backs off.
Okay, that's a huge red flag here for Bacon Time. Meanwhile, for ACT, that's going to be a green flag. I go on them to deny the buff, also clear up the lanes, plus a very nice action there for Sylvie. And they didn't even exhausted any of their ultimates yet, but now it's going to be another potential jump. Might be the sure Tsunami Slam or even a proc here, but no. It's going to be an exit and Way of Aura here for ACT, because Turtle is being targeted and started here by Seros.
Bacon Time looks very out of their element. It's very difficult to play against this sort of situation where there's a Uranus running around and you can't really win team fights, but even so, feels like there's not a lot of proactive play being made on the map either, and that's allowing ACT to just slowly take more and more control. Already a near 5k gold lead.
You know, that's true. I don't see any fundamentals yet here for Bacon Time. I feel like they're too scattered around the map in terms of who to target, who will they bank on, and there's no clear answer onto what Fluke is doing, and also the Uranus, right? The Uranus is just enjoying, and then there's Flukeo just spoiling himself out there with the farm, and double farming up real quick. There's an established gap already here, and Bacon Time needs to somehow wake up from what ACT is doing onto them. Piper just enjoying, right? Oh my gosh.
Goodness. 3-man engage on the Uranus. Doesn't even need to use the Purify. I think this game might already be over. Flukeo is getting the free farm. No one on Bacon Time is getting any sort of items on the map. We have a 3-level lead between the junglers. Unless something happens in the next like 2 minutes, this game is done.
Because so far for Piper, even if he doesn't even create the next 4 items, I think it's enough. But King aside though, he needs to be
Silent
really
Requiem
careful.
onto Piper. Will finally
Okay.
pop the Purify. Fury the
Fury?
Phoenix literally does no damage. That was like nothing to ACT.
Oh my gosh, that was kind of frustrating to watch because they already managed to get the perfect setup, fear the Phoenix, but because of the established lead of ACT, it just kinda puts water under the fire that Bacon Time was kinda starting here onto game number 1. Now, we look at the items a little bit closer, we see a very huge gap, like continents of a gap, miles of gap here onto the gold laners. And that's already a Trinity build here for Flukeo. And Gons definitely would say is the shorter end of the stick that suffered the most here onto what ACT did. And another easy Lord, another addition onto the farm here for ACT.
I think at this point, the only way Bacon Time wins this game is if they somehow delay it to like over 20 minutes. And the way ACT has been playing through it so far, I don't think they're gonna let that happen. They've been proactive, but not overly aggressive, and they've been systematically pushing out more of the map.
Yep, and this is the kind of opponent that you're going to be scared of. Calculated killers, right? They're calculating each and every step that they take here onto the map. And I feel like for Bacon Time, even if they manage to somehow stretch the game a little bit longer, their items just isn't enough yet. And I feel like for ACT, they've already calculated and mapped out the rest of the game number 1 onto their minds. They just need to just hold on onto Piper being unstoppable, push as much as they can without even really overcommitting. Plus, they're really good at just trying and joke around here onto Bacon Time. Jumping in.
Purify onto Piper. Sylvie jumps in, doesn't really get the lift up, so that's a bit of a mess right there. The Kalea goes down, but the mid inhibitor has been taken out. Zeros instantly rotates over to the bot inhibitor. He's got enough HP that he can just tank it regardless. And Flukeo is 1v2 up top. AOG will zone him away from the tower, but 2 inhibitors are gone before 11 minutes.
Okay, this is what we're talking about, that even if Bacon Time manages to somehow stretch the game, survive, the problem just keeps on getting worse and worse as long as they don't get enough kills and shutdowns onto ACT. One by one, we see them trying to find the right angle. Sylvie might have overstayed her welcome, but the thing is that ACT moving forward will be diminishing those kinds of errors. So the margin of error right now for ACT will be slim, to the point that Bacon Time wouldn't be able to capitalize on that one. And maybe there will be a miracle play here for Spider-Man's doubling up there with B-Boss as well. But for now, I think it's not wise to actually go out here and to try and test their luck, especially with a well-farmed Ceres with the Endless Battle. 9k gold lead, by the way, here for ACT. And Karn's looking for a stack for his Sky Piercer. Things are not looking up here for Bacon Time.
Honestly, even in Bacon Time's position, like what can you really do at this point? I don't think there's anything much. It's a nearly 9k lead, 12 minutes in. We are near the point of no return. At this point, it would take ACT actively griefing themselves to lose the game.
Yep, if ever that happens, right? And as I've mentioned earlier, early game and Snowball is kind of ACT's territory. That is where they shine the most. Most of their games was actually under 15 minutes. So Bacon Time, if ever, needs to perform a miracle, but that miracle is kind of slim, knowing that the Flukeo is on the front lines.
They're literally just running them down. Tsunami Slam comes out. Fury the Phoenix does like 0 damage. Revitalize AOG used defensively. Lord colliding with the Crystal, and ACT is just taking their sweet time. Blazing Duet does nothing. Nothing Bacon Time is doing anything to ACT. It's all just tickle damage at this point, and even the Lord is still alive after all this time. They are pushing straight through. Boss finds the Violet Requiem, but he's already dead. The minions are still sustaining ACT. It's like they're just taking a walk in the park. They're even confused. It's like, oh, that's it? The game's over?
And basing on the reactions, of course, here by the other members, it felt like a warm-up game, right? Because that is how fast they managed to somehow dominate the game and try to somehow establish discipline. Because sometimes when teams are overconfident, they tend to do extra movements inside the map. But for ACT, it's full on when the plan is to win. The plan is to somehow establish that you're you have the upper hand and be cold as you can be. The cold and calculated here for ACT. Just direct to the point. And imagine, this is a team from the qualifiers, right? And they're totally making use of their names here. ACT acting fast here onto Bacon Time.
It's actually insane what we're seeing right now from these teams. These two qualifier teams are somehow the most terrifying out of the bunch. And who knows, I guess it could be a synergy thing. Maybe they're a little bit warmed up since they had to play for the qualifiers in comparison, but that was a complete and utter outclassing of gameplay. Very low kill score game because kills were not even necessary. Purely through decision making and positioning, ACT Esports did not allow their opponents to play the game.
Oh my gosh. Somehow for Bacon Time, my heart is aching. Because I've seen Spider Miles and Exort perform well here in the Philippines. That's why there's a part of me that was kind of hoping there will be some kind of strategy, a poison that they could deflect onto ACT. But sadly, though, that is not the case. We have to really consider that these high players are on the map right now, and they want to establish that they're also really strong players to note for. Now, looking back onto our match highlights or game highlights here, that was a very nice way to somehow signal that there are the hunters in this game, and also what a way for them to activate the Moskov earlier is to somehow let him join them in terms of team fights and give him most of the last hits. And true for ACT, they've managed to let Flukeo farm up, even if at the cost of him just slit pushing. As long as they get the job done right and he is untouchable, they will be unstoppable here for game number 1 against Bacon Time.
I do think that giving Spider-Miles the Gatot Kacha was a bit of a disservice because this hero is a bit too slow and doesn't open up the map particularly well compared to the past. And he's up against a Kalea, Zeusin, and Uranus. There's so many heroes opening up the map for ACT that Bacon Time can never do anything on their own terms. There's always information on them because people can just walk up to their faces without worrying about anything at all.
And most of the time, we've seen the AOG committed just to try and escape instead of it being a setup against ACT. And you're right about acknowledging the Kalea. There's already a Kalea before the Gatot Kacha was picked off, right? So for Bacon Time, I think they need to rethink on their strategies on how to somehow level with the facing that ACT is doing. Because the first 2 picks was actually the Kalea and Jushin for ACT. So for Bacon Time, they actually had the chance to try and swerve things around here onto the map. But still, they chose to go here for the Cloud for the 3rd blue pick. Yeah, I remember. Now, that's a very fast game. 13 minutes. And That's a full-blown massacre here. That's three-star turtles, lords onto the side. All lanes were kind of bared here for ACT. Even onto the big four titles, I was expecting the sandbag going onto the hands of Bacon Time, but no, even that one didn't go onto their side. All full ACT man here.
Flukea did a great job of farming up the game, but it's also a lot simpler when your team is dominating to the extent that you can just walk around and feel free to take anything you want on the map. Piper on the Uranus was a massive issue. Over 100,000 damage taken in like 13-14 minutes. Basically 70 to 80% of the damage that Bacon Time did was into this player, and he barely died.
And now we get to see another scary version of ACT. I thought that I've already seen enough of their dominance on the first two matches. I was kind of surprised that there is another version, a higher level version of dominance and a faster game. Because I remember when I rewatched their series against Tenacity, that was under 15 minutes. The first game was 15 minutes 29, second was 14 minutes, and then for their series against Full Sense, that was 22 and 14 minutes. So I was surprised that they could go faster, beating their own record here on MSL.
I wonder if that's actually... Is that the fastest game that we have had? I'm not sure exactly.
Their own record. I mean, yeah, they're...
Yeah, we probably have to ask about that. But
Yeah.
if it's not, it's close. Right? It
Yep,
was
it's
very
close.
systematic. The aggression was controlled. They knew what space they wanted to take and how to do it. And I think it was partly because Bacon Time didn't have the right draft to handle it. But
Yep.
it's also like... The direction was a little bit missing from Bacon Time, right? They didn't really know how they wanted to approach this, how they wanted to fight this, and I really wish they were a little more proactive in the first 2 minutes to at least set the stage, but hey, that's what happens.
But we understand, Nakatatkacha, you can force it to be faster, right? Even if they wanted to. So far, I remember the fastest game was around 10 minutes, 10:54. So this might be the second closest game to be finished earlier. But I don't want to geek out, nerd out here onto the numbers. So moving forward, maybe for this game number 2, they could actually set a new record here for MSL. Because for the past few matches, we're kind of dragging, right? For the first few, we already casted a game 3 onto KOG and Tenacity. Meanwhile, here for our third game, I feel like they could be a really great match against VLTH because they're playing really fast and they're playing very confident here onto MSL.
I think at this point, we could say that the qualifier teams have definitely burst onto the scene in a very big way.
Yeah.
And a lot of us are looking forward to seeing what will happen when the two of them actually face off. And if I look at the schedule correctly, I think that will be happening next week. But for
Next
now,
week!
yeah, let's focus on what's happening here first.
Yep.
We'll leave that excitement for later. Bacon Time have a very high chance of not taking a game this series if we see the same kind of gameplay.
I think they definitely need to adjust accordingly, especially on the facing that they want to go. Because remember, I kind of expected them to go faster because of the changes onto the map, but it felt like they were kind of a bit too late because they've established that kind of composition that could have worked before the patch, but it's a different era now. So they have to somehow adapt to the changes, be innovative when it comes to their draft. And now, before that, we have to see on what our map will be going. It's going to be a flying clouds here for game number 2. This might be disastrous for Bacon Time because ACT, I've seen them play onto the flying clouds and they don't care if they die, they don't care if ever they got jumped on, as long as they get the kills, they go all in. Now for our drafts, Bacon Time will be removing the Khalid Baksha and Apovius here for game number 2. Meanwhile, for ACT, Freya and the Suyu.
So still sticking to some similar stuff to what we saw before, though this time Bacon Time banned the Phobius instead of the Marcel. If that's the case, do they want to go for a Harif early or perhaps a Sora? We know that they are a team that likes to prio Sora, but it's also very risky to go for it first since the Valentina will just appear.
Yep. So now they go for the Jushin. Maybe now they go for the Harley if ever here for ACT. And one of the most favorite picks onto the red side. Oh, the Marcel is actually open. Wait a minute. Okay.
You
We
are
see
right.
some windows here that ACT could manage to show us. Kind of tricky, but they stick their guns into what works the best with Sylvie, Scalea, and a Leia more stable pick here for Saros.
Well, if it's not broken, we don't need to fix it. But the Zeusin was a pretty crucial aspect of their previous draft. So without it, I wonder what will be able to fill the gap. It will usually be the artillery mages like Farsa or Eve. Bacon Time now have a decision to make. If they really want Sora, they can pick. Oh wait, no, they can't because they already have Zeusin, so they can't pick Sora Valentina together. I thought that maybe they may go Harif because of the Phobius ban, but they go Claude with the Akai.
Okay, so now we see why the Akai was also banned out earlier for ACT. They've done their homework well. That's a deep dive here onto the year pool of B Boss. Now we see some counter punch if ever there's going to be a contest on the objective. I believe this Akai is going to be a jungler. And so far for guns, I feel like if he's going to be on the cloud side, he needs enough protection. He needs somehow to enable him to freely go around the map because it's still going to be the Moskov his head to head onto the goal.
Honestly, if the Kalea wasn't already chosen, I would feel like it was a good game for Marcel. I feel like he would actually perform pretty okay against an Akai just to deny the momentum of the heavy spin. But ACT will keep things close to the chest. 3 of the same heroes from the previous game, though both of their cores have been revealed now, and they will ban the Hilda.
Oh, okay. So now we see ACT taking out the fun out of a Hilda. Because honestly, Bacon Time would have enjoyed getting the Hilda under their hands because they wouldn't have a problem onto setting up plays. They just need to jump onto crucial players here for ACT. And Hilda is a very active seeker onto members such as the Moscow onto the side lanes. Hyla's ban out here for AC. They're trying to limit heroes here for Spider Mouse, but I feel like a Spider Mouse needs something more upbeat, something more that could really go with the flow here on early game facing against ACT. He's actually used the
Having a little
chip.
extra setup for Bacon Time is probably good. I don't think Chip will be the best since Akai has a tendency to counter synergy with teamfight based roamers. I would
Yep.
think more of things like Cho, for example.
Cho?
Gatot is not terrible now since there's no longer a Zeusin on the opposite side.
Oh yeah. You just go for the heavy spin, then AOG double down onto the crowd controls. But now for ACT, maybe they've already read that through because Bacon Time actually used the show onto their game 2 against Full Sense, and ACT, on the other hand, will be needing additional peel. Okay, additional engage as well, and it's going to be a Sora. And a Sora, yeah, Sora doesn't have a natural counter yet here for Bacon Time because the Povius has been banned out.
Yeah, and there's no threat
And there's
of Valentina
yeah.
unless Bacon Time
Hmm.
plays Valentina EXP, which is
But
what
the
people were
Valentina,
doing.
yep, but Valentina's already been banned out by Bacon Time
Oh yeah, you're
onto
right.
that
Yeah, I
last.
forgot about
Yeah,
that.
so
Okay.
they were kind of backfired onto their draft. Sadly, though, that isn't going to be the case. Not salvage that ban out now, so they just go through, as you mentioned. It works for Miles on a few games here in MSL, and it's going to be a Lapu safe pick here onto the XP for Kangkong.
Okay, pretty solid here from Bacon Time. Once again, very standard draft, makes a lot of sense. The Akai is a little bit unusual, but I can see how it would work out here to counter the Leomord and the Kalea. As for ACT, they're going to be looking for a mage. My top choices would probably be Zetian or Lilia, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that is going to be a Zetian here for ACT. Very nice prediccy there, Staffa. And this also amplifies the setup that they can do and proactively seek out or proactively prevent Bacon Time on seeking out various heroes from their side. And I do like that they still played right to their strengths with the key heroes still in the draft, okay, with the Moskov and Sylvie with the Kalea. I think other variables can be interchangeable, but what is their non-negotiable is that they need to give Flukeo still a very good way to farm up as much as he can. Now we see the battle spell is going to be a double purify here for exorted guns, and it's going to be Flukeo with a single purify here for ACT.
It's gonna be a bit of a hard game for the Kalea with the Purifies on the most important targets and everyone else being hard to catch, which means that there's a chance for Bacon Time to throw a wrench in the plans of their opponents here and maybe take a game for themselves. But it all comes down to whether they can beat the execution of ACT as we jump on into the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
We're looking forward onto certain adjustments in terms of rotation here for Bacon Time. And they just need to somehow regain senses, but so much damage early on here for
that was
Carnes and
close.
Sylvie. Super close first
Wow.
blood.
I'm actually surprised Spider-Man survived that. I'm pretty sure he was on 1 HP, not even exaggerating there.
Yep.
But it's important to keep himself alive, make sure they don't lose out too much mid-prio.
Oh. Kinda risky there.
The poke from Carnes is really adding up, and that means that Zeros can come in and steal that camp away from Boss.
And that is what we appreciate with Zetian. You have the pokes and you have the passive. So I saw Spider-Man attempting to get close to him just so he could pop the Celestial Armament, but that wasn't the case because he was easily melted down as early as possible. It eliminates the fact that he's no longer a threat this early for ACT, and instead he's being threatened all over again here by Sylvie. And possible invade here on the turtle or the jungle before the turtle take.
Spider-Miles has been disrupted heavily, still level 2.
Yep.
The first turtle coming hard for Bacon. Do have a heavy spin, and that usually wins fights on its own. Sarah's gonna be the first one on the turtle. He's got a full level lead on the Akai thanks to some stolen camps. They get the grab on the Spider-Miles. He's trying to run forward. Bearded Phoenix drop down on the backline. Turtle gets reset. They are in the pit currently. Heavy spin gonna be used. Pushes Piper into the other team, and that's gonna be first blood in the hands of Bacon Time. Sarah still in the right, but Flicker Landshaker stuns the Leomord. Great zoning from Kangkong.
Okay, that's how they maximize the Jitkundu, the knockups coming from Spider-Miles, plus a very nice way of zoning out member server of ACT even without the Way of the Dragon. Now it's activated.
And they get the kick on Sylvie. Spider-Miles finding a little bit of revenge, actually hitting level 4 before the Kalea, despite the EXP disadvantage earlier. Bacon Time has instantly turned this around.
now we see them proactively seeking improvised plans here, but Spider Miles flicker out here, and a very nice way for ACT to act upon a rising problem, which is Spider Miles.
Flicker is definitely worth it there. You do not want to be giving kills away to the Leomord. Gun's in some trouble, but he still has to Purify, so Sylvie isn't gonna use the ult.
Yep, and definitely for Bacon Time, we see them slightly regain their composure, but without the flickers, so it's kind of limited onto the range on where Spider kicks, right? And now for ACT, on the other hand, I do like the fact that they always seeking out advantages all over the map. Phantom Steed though will miss out, and heavy spin here for B-Boss. Disengage for both of our junglers.
A little bit of miscommunication right there, since the heavy spin didn't get the necessary even after the lantern lift. So ACT will prevent too many more losses. They need to make sure that Seros doesn't get disrupted too much. Again, Liam Ward, as long as he's able to safely farm, will be able to have an impact. Item-wise, everything seems to be progressing as per usual as well.
Plus the action there for Bacon Time was literally make Seros off track, so he wouldn't be able to get to his Barbiel, right? To his Ducati. But now, we move on forward here onto the turtle, being started by BAC. Very nice zone out. Sylvie on the back, but the Leomord is too far away, and a safe turtle here for B-Boss. So now they fund meticulously onto the objectives for game number 2.
In game number 1, Bacon Time was prevented from basically doing anything at all in the game from the very beginning. And now they're the ones in the lead. 1.2k gold is not that much, but it is a very different result from before. Zeros trying to engage on Exort. Spider Mouse is there though. Fury of the Phoenix lands on guns. Fear of Destruction connects. Flukeo is here to join the fight. Gets the pin on Spider Mouse, but he still has the flicker. So they're not able to find a kill.
Okay, definitely. Now we see ACT trying to give BAC a hard time. But you mentioned not much of a lead, but at least it's a starting lead for Bacon Time. What matters is that they aren't really that downfalled yet compared to game number 1, where it's a full-on slam dunk ACT. Now they also managed to somehow push waves into their favor onto the top lane, and Guns so far isn't having a hard time. That is a big win already here for Bacon Time. The moment that Guns will join them onto the team fight, I think they have a chance. They really have the chance here to force ACT out of their wits end. And now they're also letting Guns have his space and try to tore down the turret here onto the bottom side. Mirror move onto the top lane though here for ACT.
We're seeing very good systematic gameplay, this time from BAC, where they're not really forcing fights. They're using their positioning and the gold lead that they have to pressure ACT and slowly take structures. They've already broken the side tier 1s, and all of their towers are still standing strong.
And now we see them kind of adjust on to what happened on the game number 1, and more proactive exhort as well with the Jushin, which is what we want to see with the Jushin, especially with the Lantern Flare lifts, right? And now we see another objective up for grabs. It's going to be the last turtle for game number 2. We see some intent here for ACT to try and contest this one, but it looks like Bacon Time will be the first ones to arrive and barricade this turtle, prevent any members of ACT to reaching out.
Here comes the Phantom Steeds. Gun secures the turtle. Now Zeros being locked down. Meanwhile, the Sora not able to do all that much. They've lost the Leomord, and they take the Spear of Destruction. Flukeo with a mistake. Double kill to Exhort. Karn's nearly dead as well. Bacon Time officially in the driver's seat.
Okay, and now they take control. They take the wins. They take kills and the turtle and a quick conversion. that translates to numerous advantages here for Bacon Time. When we say that they had the lead but not much to work it, at least it was a starting ground for them to build the ground upwards here for Bacon Time. ACT on the other hand, I feel like they were kind of confused that Bacon Time was playing right to their playground, which is the early game. Plus, we haven't seen them so far get a kill onto Bacon Time. That's 4-0. 4-0 onto our kill score. It's already 8 minutes into the game. They couldn't even get a hold of their own buffs at this moment.
Heavy spin whiffs, but it doesn't really matter since Bacon Time get a free tower down bottom. The ultimate from Exort really wanted to lift up Piper. He is able to get away. But the first holy defense has been broken. 8.5 minutes in. It is a total reversal of game 1.
And this is the same players, right? I feel like I'm watching a different team with Bacon Time here for game number 2. Totally 360 full turn of their aggressiveness. The way they roam around the map instead of them just waiting, which is what we're expecting because that's a show. You have to be actively seeking out very great targets. And Guns, on the other hand, also contributed very much of the damages earlier on with the Blazing Duet, targeting specifically onto Flukeo. Now for ACT, acting up fast is the way to go, but fast doesn't equally equate to fast advantages, right? Yes, you're fast onto positioning, but you're not fast to react enough onto damage dealers for Bacon Time. But on the top lane, 3v2.
Heavy spin once again. Flukeo in a terrible spot. Blazing Duet will finish him off. That's their main core. Piper gonna follow right afterwards. So now he's not able to do anything. Dreams the Lantern. Gets a 2-man lift up. And ACT is just being run through. BAC forming a spear right into the heart of their base. A full team wipeout from Bacon Time. Every single member of ACT is dead. The towers are wide open, but it's still so early that BAC can take their time with it.
Okay, now we see the potential. Now we see them cooking something up. We just had to let them cook. Now for game number 2, a full-on wipeout. Very great design tactic there for Guns and as well as Kangkang on the top lane. Plus, imagine for ACT to totally be baited out onto the top lane before a lord take was kind of a huge deal because they needed that win. And for Bacon Time, annihilating each and every members gives an advantage to really go out of their way, establish enough damage items, and even the Ice Queen 1 is already here for Exort. What a great way to come back from the deficit from game number 1. A total revamped version of Bacon Time that we're seeing. Lord will be marching onto mid lane. It's only 11 minutes in the game, but Bacon Time, it's really their time now to shine and still have what it takes to somehow control and force out another game out of ACT.
Total reversal, a 180 here. ACT were the ones in a completely dominant position before, and now it is Bacon Time's turn to do so. 8k gold lead means that this game is basically unlosable unless they make some kind of massive mistake, and even then it would probably take them all running into the base for no reason in order for ACT to take this on. We may be going to another full series.
And now there is danger approaching onto the base of ACT, but looks like Bacon Time just wants to keep things in order, clearing off the last bits of the minion wave, clearing off the inhibitor turrets onto the mid and bottom side. Bacon Time, as you've mentioned, their main enemy is themselves also. If they commit a few mistakes here, ACT just might have the window to go for the comeback. And now we slowly see Flukeo catching up onto the items with the DHS already on his hands. Now Bacon Time really needs to be really careful. It's the 2 imports onto the front line here, just giving those emotes, just giving those stickers, by the way. And wow, Bida actually translates onto wow, you're the lead, you're the star, like that. And that's a friendly banner. That's a taunt here onto the faces of ACT. But in my opinion, I think this isn't safe yet for them to do unnecessary movements because ACT, we've seen them in action. And I still believe there is a comeback potential, a silver lining, despite the 10k gold lead mark here for Bacon Time.
It's gonna take a pretty ridiculous amount of work to
Yep.
do that, though. Even their main core, which is Flukeo, is 1.6k gold behind the Claude. He has the Trinity finished, but no Wind of Nature to keep himself alive, and the damage output of Bacon Time is pretty high at this point. Next Lord is coming up in 3 seconds. I highly doubt ACT can move anywhere outside of their base, so this could be the end game angle.
Yep. It's really not on the top of their list to contest this Lord because of the way Bacon Time has stripped off the defenses of their base. Now they're slowly making their way up here onto the jungle side of ACT. They're waiting if someone will be sticking their necks out here, and they are willing to cut it off now. To cut it short, there's going to be a Lord onto mid lane. Magic Sentry has been activated. They know members of ACT are now present and breathing down on their necks here as they try and attempt to end this game into their favor.
Lords pushing in, the waves are synced, Conceal comes out, only one inhibitor left standing for ACT. A nice Tsunami Slam, Guns nearly dies there, he is able to get out in time. Torrent form only catches one, and Spider Mouth, Wave Dragon can be used on the sword as well. Tsunami Slam, it's an absolute chaos inside the crystal, but the Lord was cleared up. BAC not able to end the game yet, they can only settle with the final inhibitor.
Okay, with that said, we see how ACT could act out a very nice defense if ever anyone wasn't taken down immediately by Bacon Time. So this is what we're talking about, that ACT could drag this out for as long as they want, as long as Flukeo and Carnes wouldn't be taken out in the next few minutes or so. Bacon Time, on the other hand, that's the difference. They have to really pick out Flukea out of the formula here for ACT if they want to keep those solutions coming. They have to subtract something from the members of ACT. They managed to do a wipeout. They could actually do it again if ever they find the right angle with B-Boss with a heavy spin plus Spider Miles just isolating someone, and that someone, I feel like Flukeo and Carnes is that person.
It's still possible here for ACT, because if they are able to somehow take the Claude out of the fight while keeping Moskov alive, they do out DPS Bacon Time, but it's a very tall order. Ideally, if they can keep the game going for another 5 minutes at least,
Maybe,
ACT might still be able to turn it around, and it's because of that that Bacon Time needs to try and end this ASAP before that can happen.
Yep, you're right, and that's why Bacon Time is slowly making their way on to trying to predict where ACT would possibly hide or go for the ganks. Now, we mentioned that Guns is actually a key player here for Bacon. If he's eliminated, I think that might be the comeback, as you mentioned here, for ACT, but I think they're also aware of that. And now, we see some attempts, a vision here for Sylvie. Exhort onto the front. A Lord being started off here by B-Boss. They could rush off with this Lord. It's too risky for ACT to act upon now, even committing the Tsunami Slam, because their base is just wide open. And this might be the ending Lord. This might be the Game 2 Lord that will be helping Bacon to end this for good.
I feel like Flukeo should have been pushing bot lane instead of top. At least maybe try to trade for a tower down there. Since you are a Moskov, Fear of Destruction could let you join the fight still. Finally has the Wind of Nature, but a next Lord is pushing in, and this is a pretty strong one. No towers left standing. Bacon Time have another chance to close things out.
Now, we slowly make their way, pushing off the waves here onto the bottom side, making sure the pressure is onto the side of ACT. There's going to be a vision. All 5 members are here on, gunning out members of ACT.
Spirit of Phoenix, they see everything. They're still tanking up a good amount. Torrent Form gonna be used. Kangkang nearly dies, not able to jump in. Kangkang actually goes down, but Serral's gonna be traded as well. Flukeo working on the Lord. The Crystal is at half HP. They're trying to hold the minion waves back as much as possible. Somehow still holding. Blazing Duet finally comes out. Can they finish? Can Bacon Time end the game? No, they don't have any minions. They can't push it yet, but it's a 3v1 situation. They will finally land the final blow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 3.
We see you, Bacon Time. That is it. Another full-on max out series for the third series of the day. A 1-1. And Bacon Time serving the first game loss here of ACT at MSL. Oh my gosh.
Man, who would have expected this, especially after what happened in game number 1? Total reverse. Honestly, I'm gonna say right now, ACT disrespected the draft. This was 100% a draft issue. I was a little worried when they went and showed the Leomord Kalea Moskov again for the first half without thinking about the potential counters. It worked previously because you had the Zeus in, but doing it again without recognizing the risk of that, and this is the result.
This is the reason why you need to acknowledge certain aspects of the draft, as you mentioned, and the way that it's programmed to just really annihilate members here of ACT is a huge statement here for the coach of Bacon Time. But with that, it's going to be another game number 3 secured here, and Bacon Time didn't really want to go home or didn't really want to end the day without a win onto their hands. But remember, it's a point that they're leaning towards, and that point is a huge part of their standings here if ever they move forward onto the playoffs. Enough said, it's going to be our MVP here for game number 2, Exhort, the 507 with his Jushin.
I think you just can't let Zusin go. I think this hero is too strong. Just leave her in the ban list forever, because she just does way too much. Exhort on the 507, 92% kill participation. Again, the draft from ACT left a little bit to be desired. I can get if you're trying to stick to comfort, but Zusin was a linchpin of your strategy before. And I gotta give props to Bacon Time, picking the Zusin up early, securing the Akai as well to punish for sticking to the same plan of Leomord jungle. Worked out really well for them.
And definitely now we see on the highlights where it matters the most, because he was able to prevent certain players such as Sylvie and Carnes as well onto totally going onto the rescue of targeted heroes here. And so far, with the very aggressive style of activating the Crimson Beacon to chase out enemy heroes of ACT, really favored Exhort well with his Jushin play here. A double kill onto the highlights, plus this is the moment that I mentioned that it looked like ACT will be winning that round because that was just 2 members onto the top lane, but they forgot that because of what Bacon Time did, they just needed to prolong the stay of ACT there, and all is good, and Guns was able to deliver a very impactful Blazing Duet, totally maneuvering the whole series into the favor. And we already got to the point where we already predicted that this is going to be Bacon Time's game. It was just a matter of when is it ending. We know who will win, but it's all about what time, when will it end, and finally before the 18-minute mark, it's going to end into the favor of BAC Bacon Time here for game number 2.
Gotta give props to ACT. They did a very good job of defending for that long, considering how far they were behind. For a moment, I actually thought that there was a chance of turning it around, because Flukeo was really playing out of his mind at the end there, but the odds were way too stacked against them. When you are 10k gold behind, the game is nearly impossible.
And now we see on the post-game stats that we've mentioned there's a possible comeback but super slim chance. And that was possible if ever they take down Numbers 0-0 for Bacon Time. Yes, they've managed to take down Guns, but it was already at the door of their base. So it didn't really make sense on why it was so prolonged. But now for Bacon Time, on to our Big Four titles. It's going to be Guns all the way. And Sylvie, the sandbag here for ACT. He's the best wingman, he's the carry, and he's also the rich man. Guns, you're the
Literally
man.
the one-man army, the Guns here. And that's considering that he didn't even have a very good game one. Claude continues to be a very safe fallback in the gold lane. Does well into most drafts, doesn't have too many direct counters, and outscales almost everything you can throw at him. And this time around, with the team creating so much space, Guns is allowed to free farm the map the same way that Flukeo did in the previous game.
And now we see certain heroes that needs to be addressed. I feel like the Claude of Gods is actually a very trophy pick for Bacon Time. We've seen him use this onto their first match against Full Sense, and he actually won with that one. That was a 21-minute game. He's used to super extended team fights, and that's the forte of Bacon Time as well. But I was quite surprised that they managed to get a hold of the early. They also managed to get a hold of the mid, and then the late game, a bit shaky, but the result still matches onto their snowball here. And Bacon Time securing a win and delivering the first game loss of ACT. A huge statement here for the crowd favorites.
Yeah, considering that they literally haven't dropped a single game since the beginning of the season, this is gonna be a bit of a wake-up call to them. You cannot disrespect the draft. This is not a meta where you can keep playing the same things and hope that the enemy team just doesn't figure it out. Going into game number 3, we need to see some big adjustments, because honestly, it looked like ACT had the potential to turn it around if they just weren't so far behind.
It looked like ACT wasn't expecting for a Bacon Time full-blown out Bacon Time there. But before we head on to game number 3, let's take a look here onto our fans together with our
ห
host.
นุ่มๆในวันนี้เนาะนะคะเดี๋ยวให้แนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงนะคะเริ่มจากฝั่งนี้ก่อนชื่ออะไรคะแล้วก็มาเชียร์ทีมไหนคะ
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อเชอร์ค่ะเชียร์ ACT
นะคะมีเชียร์ใครในทีมเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ก็เชียร์ทุกคนเลยค่ะ
เชียร์ทุกคนเลยนะโอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวฝั่งนี้บ้างนะคะชื่ออะไรคะ
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อแสนค่ะวันนี้มาเชียร์เบคอนไทม์ค่ะ
นะคะแล้วโอ้โหอันนี้กองเชียร์ไม่ได้มาเชียร์แค่นักแข่งนะมาเชียร์กองเชียร์ด้วยกันเองด้วยนะคะมีเชียร์หนุ่มคนไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในเบคอน
จริงๆเชียร์ทุกคนเลยค่ะแต่ว่าก็ให้กำลังใจแรปเปอร์ของเราเป็นพิเศษ
แรปเปอร์นี่คือเขาไม่ได้เล่นเกมแล้วเขามาแบบโย่ว่า
แรปเปอร์ที่เล่นเกมได้นิดหน่อย
โอเค I see get แล้วนะคะมาเชียร์แรปเปอร์ของเรานั่นเองนะคะแต่ว่าวันนี้แรปอาจจะพักแรปก่อนอาจจะต้องมาแข่งก่อนเนาะตอนนี้นะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้ส่วนตัวเราเล่นโมบายลีเจนด์อยู่แล้วไหมคะ
จริงๆเล่นอยู่แล้ว
ค่ะนะคะตอนนี้แรงอะไรแล้วคะแอบกระซิบ
เพิ่งฝึกเล่นค่ะ
ไม่เป็นไรบอกได้เพราะพี่ก็หัวเขียวเหมือนกันแรงอะไรคะตอนนี้
ปล่อยมันไปเถอะค่ะไม่เป็นไร
หรือเราชอบเล่นเลนไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมตอนนี้มิดเลนนะมีตัวละครไหนที่แบบตอนนี้กำลังปั้นอยู่ไหม
ออโรล่า
โรล่าเหมือนแบบเจ้าหญิงน้ำแข็งอะไรอย่างนี้แบบเลิศเชิดเลยใช่ไหมโอเคได้ค่ะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตฝั่งนี้บ้างนะคะนี่นะคะตอนนี้เราอยู่แรงอะไรแล้วคะเล่นโมบายลีเจนด์อยู่เนาะ
เล่นค่ะตอนนี้อยู่แรงตำนาน
ใกล้เคียงกับพี่ นะคะก็เราเล่นอยู่ตำนานเนาะตอนนี้ปกติเราเล่นเมนเล่นไหนคะ
มิดเลนค่ะ
มิดเลนเหมือนกันสาวเนี่ยเป็นไงสาวเขาบอกว่าสายเมดจริงไหมนี่ก็เมดพี่จะบอกว่าพี่เป็นโนน1ล่มคากุระหน้าออกซอยนะ แต่ว่ายังไม่นับซีซั่นนี้อย่าเพิ่งไปหาชื่อนะคะเดี๋ยวรอซีซั่นหน้านะคะชอบเล่นตัวไหนเป็นพิเศษนะคะ
ชอบเล่นฟาซ่า
ฟาซ่าตัวในเมตาเหมือนกันนะมีสกินไหนที่เราถูกใจแล้วหรือเปล่า
ไม่มีค่ะ
ยังไม่มีหรือว่ารอหนุ่มๆส่งให้
เดี๋ยว รอคนส่งให้อยู่
รอคนส่งให้นะคะ ยังไงก็กองเชียร์นะคะเพชรเหลือๆนะคะ ก็ส่งให้น้องได้นะคะอ่ะอยากจะให้เราเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเริ่มทางนี้กันบ้างนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้เราพูดให้กำลังใจทีมที่เราเชียร์แล้วกันฝากอะไรถึงทีมเราตอนนี้บ้างคะ
ฝากถึง ACT นะคะ ตอนนี้ 1-1 แต่ว่ายังไงก็ยังมีเกมที่ 3 นะคะ สู้ๆ นะคะ
นี่ขอเสียงกองเชียร์หน่อยค่ะนะคะอ่ะทางนี้ค่ะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกถึงเบคอนไทม์ไหมคะ
ก็เบคอนไทม์ตอนนี้ก็1-1 แล้วก็เกมหน้าก็ขอให้ทำให้ได้ค่ะ ทั้งคังวีบอสสไปเดอร์ไมล์เอ็กซอสแล้วก็น้องการเอ็นซีค่ะ
ขอเสียงกองเชียร์จากเบคอนไทม์หน่อยเอางี้ก่อนที่เราจะไปตัดสินกันในเกมต่อไป เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตนะคะ ให้2คนนี้เป็นตัวแทนชนหมัดกันนิดนึงชนหมัดกันนิดนึงนี่เลยค่ะชนเบาๆนี่โอเคขอเสียงตบมือให้ทั้ง2คนหน่อยนะคะน่ารักมากนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยววาร์ปไปหากันเอาเอง นะคะเพราะว่าไลฟ์สดชอบหาวาร์ปนะคะเดี๋ยวนี้ไปหากันเอาเองเนาะนะคะเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้ขอส่งต่อคนที่อยากดูวาร์ปที่สุดนะคะในนี้นะคะนั่นก็คือ3แคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเรานั่นเองค่ะ
A little bit of back and forth between the fans of both teams who are definitely feeling happy about the situation. Both teams have proven what they're capable of, and now it will all come to a head in the final game of this match. Both sides have won their games through straight up early game dominance, turning into an unwinnable game for the other side. So I'm hoping to see something different this time, actually. Maybe something not so one-sided.
I had to adjust my air conditioning unit because the games are getting heated up today. So I could feel the heat from here, all the way from the Philippines. And I'm kind of torn on to the last game and who will be taking advantage, because there's a part of me that ACT will be getting their hard revenge after that game 2 loss. Meanwhile, for Bacon Time, on the other hand, it's all about maintaining the momentum. They've already got the perfect formula to beat ACT out of their element. Let's see if they will be continuing that one. And acknowledging our on-site viewers as well here on MSL. So many
all
people
of the fans
watching.
there are passionate, very excited, I imagine. Considering it goes to a full 3 series, I really don't know what to expect in this last one, to be honest.
If ever Bacon Time gets the last point, I think that is going to be a huge statement and a team to watch out for. Even if ACT still is top of the charge and a 4-star recon. Meanwhile, if ACT still manages to salvage the situation, I believe that is going to be a huge morale boost for the Thai community as well as the hometown heroes, as you mentioned. This is a very crucial moment for both of our teams. It's all about the pride and the legacy here for MSL.
Indeed, indeed. It's the first season of their first major league. So all of these teams want to make a good impression, want to be able to get things started and prove that they have what it takes to stand out and maybe even participate internationally. The MLBB ecosystem growing larger every single year. I kind of wonder what we can expect though for draft number 3.
I think the coach is having fun. Look at that. He's getting excited. He's doing all these gestures. Meanwhile, ACT, whoa, they're kind of relaxed. I think there's a game plan in mind here. There's kind of the adjustment onto the draft, and you mentioned the respect that we could expect. Maybe it will reflect, but let's see. It all will depend on to our last game for match number 3. Just waiting for our players to get ready before we officially start our last game for this series. What a long day.
And we still have one more match after this as well.
One more!
Man.
One more! Yeah.
Maybe I didn't know exactly what I was signing up for, Tina.
+1. I second the motion. I thought it was going to be 2 best of 3s. This is my first time in a while to cast 4 best of 3 in a single sitting, in a single day. What
You
a
and me both.
day!
Well, hopefully our
And now
viewers are having a good time here, right? Hopefully everyone watching at home is enjoying
they
the
are.
action because that's what makes it worth it. Dangerous grass for game number 3. Let's get the draft started.
Okay, now we see some potential picks that could rise up if ever it's not going to be banned out, such as the Hilda, the Baksha here for the dangerous grass. But immediately, Coach Snow will be banning Asilda Pobius. So you ban out here by Coach Shadow for ACT. Will the Jushin go and play again here for our draft? Let's see. Baksha ban out, by the way, here for Bacon Time.
I mean, there's no reason for Bacon Time to not go for the Zeusin again. So I hope ACT has something in mind. They have decided to ban out the Sora themselves this time, and surprisingly, this hero is not having a very big success rate. One of the strongest new heroes in the meta, all of a sudden just not doing it.
It's a bad day. I think it's just a bad day for the Sora to be picked today. Despite the Pobius being removed altogether onto a game. For now, it's going to be a good game because looks like Bacon Time is willing to risk the Jushin being open up here because they're on the blue side. That's a very great advantageous side to begin with. ACT on the other hand, they have the last left here. Freya is the last ban here for the red side. Bacon Time, is it Jushin?
It's 100%
Or is it
Zeusin.
going to be the Cloud for Gods? I don't think so. Just give it
No,
up.
I don't
Just go
think
for the
so.
Jushin.
It's if you don't pick Zeusin at this point, you're just throwing. Right? This
ACT,
hero,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure has a near 100% win rate at this point, and both teams have been proven to do well with it. If you don't lock it in yourself, ACT is 100% taking
Okay.
it. So yeah, they will definitely go Zeusin.
The suspense was killing me. I was okay. Now they get the Claude. They remove one of the working factors of a Bacon Time here, and they get the Eve on the mid lane. So the punish on the mid lane, very good, very nice box up here for ACT. Bacon Time. What's going to be their answer for this one? I think if he wants to really challenge Flukeo onto this match, he just go for the Moscow altogether. But kidding aside though, there's still a possibility of a Harriet here for the gold lane if ever. Or maybe just secure the Hardy of the Leo Mord here for a Bacon Time.
I think in terms of gold lane, Moskov is probably the better matchup against Claude specifically, but they also don't really need to go it too soon. Looks like they will. And it is the Harley as well. For a moment, I was wondering if we might see like a Guinevere again, because Guinevere is a pretty good answer to the Eve, but it's like they'll go with the comforts.
Oh, now they lock in the layer mode still here for ACT. They're just kind of tweaking things around, as you mentioned, the respect for the draft. I kind of see it because of the deny and the prior pick here for the Claude. But for Bacon Time, I'm quite surprised that my brain is still functioning as of this moment. We've like casted what, like a total of 8 games now, and for Bacon Time, yeah, total of 8 games, and
yeah, I'm hoping the coaches are fresher than we are.
Yeah, Yuzhong ban here for ACT.
Yusong ban is interesting. Makes me wonder what they intend to play in the EXP lane currently. Because Yusong is strong, but a lot of the options you see nowadays, don't worry about him too much. Safe picks like Uranus and Lapu Lapu don't need to be too concerned. So they're specifically getting rid of this. Are they intending to play something else?
Okay, maybe. Maybe there's a part in ACT trying to predict the fighter jumpers here for Bacon time. So now they eliminate the variable of sustain here out of ACT. I wouldn't be too surprised if the Alice is going to be banned out as of this moment, because the Povius and Uranus has already been removed here by Bacon time, and XP lane is still the missing role here for both of our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. The EXP pool is getting narrowed somewhat at this point, so I am curious. Heroes like the Marcel are actually still open too, so there's always a chance that we see stuff like that. The Uranus ban makes sense though. If you're getting rid of things like the Yuzong, it seems like you're leaning in that direction. And now the Alice as well.
Yep.
What is ACT intending to play?
They're trying to test the limit of the XP laners at this moment, giving it very small windows of heroes to work on with. Because remember, for the Red 4, it's a prior for ACT. They could just straight up steal off anything that comes to mind here that is going to be activated with Kangkang. But Kangkang did quite good with the Lapu Lapu. Not the kind of start for game number 1, but still I think it's still very efficient as of this moment for Bacon time. Now for ACT, they have the cards here. They just need another second layer of engage just to add that kind of stay and spice here for the RWM of cards.
It's a bit of a tricky spot for them right now. I think the Cho is actually still not bad for ACT this time, because you ideally want a roamer that's able to outmaneuver the Zusin now that you've given it over. Oh, yep, it is the Cho.
Okay, it's going to be still. Cho still here for ACT because the Kaleo has already been removed by Bacon time. But it all depends on the angles. Is Sylvie really efficient onto using the Cho? I don't think he's.
I think Bacon time
he's
goes
already
Rome
used the
Hylos.
Cho. Oh yeah, for Spider Mouse, more in action.
Yeah.
Not really of the
Rome
slow pace hero.
Hylos. I still think Guinevere is not bad. Maybe in the EXP lane is not as good. So it's either Hylos, I think Lapu, maybe?
Maybe. Or let's go for a change of scenery. A new hero altogether here for game number 3. Okay, it's a Lapu for Kang, as you mentioned.
Yep.
And a Hylos here, right on cue on the Predixie here. It's a Dapo. And last pick, the missing piece, the Expilator for ACT.
EXPCC is not bad here. I could see that being a possibility. I would ordinarily think something like a Benedetta, but their draft isn't really the best to support that right now. More lockdown is also ideal. I don't like Terizla for them against Zusin. I hope they don't go that way. But CC's lockdown is not quite good enough. Arlet, maybe? No, okay.
They just okay. They went ahead and still locked in the Terizla despite the not recommended route, because you already had the Lapu, the Hylos here for Bacon time. But let's see, an interesting take here for ACT's draft. But I felt like they acknowledged, they respected the draft here for Bacon time. But onto the XP, it's kind of tricky on how will they place this service in the team fight later on.
I will say that ACT's draft is a little more flexible. It's very skirmishy. Most of the heroes are quite self-sufficient, so even if early game doesn't go that well, their scaling can make up for it. Whereas Bacon time, if Guns isn't able to have a good game, might have some difficulty since most of their damage is front-loaded onto only 2 heroes.
Yep, and now we could definitely see on why this team has so many supporters all around Thai. Bacon time, extending the game, extending the match onto game number 3. Meanwhile, ACT still aiming for that match win streak despite the game loss for game number 2 as we move on ahead here onto the last game of our third match for MSL Thailand.
Are somewhat balanced, so either side has an opportunity to close out with a victory here.
Early flicker here for Sylvie. Interesting approach here for Bacon Time, just a full-on commando to the mid lane, and a very fast jungling pattern here for B-Boss as well.
So far, so good. We've already seen how mid lane prio is pretty important. A lot of the teams today have just been trading quite heavily around level 1 to 2 here to try and see if they can free themselves up for side lane rotation. Overall, I don't think any team has been overly aggressive though, so gameplay is still proceeding as usual.
Still on the check here for Bacon Time and as well as ACT. We would expect more active actions here for ACT despite game number 2 being more of a landslide for Bacon Time. I was kind of surprised that we actually reached 8-minute mark and there wasn't any kills that ACT got from game number 2. Now we see them taking the charge, taking the lead onto proactively seeking out possible hiding spots that Bacon Time might maximize. And now onto the mid lane, it's going to be Sylvie still onto level 3, going for that level 3, and still no kick yet before the turtle will be getting here by our junglers.
Saros currently controlling the turtle, zoned out by Exort. Again, the Zeusin is a massive issue most of the time, and I'm surprised ACT let it through again. So it looks like Lucaia is going to be able to join the fight first. Phantom Steed comes up and gets stunned instantly, surrounded by 4. Zeros goes down instantly. First blood over the side of Bacon Time, and to pick up another kill on Sylvie as well.
That is a very good opening here for Bacon Time, especially onto eliminating factors such as Saros and Sylvie. And without Sylvie, you know that ACT wouldn't jump on their front lines here for Bacon Time. And without those two, Bacon Time has the free reign all over the objectives here on the map. It makes it easier for them to prevent possible skirmishes and possible surprises here for ACT. What a great start here for Kang Kang as well. Very worthy lapu-lapu game for Bacon Time. And ACT needs to act on fast because looks like they've already been read here like an open book by Bacon Time.
Honestly, that was a weird engage from ACT earlier though. The Phantom Steed coming out, Saros being the front line when you have a Terizla. Very weird positioning that resulted in ACT just straight up losing the fight. Oh, BAC suddenly with a near 2k lead in 4 minutes.
And it doesn't look like this is the kind of game that you would want to experiment and who to go first, because you have this kind of tanky Terizla. So you wouldn't really want to put so much responsibility and risk onto your jungler if you're ACT right now. For Bacon Time, on the other hand, and that's the thing, they just grab what they can and run with it. They run with what they saw, and Spider Mouse proactively seeking out the map as well is a really huge vantage point. And we mentioned that what fits Spider Mouse best is hero that isn't really slow to begin with. And Hylos is also very efficient onto his hands, and the way he really checks each and every bush that ACT might be hiding from. Now the turtle will be responding onto the top lane jungler, and it looks like B-Boss is trying to somehow give enough damage so other members of ACT will slowly back away. And now Saros is on the vicinity, Sylvie taking a hold of the turtle grass here, and it looks like Spider-Man knows that as well.
Both roamers gonna be providing vision. We can see Sylvie is already 1 level behind compared to the high lows. which is gonna make this early engage a little bit more difficult. Flicker kick on Sylvie, gonna be used onto Exhort. Nice setup into the RWM, but the Revitalize is keeping them alive, and Sylvie is the one that's gonna die to the Deadly Magic. Saros walks in, steals the turtle away, but is now surrounded and picked off. Guns connects the fight with the Spirit of Destruction, forces the Flicker from Viper.
It's looking like a game 2 all over again. 5 minutes of the game, 4-0 onto Bacon Time. It's total domination plus a quick transition on the turret, turtle, and then a possible invade and deny here onto the jungle of ACT, and they're not stopping there. They really want to try their best to establish earlier leads here against ACT.
This is already not a good start for ACT. Having a Leomord means that you need to make sure you're at least even in gold so that you can come online. And Bacon Time has prevented that from happening. I'm pretty sure Guns is out farming Flukeo by quite a lot as well. So they're already hitting their early game win conditions.
I'm quite surprised on the capability of Bacon Time to totally take a full turn after that game 1 slam dunk by ACT. What a way to quickly reset their minds and their composures as well. And now they've regained the momentum, composure as well. We mentioned that they're more comfortable when the draft was adjusted and revolved around fast-moving heroes. We were expecting that Bacon Time might struggle against ACT because most of the predictions are onto the side of ACT because of the stats and the numbers. But for now, they're breaking each and every layer here against ACT, and they're trying to come up with a new page, a new story here for game number 3. And now, eyes on the prize here. It's going to be the last turtle here, and it's looking like BAC wouldn't let go of this one against ACT, starting it off with just resetting the turtle. Sylvie trying to find the right angle. Flukeo as well on the respo if ever additional damage is needed. Saros would actually have the time to figure out a way to go for a U-turn because he has already managed to get his purple buff. Cyclone Eye as well. We're waiting to see if who will be impatient enough to start off a clash without any of their core damage leaders yet here onto the turtle.
I feel like ACT is trying a little bit too hard to contest these objectives. I think they can just give up on them and allow Flukeo to farm the opposite side of the map because the Glorious Pathway zones them out. Turtle secured easily. Sylvie is in a bad spot and Guns gets the kill.
I'm kind of confused on why Sylvie was overextending on that part. I do understand he was trying to predict on where the Moscow might walk through and go for a miracle push or a miracle kick, but that wasn't the case. And you're right about them not really hard on trying to contest the turtle, but I think it would have helped at least if they tried and dance around it a little bit. But for now, it's looking like Bacon Time again because they've got a plenty full bounty onto the first kills. Turret destroyed plus 2 turtles on their hands. Quite an established lead and an established gap yet again onto our gold laners. And Harley is quite looking good as well here onto the hands of B-Boss.
He really hasn't needed to do all that much yet. Just come on in, do the damage, steal the objectives, and job is done. Because ACT cannot break through the front line. Once again, it is an issue here of I really wish this wasn't a Terizla. I feel like having a bit more lane priority and setting up faster for fights would have been a lot more valuable, but there are bigger issues here. ACT really should be trying to play more macro. It's clear right now that they cannot win fights.
Yep, and basing on the macro side of things, it looks like there isn't just enough of them to try and push off other lanes because they're too mainly focused onto spotting on members and go for team fights. And now Bacon Time will be giving that.
Flicker Landshaker will whiff. They're gonna try and re-engage with the RWM, but BAC just walks back out. Blazing Duet goes in, does some damage, but it's not quite enough. Now ACT is just gonna be swatted away like a fly.
And while all of that is happening, there's also B-Boss just having the time of his life. Multitasking. And Bacon Time actually is great onto doing two things at once. Getting a Lord, distracting enemies, plus also capitalizing on who to target here. Whoop! Spider Miles.
Dragging onto Spider Miles, dropping everything on
Survive.
the high-lows, and they still cannot kill him because of the Revitalize. BAC gets the Lord, and I think this game is getting close to done.
This is yet again a struggle for ACT. They're being pushed onto the brink of destruction yet again. A Lord on the hands of BAC. It's inevitable that BAC will be able to get a few tier 2 turrets here onto the lanes of ACT. Plus the fact that even with them going on full on 5-on-5 team fights, still isn't enough to totally get a kill, a sure killer R to BAC. This is kind of hard to watch and cast Stellafa, as we know ACT is a very dominating team, but onto the hands of Bacon Time, it felt like this is not the identity that we know them of.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's kind of difficult to stomach the kind of gameplay we are seeing here, especially after that game 1. After all the praise and expectation that we saw from this full local lineup, they are trying. They're gonna try and funnel as much gold as they can into Flukeo because that is their best bet. But as long as Bacon Time targets the Claude, the fights become pretty straightforward.
It just feels like they're waiting for an error here for Bacon Time. But Bacon Time, in fairness though, they aren't giving any margins of error that ACT could capitalize on. Instead, it's them punishing members here of ACT who will be overextending their positions. And so far, even the purple buff, no mercy at all here for Bacon Time. I could only imagine the comment sections here on what our viewers thinks about this kind of game for game number 3, and onto our in-game equipment as well. A well-formed jungler as well, a Harley, Divine Glaive already locked in, and this is for sure one of the hardest and toughest games that ACT has faced starting for the qualifiers up until this regular season. We're only on to week number 2. Just when we thought that it was already smooth sailing for them, there's a wild Bacon Time suddenly appearing, even if he's not at the top of the charts, in the middle actually. But still, he's showcasing that we are here and we have what it takes to totally tore down crowd or hometown heroes such as ACT.
Can never underestimate the impact of how the season progresses when it comes to these leagues. What may happen one week can be very different another, as we who have casted MPL will be able to tell y'all. You can never let down your guard, and Bacon Time does seem to have adjusted a little bit better to what we're seeing from the patch, as well as their opponents here today. Lord dropping the half HP, Flicker kick from Sylvie. They're going in on the Zeusian Blazing Duet. Can they get the pick off? No, the Crimson Beacon gets her out, and now the full initiation. Beautiful Royce halfway slows things down. Sylvie gonna be the first target. Piper tanking a good amount of damage. Is still alive for now, gets lifted up, thrown back in, and can only wait for the end. Killing spree for Kang Kang. And Flukeo trying to re-engage, actually managed to melt down Spider Miles. Boss has to get out of there as well, so ACT doesn't walk away with nothing.
They still have what it takes to actually try and attempt. But if they did that earlier, if they managed to do those kind of kicks earlier, I think this would have been a different scenario, a different game. But now, another engagement. Flukeo!
The shutdown, that's gonna be huge. Oh no, what a mistake! Oh
no!
It was going so well. If Flukeo survived there, it would have been huge, but now Spear of Destruction. Guns flows back in. Spear of Misery of Zero. Guns with the turnaround.
Oh my gosh! I was about to break down that might be the opening that AZT could capitalize on. And then suddenly there's an exhort stopping Flukeo onto his tracks. And I think AZT understood that it's now or never. They really had to risk that play. If ever it works, it works. But if it doesn't, that's GG. That's a DOOM spelled out for them. And now it's going to be a Lord marching in onto the top lane turret. And for AZT, they could still survive. They could still somehow regain and defend their base. But for me, even if they manage to shut down certain members here for Bacon Time, I think the damage has been done here by Bacon Time.
They're trying to push in now. They've taken the top and mid inhibitor already. Only one tower left standing. ACT has tried. They've been able to get some pickoffs in return, but we're still looking at a 9k gold disadvantage. Next Lord up in 90 seconds. I don't really know if they can turn this around still. It will need Bacon Time to make mistakes.
Yep, and now it's time to actually focus on what matters the most. What is the comfort or safety net here for ACT? It's more about Sylvie finding the perfect angle. But in finding the perfect angle, they need to ensure a sure kill. He managed to pick off Exert earlier, but sadly though, there was Crimson Beacon, actually Flicker Crimson Beacon out here for Exort. And it's kind of tricky because he was a perfect target, but he's also the target that if you miss out, could potentially bite you around, bite you back here for Bacon Time. Flakeo finally securing his winter crown. It's all about the clutch movements and mechanics here for ACT. They're going all in onto this turtle. It's going to be the third turtle for this round. 17-minute game time. And for Bacon Time, they're doing a great job onto pushing off other lanes as well. We understand that the top lane will be the easily manageable one for Bacon Time. So as much as possible, they want to somehow put more pressure onto longer lanes. So ACT could do nothing but to try and defend their lane. And it also prevents them from being too deep here onto the jungle, as the Lord will respawn and 5-on-5 battle might commence here onto the jungle.
I think it really comes down to whether Sylvie can get a pick off on an important target. If they can somehow maybe pick off boss before the fight starts, then it'll be huge, because there's really no other good target that they can melt fast enough. BAC is still 8k gold lead. We are reaching the point where the cores are going to be full build on both sides either way, so ACT still has a chance, however unlikely it may be. So they're not doing a very good job of housekeeping either, so they have to keep sending people back to keep the waves pushed up. And BAC is going to take advantage of this. They see Claude on the bot side. Now is the time to engage. They're going to try and force the blitz. Boss secures the Lord to get the lift up on Sylvie. Immortality down on the show. RWM comes through. Amazing duet! Coming in from Flukeo, doing good damage! BAC has to back it up. Spider-Mouse going to be melted away. Guns comes in from the side. He's a 1v1. The Guns going to lose the immortality. Flukeo needs to back it up. Spirit of Destruction misses as well. Piper going to be left behind. Abandoned. Job is done at least. ACT tried. It's a 1-for-1.
That's so bloody here for that kind of offense here for ACT. It came at a crucial moment. We do understand that is a very risky part onto Flukeo. He delivered much and that needed damage, but the Lord has already been taken now here for Bacon Time. They need to defend. And are they enough? Whoop!
What was that, Kong? What was that called? He is able to get out, but ACT will hold. What was that play from Kong?
Okay, now we're kind of confused on why Kang was there in the first place, knowing that they have the perfect advantage to just wait for the Lord to stroll his way in before committing onto any plays. Meanwhile, for ACT, that's the kind of punish that they want. That's the kind of errors that they want to see, that they could capitalize on. And very fast mechanics here onto Flukeo. Clutch moments here onto the map. Surviving still. And it looks like, again, that there is still that silver lining of a chance that ACT just might go for that potential comeback. Bacon Time, on the other hand, we see that what they can do. We see that they already got the advantage. Now they just have to try and limit certain movements inside the map, especially when you know you're already in the lead. You wouldn't want to add up again to the numbers of what ifs in your life. And now for in-game equipment, we've reached the part wherein ACT has already waited enough. They've already waited enough to finally get the perfect items here, especially with the Queen Swings here, with a finishing build here for Seros, and Flukeo as well locking in the Winter Crown. He's going all in. He's betting everything onto his instincts here against Bacon Time. Crucial mistake there for Bacon Time, but another crucial Lord, an Evolved Lord here, and most likely ACT will be contesting this one because the lanes are looking good, but might be a blitz of a Lord here for Bacon Time.
Oh, here comes the
Conceal?
play, full dive. Spider Mouse will spot it out. Oh, the stun, the kick doesn't come through. Sylvie has to flicker back out. Flores Pathway slows him down though. Spirit Destruction comes through. Guns with killing spree on the toe. Zeros comes in from the side. Basic Duet is good. Winter Crown, the melt, that damage is a lot actually. The Revitalize is keeping them alive. Zeros finds boss, executes the Harley, and Spider Miles now in a dangerous place. Lukeo wants one more hit, not able to. No, Carnes will be the one to kill spree. ACT has turned it around. This Lord is now theirs.
It's all about taking off the red trees and the front runner here for Bacon Time, but Exhort isn't giving up. He's not giving up.
Hello?
He's chasing down members of ACT, but the base, there was a plan B. There was a guns onto the bottom lane trying to figure out a way to end the game into their favor. But look at that. What a way for ACT to salvage this last game against Bacon Time. Oh my gosh.
Exhort tried to walk forward to buy time for Guns to split push, but I think it's a little difficult to do that against a Terizla. And it's gonna be a 3v2 situation. Lord is low. Blazing Duet comes through. Kong Kong steals the Lord away for Bacon Time. What?
The
How is that?
What? If we
That's
only
a
have a
blunder.
replay, a slow-mo. He's added to the 7 wonders of the world. He's the 8th wonder. 8 wonders of the world right now because of that Lord steal. Kang with a crucial take of the Lord. I was expecting that to be a sure Lord onto the hands of ACT because everyone,
it should have been.
Almost everyone was present there, right? And now, Bacon, right on track, taking the lead, taking the control of the game.
Guns down oh my goodness, look at that healing from the Revitalize. Sylvie not able to find the Moskov. It's a bit of a mess from ACT. They're gonna lose their toe for this. Immortality burnt and he's guaranteed dead. Lord pushing down mid, so at least Sylvie by sometimes Spirit of Destruction goes in. Do they want to engage? Yes they do. Guns gets the stun on Flukeo. The Claude is dropping low with the ground. This might be it. The crystal is wide open. The Lord's on top of it. Flukeo barely survives thanks to the base, but do they have enough? They cannot break through the objective.
Oh my gosh!
Bacon Time takes the game.
Despite the predictions, despite the numbers against them, it's Bacon Time regaining a win, delivering the first match loss here for ACT and putting their name higher onto our standings. Bacon Time committing a miracle of a play here for our match number 3. Oh my gosh, goodness gracious.
Somehow Kong takes up for the control of something by using the Lord. Honestly, if that didn't happen before, Bacon Time could have ended the game early. There was no need to give ACT the chance to come back like this. And if they had gotten that Lord, they probably would have won. So, I don't even know, man. This was an experience.
Out of my mind experience there. To be honest, this is the first time that I was actually on the edge of my seat while casting. Definitely even if it's a dragging match. But the key is that Bacon Time still prevailed and finally secured a game win again here, continuing a streak here onto MSL. Quite surprised onto that Lord still, by the way. I would love to dive deeper there later on before the match interview, but I think it's going to be onto the post-match, post-game stats here onto our match number 3, and might be one of the stronger contender for an MVP for game number 3.
Yeah, I think Kang played a good game. There was one big mistake of
for
some reason diving in on his own. That was a bit of a throw. If not for that, his team would have probably still been fine. But then he steals the Lord on a Lapu Lapu against 3 members of the enemy team, including their jungler. That is not a good feeling for Seros.
Just when they thought that, okay, guys, we can finally breathe. We got the Lord, we have Seros on the line, and then there's the bravest fighter. There's the Lance Shaker. There's everything all in one here for Kang. And the thing is, when you least expect it, unexpected things can happen definitely. And for this matchup, I feel like I'm on a fever dream. It feels like I'm on a fever dream because that realistically speaking, many viewers already predicted it's going to be a game for ACT. But let's head on over onto our host for our winning interview with Bacon
แนะ
Time.
นำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะชื่ออะไรกันบ้างคะ
สวัสดีครับ ชื่อคังครับผม
เล่นตำแหน่ง
เล่นตำแหน่ง EXP ครับ
โอเค
สวัสดีครับการเอ็นซีเล่นตำแหน่งโกเลียนครับ
โอ้โหนะคะวันนี้กองเชียร์แบบมาเชียร์เต็มที่เลยนะเนี่ยนะคะถามความรู้สึกกันบ้างดีกว่านะคะว่า2 แต้มนะคะรวมถึงแต้มก่อนหน้านี้ด้วยแล้วก็รวมถึงแต้มวันนี้เนี่ยการที่เราเก็บมาได้แบบนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ2 แต้มที่ผ่านมารู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีใจครับ
ดีใจครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้เหมือนแบบค้างๆเหมือนแบบฟิลลิ่งยังค้างอยู่ นะคะดีใจใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ครับ
โอเคเดี๋ยวให้เพื่อนตอบบ้างรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ชนะทีมที่แบบตึงมาได้ก็ดีใจมากครับ
นี่นะคะงั้นอันนี้เดี๋ยวถามคังดีกว่านะคะว่าอีจังหวะเมื่อกี้เลยอีที่กดหลอดมาได้น่ะจังหวะนั้นน่ะเรามั่นใจไหมว่าเราจะเป็นคนกดได้
คือผมจริงๆผมบอกบอสว่าเอาผลิตมาให้กูเลยเดี๋ยวกูร้านให้บอสก็เลยว่าเอาไปเลยเพื่อนเลยร้านได้เลย
เราก็เลยเอาใส่เลยเต็มที่ตีไปก่อนเลยอะไรอย่างนี้
แบบเปลี่ยนสเปลกัน
เอาเปลี่ยนกันเลย
เอาฟิกเกอร์ให้บอสเอาผลิตให้ผม
โอ้เปลี่ยนหน้างานอย่างนี้เลยใช่ไหมถือว่าเป็นการแก้แบบเขาเรียกว่าไงแก้ปัญหาที่ดีแน่นะคะแล้วก็ได้ผลด้วยนะคะแล้วก็จังหวะนะคะที่เกมเสมอ 1-1เราคิดว่าเราจะมีสิทธิ์กลับมาได้ไหมคะตอนนั้นใครตอบก็ได้ให้ตอบ2 คนเลย
เกมไหนนะครับ
ตอนที่เสมอกัน 1-1แล้วมันต้องมีเกมตัดสินเนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไง
ก็ผมมั่นใจมากเลยครับตาแรกที่ผมแพ้ผมแค่วอร์ม
แม่เราไปเวนั้นซะแล้วอ่ะ โอเคเพื่อนว่าไงบ้างคะคัง
ว่าตาแรกมันจะแบบว่ากดดันครับก็เลยพอแพ้ปุ๊บมันก็เลยแบบเสียแต้มว่ะเริ่มอยากได้แต้ม
ปกติแล้วเขามีแต่แบบพอแพ้แล้วมันรู้สึกแบบนอยพอแพ้ปุ๊บไม่ได้ว่ะอะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ไหม
มันรู้สึกแบบว่าอยากได้แต้มคืนต้องแบบว่าใจเย็นๆหน่อย
นะคะค่อนข้างแตกต่างนะคะเนี่ยนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับเรานะคะในการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้นะคะรู้สึกว่าทีมไหนที่เราอยากจะเจอด้วยที่สุดคะตอนนี้คังตอบก่อน
อยากเจอวลีไทยครับ
นี่และคิดดูฟอร์มการเล่นเมื่อเช้านี้คิดว่าเราสู้ได้ไหมคะ
น่าจะตึงมืออยู่ครับ
นี่ตึงเอาอยู่ไหมคะเราคิดว่าเอาอยู่ไหม
เราเอาไม่อยู่ครับ
เดี๋ยวพี่ก็นึกว่าเราจะตอบอย่างมั่นใจผมเอาอยู่ครับอะไรอย่างนี้น่าจะตึงอยู่แต่ก็ได้อยู่นะเดี๋ยวให้การตอบบ้างคิดว่าอยากเจอทีมไหนที่สุดคะในสายตาเราตอนนี้
อยากเจอ KOG ครับอยากเจอพี่ฮิวโก้
พี่ฮิวโก้แต่เมื่อเช้าเขาไม่ได้ลงนะเขาอาจจะแบบเก็บตัวอยู่หรือเปล่าใช่ไหม
เขาเก็บแผน
เก็บแผนงั้นฝากอะไรถึงพี่ฮิวโก้หน่อย
ก็
พูดได้เลย ฝากอะไรถึงพี่ฮิวโก้ดี
คิดถึงนะครับพี่ฮิวโก้
อ้าว ไปเวนั้นซะแล้วเรา โอเคไม่เป็นไรค่ะนะคะ แล้วก็สำหรับนะคะ3เกมที่เราเล่นไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยเราอยากจะยก MVP ให้ใครดีคะถ้าไม่อิงเอาสกอร์ตามอันเนี้ยเรายก MVP ให้ใครดีอาการตอบก่อนบ้าง
ให้คังๆเลยครับ
นี่จังหวะกดหลอดนั้นเป็นอะไรที่ตาตึงใจมาก นะคะอ่ะคังๆให้ใครดีคะ
ให้บีบอสครับ
โอ้โห
เพราะว่าก่อนตายนี่ดูเสียงเพื่อนผมดูสิ้นหวังมากเลย
เขาเหมือนเขาสละตัวเองเลยนะ แบบเขากระโดดเข้าไปก่อนเลยอะไรอย่าง
คื
งี้
อพอเพื่อนผมตายปุ๊บใช่ป่ะผ่านไป1 วิยังไม่พูดว่าตายนะบอกว่าเอ้ยกูตายเพื่อน
อ๋อคือจังหวะนั้นยังไม่ตายด้วย แต่ก็คือเหมือนแบบอ๋อตายไปแล้ว
แต่ไม่พูดว่าตาย
อ๋อเดี๋ยวเขากลัวเราจะตกใจไงเดี๋ยวขวัญมันจะแบบอะไรอย่างนี้นะคะอ่ะแล้วก็ที่เราคอเกมกันเมื่อกี้นี้เนี่ยปกติแล้วเนี่ยใครเป็นคนคอเกมคะใครเป็นคนนำ
คนนำเหรอครับเอ็กซอยครับ
อ๋อเอ็กซอร์นะคะเราด้วยเหมือนกันไหมคิดว่าเอ็กซอร์เหมือนกันไหมหรือใคร
ไม่เหมือนผม
เอ็กซอยกับสไปเดอร์ไมล์ครับ
อ๋ออุ้ยแล้วแต่สไปเดอร์ไมล์เขาคอกับเราได้อยู่ใช่ไหมคะเรื่องภาษานี่เป็นอุปสรรคไหมคะเอาตามที่เราคิดได้เลย
นั่งฟังอย่างเดียว
อ๋อนั่งฟังอย่างเดียวแต่พี่เคยดูนะคำที่แบบเขาชอบเรียกกันเลยเขาบอกว่าเหมือนแบบประมาณ watch me ใช่ไหมเหมือนแบบดูฉันอะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ไหมพี่ได้ยินบ่อยมากทำไมเขาเรียกให้ดูทำไมคะ
อะไรฉันหรือเปล่า
ไม่ดูฉันแบบเวลาคอเกมไง
เขาบอกว่าดูกูครับ
พี่ก็อุตส่าห์ปรับให้มันดูอ๋อที่จริงเป็นคำนั้นพี่ขอโทษค่ะพี่ขอโทษโอเคไม่เป็นไรนะคะแล้วก็ในระหว่างที่ตอนเราเล่นกับทีมเราเนี่ยคำถามอาจจะเยอะนิดนึงนะเพราะว่าโอ้โหเกมเมื่อกี้สนุกมากนะคะให้เลือกระหว่างดันแบบว่าต้นเกมทีเดียวจบเลยกับคัมแบ็กมาอีกรอบหนึ่งเราชอบแบบไหนมากกว่าเรานี่ก็สนเหมือนกันนะ นะคะชอบแบบดันจบตั้งแต่ต้นเกมเลยหรือว่าชอบแบบอีพิกคัมแบ็กอะไรอย่างนี้ชอบแบบไหนมากกว่า
ชอบแบบไม่ต้องทำอะไรครับ
อ๋อโอเคก็ถือว่าพี่3ช้อย1ช้อย2แต่น้องตอบ3นะโอเคแซวเล่นแค่นี้เหรอคะโอเคให้การตอบโอเคชอบแบบไหนคะ
รวดเดียวจบครับ
นี่รวดเดียวจบนะคะอ่ะสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะให้เราฝากถึงแฟนๆนิดนึงค่ะให้มาเชียร์เรานิดนึงนะคะเพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้เรามีแข่งอีก1เกมค่ะอ่ะสบตา FC นิดนึงอ้อนๆหน่อย
ก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์นะครับทุกเสียงเชียร์ของพวกคุณส่งมาไม่ถึงผมครับ
อ้าว
พูดเล่นถึงอยู่ขอบคุณมากครับ
โอเคแต่ดีใช่ไหมคะเมื่อกี้นี้รวมแล้วดีเนาะดีการค่ะกัน
ก็ฝากเชียร์เบคอนไทม์แมตช์ต่อไปได้ครับพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่
ค่ะนะคะพรุ่งนี้คิดว่าจะเก็บแต้มได้ไหมคะ
2-0
อ้าวเพื่อนสายหน้าแล้วตอนนี้ อ่ะคิดว่าจะเก็บแต้มได้ไหมพรุ่งนี้
2-0ครับ
หมายถึงเรานะ
เขา2
อ้าวไปเวนั้นซะแล้วโอเคน้องคงอยากพักแล้วตอนนี้นะคะขอเสียงตบมือให้กับเบคอนไทม์หน่อยค่ะนะคะก็เดี๋ยวให้น้องๆ2คนพักผ่อนนะคะขอบคุณมากนะคะและเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อไปให้3หนุ่มแคสเตอร์ของเราต่อเลยค่ะ
Host, once again, congrats to Bacon Time, and their fans certainly seem to feel strongly about this victory right here, and it gives them some much needed points, right? This is only their second match of the season. Both matches have actually ended up going all 3 games, and funnily enough, both matches they lost game 1, so maybe this is the reverse sweep team.
And it looks like they will be the streak breakers, of course, here for Bacon Time. But it's time to hear out on to our MVP. It's going to be Guns here with his Moskova 404. But I think Kangkang also deserves an MVP. Officially, though, here onto the numbers and the capability of him going for outmaneuvers, even if he was targeted and under duress reward with the Flukeo strategy Winter Crown. Still, he managed to pull through. He was unbeatable. He was deathless for game number 3. And now let's check out onto the highlights on what happened onto this last game for match number 3.
Personally, if not for that one throw play at the very end, I would have said Kang was MVP for sure.
Yep.
Because man was doing a lot of work throughout this game. The Lapu Lapu was very difficult for ACT to remove, and because of that, he was a consistent nuisance. Even managed to steal the Lord at the very end. I'm pretty sure we will get to see that in the highlights at some point.
Yep, and maybe later on, because it was a long game, to be honest. This is what we're talking about, that when I was mentioning Flukeo finally got the very nice trajectory onto the Moscow Volcans, but honestly speaking though, he still managed to somehow remove himself on a very toxic situation here from ACT, and we've mentioned crucial plays that could have been kind of a setter, and
Here.
Kang
What was this?
must have been the wind.
That's a very sus wind right there.
Yep. But although technically, if that didn't happen, he would have been the MVP. But to be fair though, his Lord still kinda regained some of those points for him because of what he did there with the flicker land shaker thing on the mid lane, and definitely the result will speak for itself as Bacon Time will end the win streak here for ACT. Establish yourselves no longer as the dark horse, but a very top contender here on MSL.
It certainly seems like ACT Esports is strangely disconnected when they're not able to get that initial lead for themselves. There were a lot of weird movements, a lot of slow decision making, I would say, as well. I really think that a bit more macro play would have been good. Split out the map, try to force Bacon Time to play on your terms rather than constantly trying to run at them when you take team fights, because Exort is just gonna be standing there with that lantern. Zeusin should not have been given away for free.
Definitely. And that's why we're honestly confused onto the draft that they still chose to give it despite Bacon Time on the blue side. And definitely now, speaking on the big four titles, yes, Flukeo managed to secure enough gold to be the rich man. But honestly speaking, you cannot be rich by yourself. You need to enjoy what you've accumulated with the rest of the gang, with the rest of the group. And that's why here for Bacon Time, they just had that very nice of a team fight, very nice transitioning of the objective and then kills. Plus, they know how to control the whole map. Because we mentioned that they were putting a bit of a pressure on the bottom side so that ACT would have no choice but to totally assign someone to go home. So there were always 4v5 when it comes to crucial setup, but that was the reality. Bacon Time will prevail and get the game win and the match win here for this series.
They're certainly a well-loved organization, so the fans are going to be happy about that one. ACT needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And it also means, Athena, that you were the only person to actually predict the score for this match correctly.
Hey! But bias aside though, I see a lot of potential here. But a very big thumbs up, of course, for ACT because of that game number 1. But let's see, we still have one more match to cast and watch out for today.
Yep, we'll see you guys there.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが 俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる子供騙しかお待てろ。
ふっ行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ
飛来神の術
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる
愚かなる弟子供騙しかアマテラス
行くぜこれが俺たちの力だってばよ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมาเจอกันต่อนะคะค่ะนะคะกลับมาเจอกันต่อนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันนะคะ MSL Thailand นะคะซีซั่นที่1นั่นเองค่ะคู่นี้นะคะถือว่าเป็นคู่สุดท้ายแล้วของวันนี้นะคะนั่นคือคู่ที่4ของเรานั่นเองนะคะสำหรับใครที่อยากจะมาเชียร์นะคะ2ทีมนี้นะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยให้รีบเรียกเพื่อนกลับมาได้เลยนะคะคนไหนที่กำลังจะไปตักข้าวเลยนะคะตอนนี้รีบตักมาได้เลยนะคะหรือถ้าเกิดใครที่จะเข้าห้องน้ำห้องท่าอะไรให้เรียบร้อยตอนนี้รีบมาสแตนบายเลยนะคะเพราะว่าคู่สุดท้ายของเราเนี่ยกำลังจะเริ่มต้นขึ้นแล้วค่ะสำหรับการเจอกันนะคะของทีมแรกเลยนะคะกระต่ายข้าง E Arena นั่นเองค่ะวันนี้จะพบกับทีมรวมตำนานนะคะ Solic E-Sport นั่นเองนะคะที่จะเป็นคู่สุดท้ายแล้วก็คู่นี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งคู่ไฮไลท์เลยนะคะที่หลายๆคนเนี่ยจับตารอเชียร์กันนั่นเองค่ะสำหรับอาทิตย์ที่ผ่านมานะคะทั้ง2ทีมเนี่ยถือว่ายังไม่สามารถนะคะคว้าแต้มมาได้นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเดี๋ยวมาลุ้นกันดีกว่านะคะว่าคู่นี้นะคะไม่ทีมใดทีมหนึ่งเนี่ยมันจะต้องมีคนได้แต้มแล้วล่ะนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะไปลุ้นพร้อมๆกันเลยนะคะสำหรับคู่นี้นั่นเองค่ะเกมนี้ถือว่าสำคัญมากๆเลยนะคะสำหรับทั้ง2ทีมนะคะต้องเก็บชัยชนะให้ได้เท่านั้นนะคะเพื่อที่จะรักษานะคะฟอร์มการเล่นของเรานะคะแล้วก็มีสิทธิ์ที่เดี๋ยวไปลุ้นอีกทีหนึ่งนะคะในรอบเพลย์ออฟนั่นเองเนาะแต่ว่าตอนนี้นะคะอย่าเพิ่งท้ออย่าเพิ่งหมดแรงนะคะให้กองเชียร์นะคะตอนนี้อาจจะเป็นในออนไลน์นะคะหรือว่าอาจจะเป็นด้านหน้าเนี่ยเตรียมตัวเชียร์กันได้เลยนะคะถ้าเป็นออนไลน์เนี่ยใครมีขนมอะไรนะคะเตรียมหยิบมาให้พร้อมได้เลยนะคะเพราะว่าความมันในคู่สุดท้ายวันนี้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวกำลังจะเริ่มต้นขึ้นแล้วนั่นเองค่ะแต่จะบอกว่านะคะผู้เล่นในระดับของซีเนียร์นะคะของทีม จากทีมของนะคะ Solic Esport เนี่ยต้องบอกเลยนะคะว่าไม่ต้องน้อยใจไปนะคะเพราะว่าเรายังมีนะคะแคสเตอร์ในรุ่นเดียวกันอยู่นะคะเดี๋ยวจะแบบนะคะเราแบบเป็นระดับซีเนียร์อยู่แค่ในลีกนี้หรือเปล่านะคะจะบอกว่าพี่แคสเตอร์ของเรานี่ถ้าเกิดคุณด็อกมาด้วยอีกคนนึงเนี่ย3-4 คนนี่รวมกันอายุเกิน100นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวช่วงนี้เราไปดูพี่เขาเลยดีกว่านะคะว่า3-4 หนุ่มของเราเนี่ยนะคะที่บอกว่าในระดับซีเนียร์เหมือนกันนะคะวันนี้เขาจะพากคู่สุดท้ายกันมันขนาดไหนนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์หนุ่มหล่อของเราค่ะ
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, but we got one more final sprint to close things out on the first day of week 2 here at the MLBB Super League Thailand Season 1. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Yatina.
Finally, we get to see the last match of the day. We were just starting off, there was still sun outside, but now it's close to midnight. Kidding aside though, it's still early in the evening, but still, what a way to open up the week number 2 for MSL Thailand. It really is time to rise and time to see who will rise above the challenges here onto our last match, which is going to be the battle of E-Arena versus Solix. So far onto the standings, things are not quite looking up yet for them, and this might be the turnaround that they need to actually climb those rankings here onto the regular season. And talking about E-Arena, to be honest, they were up against very strong VLTH onto their first half of our week number 1. So let's see, this might be the key to finally get the group going. Same goes for Solix as well.
Unlike many of the teams that we've seen today who were coming off of win streaks, both of these teams are still looking for their first victory of the season. Like you pointed out, Ladina, E-Arena has only had one match so far, and it was a clean sweep by Valley Thai Esports, which happened on day 2 of week 1, whereas Solix has played 2 matches, which were between the King of Gamers and Tenacity, both of which were clean sweeps against them as well. So comparatively, we have a little less information about how E-Arena plays, and I think both teams are eager to at least get some points on the board this time.
Yep, and let's see, because right on our board right now, we could definitely see some changes, especially onto Bacon Time, securing the 4th place here. Technically kind of third here, because KOG and ACT is kind of tied onto the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, you mentioned Solix and E-Arena isn't at the stand that they want to be, so this is actually the chance to somehow open up the week into a different kind of score. May it be a 2-0 or 2-1, for as long as they can secure that 1 point, all is good here for MSL Thailand. Now, for Solid Esports, they suffered quite a heavy opening because that was 2 match loss against KOG and then match loss again against Tenacity. So they really need this bounce back if ever. So let's see if what they have in store for us will equate to those wins for the last match of the day. I'm so excited to see how this last match will go.
Yeah, we know that at least one of these teams will be able to get a W here to finally get some points on the board. The question is, who is it gonna be? Is it going to be E-Arena, an organization with their sights set on the future, with a long history in the esports industry, now looking for a new challenge and a chance to compete internationally? Will they be able to claim their first victory of the season today?
Will it be E-OK as E-Arena slowly marches their way here onto the arena for MSL? Let's see if they have a secret recipe cooking up here as they're up against Solix, also looking to cement the victory. First ever victory here for MSL Thailand. You mentioned that the silver lining is one of them will be sleeping with a smile on their faces, but who will be sad? Let's see. You wouldn't want to be on the shorter end of the stick as we welcome in Solix here onto MSL stage.
This is definitely the team with a little bit more pressure on their shoulders since they played 2 matches compared to E Arena's 1. They really need a win here to make sure that they are not sitting at that last place spot on the charts, and this could be the opportunity to do so. They've had some pretty interesting hero picks in the past, and I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more unique identity as we welcome both coaches along with the Marshal up onto the stage.
Yep, we are officially entering the last of the day. It's all up to the coaches to showcase their skills and what it takes to out-trap and outmaneuver their opposing teams when it comes to the recent patch updates that happened over the week here onto MLBB. And before all of that, of course, it's also a chance to invite you guys to watch over onto tomorrow. Of course, there's always going to be a day 2 for MSL. Meanwhile, this is going to be the main 5 lineup here for E Arena Esports. I know some Filipino viewers out there are kind of like pointing on to me, GC being so familiar. Yes, he is indeed another Filipino import, and we love the fact that for MSL, they're opening it up more opportunities for other players from different regions to play as well here on the Super League.
On the opposite side, we got Solix Esports. This is a team that we don't really have a lot of information about currently, outside of the fact that they are currently on a loss streak and looking to clear themselves out of that hole. We've seen some interesting picks from this team, one of the standouts being, I believe, the Rome Hellcurt that they played against Tenacity during week 1. It unfortunately did not work out for them, so I don't know if they're still willing to do things like that, but let's see what the teams have to say.
แล้วก็มั่นใจว่าเอาชนะโซลิกได้แบบไม่ยากครับ
สวัสดีครับผมลิมิครับจากทีมโซลิกครับจริงๆเนี่ยทีม EA เนี่ยเขาหาดูเราได้แบบง่ายมากเลยในสตรีมอะไรเงี้ยเขาน่าจะทำแผนรับมือได้ง่ายมากแต่ไม่ต้องห่วงครับเพราะว่าเรายังจำแผนตัวเองไม่ได้เลยรับมือผมไม่ถูกหรอกแต่ตอนที่เราอัดเนี่ยผมยังไม่เห็น EA เขาแข่งนะก็ไม่รู้ตามไปไหนครับเห็นแต่ในแรงไม่เท่าไหร่
รุ่นเก่าอ่ะก็ระวังรุ่นใหม่ไว้ด้วยนะครับเพราะรุ่นใหม่ไฟแรงโซลิกเดี๋ยวเจอกันในเกม
All right, let's once again look at the head-to-head. This time it's the gold laners, Nozen from E Arena versus Sao from the side of Solix Esports. Compared to a lot of the other players we've seen today, these are much lower KDAs in general, though GPM and Teamfight seems to lean slightly towards Nozen.
Considering their matches earlier this week rather, for week number 1, E Arena understandably so with the lower KDAs here because Nozen was immediately shouted out, so the numbers didn't get recorded because there isn't much of a margin and data yet to calculate here. But so far, maybe moving forward here on to week number 2, we could definitely see some improvements when it comes to our statistics onto our head-to-head here onto our gold laners. But let's see, because for now we have to also see what's going to be our map for match number 4, game number 1, and which sides they will be taking on over here.
Yep. Let's keep our eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a long one, but hopefully these teams will be able to close it out with a bang for us today on Expanding Rivers. Hope to see some slightly increased tempo in that early game.
Yep, let's see, because now we definitely see Solix on the blue side. Is going to be E Arena to the side of Fred. Oh, Coach Dart is also a Filipino import. Very familiar face. I'm quite surprised we see so many different nationalities here on the Super League, to be honest. And so far, let's see, there's kind of a bit of a struggle in their earlier matches here on MSL. But moving forward, no more Valentina struggle and Phobia struggle here for Coach Kazin. And EA immediately removed the Jushin, Freya, and Marcel.
So no obvious first pick Azusa this time around, but the Sora actually gets locked in right off the bat. The Phobius and Valentina are gone indeed, so Looks like Solix was setting up for this specifically.
And now there's nowhere to be somehow negated because Povius and Valentino obviously banned out, but EA could actually manage to somehow steal the Suyo away, which is a high contest jungle hero so far today, or even set up onto the mid lane if they want to. Like, just remove the Eve overall for a very steady mid laner starter here for E Arena. They've got a few successful debuts with the Guinevere now onto the hands of E Arena and a Claude Pryo as well here. Interesting.
Keeping it safe, keeping it open. Claude is always a solid fallback marksman. Guinevere is a pretty flexible hero, and it's actually good to pick her up early in the draft since there's a lot of places you can slot her in. So Irina starting out by feeling the waters a little bit, whereas Solix will instantly lock in the Baxia and the Hilda.
Now we see immediate answer of a Lilia here for E Arena. So they want to be more on the survivability type of things. You have the mobility here for the Claude and also the safety net of the black shoes activated here for E Arena. Meanwhile, they're removing some very worthy opposing gold laners here against the Claude here for Nozen. Moscow is immediately out here for Coach Dart. Meanwhile, for Solix, quite the Granger option they could also go to, or for the Flex if ever, but against a Claude, maybe that kind of limits the hero ocean here for Shao.
I would say normally the Harif would be good for Solix. It's not as safe to play into something like a Lilia. It's still pretty okay, since now that there's a Guinevere on the opposite side, you want a marksman that can take Purify. Oh, never mind. Arena will snatch up on that and ban the Harif.
Yep. Okay, immediate response. You mentioned it's not so bad of a head-to-head onto a Claude, so just remove it overall. So there's no fair advantage when it comes to the matchup later on. So I'm kind of excited to see to Solix next last ban here, because it's more like they're targeting the side lane XP here, given that we already saw the Claude automatic gold laner. Remind me, guys, if there's already a Claude onto the XP or other lanes, but so far it's still a Claude onto gold and a Lapu ban out here by Solix, and now EA has the first pick after that ban.
Putting a lot of focus onto reducing the viable EXP pool here. Solix seems to want to make sure the Sora will be able to make an impact. Terizla will make an appearance once more. Hasn't had the highest success rate today though.
Yep, I'm not so much of a fan, to be honest, with the Teresa, even with the adjustment made onto him. Because I feel like there is much more, let me see, fitting heroes onto the XP. You have the likes of the Yuzhong, if you want. Sadly, glue is not an option. I forgot. And then there's also the angle of just using a hero that could easily go out and in after initiations. Benedetta is very particulate on that, but maybe more so additional setup is what they're aiming for if you're E Arena. But Solix on the other hand will be locking in the carry, plus a very spammable Valier here onto Solix. What a great combo with the Sora, by the way.
The Valier making an appearance. I do not believe this. Is this the first time we've seen? Well, someone told me that there was Valier being played at MSL, but I can't really remember. It's an interesting choice, because I would actually think Valier was a little better on the E Arena side to deal with the Baxia and the Hilda, but it doesn't. It's not too bad on Solix's end as well. With the Valier and Curry together, they have a lot of max HP burn, which makes the Terizla feel even worse.
That's gonna be a slow burn effect here onto the Terizla. And it's going to be a joy here on to Mijiki. This is one of his most favorite picks back when he was playing for MDL, the development league here on the Philippines. And I do feel like he still carries that charisma over. But let's see if that would fit best because I believe the balance on their sides kind of tilted into the favor of Solix. And I would be confirming, yes, this is the first Valier for MSL. I had I haven't counted the number of games, and so far there's no Valier in sight yet. Yes, a debut for Memmark's Valier.
I do also Solix's draft is a little easier to play with. Hilda Baxi has very strong early game, and then the carry outscales basically everything that you'll throw at it. The Joy might have some difficulty here if they're not able to deal with the invasions, but having a Lilia around does mean the jungle is a little safer. So early game might not veer too heavily in one or the other, but either way, we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn for the first game on the final match today, and looks like we have to solve a bit of a pause right now.
Okay, so we have to ensure that all devices players are also ready before we move on forward to ensure the best quality of the games delivered to you. Everyone who's watching at home, I know you guys are also confused, but let's see. Because right now we will be checking up on a bit here on our players right on site here on MSL Thailand.
As per usual, we want to make sure that competitive integrity is maintained, so if any players are having technical issues, we will make sure to be right on that to resolve it so that they can play at maximum power. Because I'm sure all of us in our pub games as well know that it's not fun to have to play a match where you're lagging or if something is going wrong with the game, so please be patient.
Yep. And honestly speaking though, even if you're playing RG, yeah, right, you would want to be at the best internet, best device, full charge. You have to get ready for anything that could happen so that you can ensure you're at your best when you're playing. And right now, guys, a free redeem code for our viewers out there. Right on, screenshot if you want, share with your friends, because freebies are always the key for every viewer out there, especially here on Southeast Asia. I love freebies.
We all love freebies. But we're gonna be jumping back into the game now. Once again, thank you very much to the marshals for making sure everything is resolved quickly. We got Solix on the blue side versus E Arena on the red side. We will be able to come out on top here. The Lilia is a pretty good pick into the Hilda, so Moss might have some difficulty doing usual Hilda things.
Yep. So let's see. I was actually checking the comment section, but sadly though I can't understand. Sorry guys, I tried. I was actually looking forward if there was any comments noting the efficiency of the value here for Memmarks, but looks like it's going to be a full-on collision here onto the early facing of our game. Full-on fights. So many
we have to note this is a roam Guinevere, no jungle Guinevere. That is going to be the Joy instead. It is focusing Mark as well, being taken by Hanagus. So if they are able to land the Violet Requiem, it'll be pretty big for the rest of the team. Not to mention, only Zhao on the carry is holding Purify. So everyone else is free pickings.
And now, GC.
Electrifying Beast doing good damage to Memmarks. Now gets stunned by the Valier in return, is barely able to dash out.
This is what we're talking about earlier, why we were considering a Guinevere onto the roam, right? Because it's really still very efficient way of securing objective, position, plus setting up fights. Now for Solix, looks like they don't want any fights, just blitzing through the turtle immediately. 007X will be getting that one. EA Arena now forcing out a possible first blood. Oh, not yet.
Looks like Cherry will be able to survive that. But I am liking what I'm seeing from Solix so far. they know that they have a very strong early game composition, so they're not even gonna bother trying to secure positionings or zone. They're just gonna blitz the turtle though, and Agus jumps in on Moss. Still on level 4 though. Oh, 007 gonna roll in, collide with Mijizi. Electronic Beats comes out. Moss gonna need to flicker out of the way, but Mijizi secures first blood on the Hilda and dashes away. Valir is here, searing torrent. Will it burn? No, Hanako survives on 1 HP.
Because in the current meta, you wouldn't really consider banning out the Joyride, but this is actually a trophy pick for Mijizi, but let's see. Because now Solix suffering that much of a damage and very on point, precise, a way of overturning and then picking the most viable target of them all. And Solix on the other hand, yes, they're good with securing objectives, especially on the first turtle, but so far we have yet to see what they have to offer in terms of picking off, because for their lineup to really work out, it needs to be more on the team fight setting. And meanwhile, on to our prediction, looks like we agree that it's going to be prediction EA Arena for this last match.
Actually, my prediction there was 0-2 for Solix. But I don't actually even remember that prediction anymore. It feels like a lifetime ago. And I think I didn't have enough information either. We'll see. Who knows? Could be right, could be wrong. First turtle's coming up soon.
Yep. There's always a first time for everything. It's our first time here on MSL. And the first Valier, by the way, here to week number 2. And let's see on how will Solix rush through. Will they go for the same strategy? I don't think so. 07 on to Peachy. The Black Shoes isn't forced yet, but it looks like EA Arena will be forcing their way here onto the turtle.
They're colliding in, penalty zone on the Baxia into the Crying Beats, doing good damage, but Moss is on top of Mijizi and it burns down. The door falls in the trade to the Hilda. Pretty worthy trade so far, but Cherry nearly dead as well. Needs to escape from that fight.
Okay, that was so sudden, and that's definitely a win here for Solix. Immediately take down Mijizi, even if they didn't manage to get the turtle. As long as they delay the main jungler here for EA Arena, all is good. There was a trade, yes, and that was onto the Hilda, but precisely so, it's much more juicier for Solix to just get on over the jungler, remove the Genius Wand, the first priority build here for the Joy, and now their priority is facing off one another here on the jungle.
Well, in terms of farm, we're looking at a 1k lead for Solix Esports currently, which is not too much actually. Considering how much of a front load they have onto the early game, they need to be snowballing a little bit harder, and I hope to see more aggression from the blue side.
Let's see if they will be setting up those kind of plays, because right now, there's two different parts of the map where we could potentially see a clash happening. It's onto the right push mid and here onto the bottom side.
Violet Requiem onto Sherry, but Wraith definitely doesn't have enough damage there, so they won't find it. 007 secures the turtle. PT drops low. Solix with another victory here. Heaven's Wrath gonna be dropped as well. Has to flicker away since he's surrounded. He'll get out.
And with that, Solix just wants to somehow create a smoke screen here for EA Arena. They're distracting them enough to secure objectives. Now they go for the kill.
Three-man gank up top, and they will find Nozen. A much more successful gank compared to what happened below.
That is definitely the way to go. A very smooth transition, to be honest, here for Solix. What we're expecting, especially for a backshot on the lineup. And this is one of the reasons why we didn't see a backshot earlier onto the games we've casted, because the prowess and the smoothness of it gliding all over the map is just too good to let go. And I'm quite surprised that EA managed to slip that right up here onto Solix, and potential fights here happening left and right, but still we cannot deny that Wraith doesn't really have that much of a hold over Solix. That's why they're really having a hard time here onto really holding down their ground here onto the mid lane. But if ever Hanagus finds a way to pop a very beautiful Violet Requiem, that just might be it. A tempo setter here for E Arena. Now we're moving forward here onto the potential clash again because the turtle will be responding in half a minute. And it looks like Solix is eyeing out the turtle as early as possible.
They do have a 3k goal lead, so they definitely should be contesting these objectives, especially with the heroes on their side. Looks like there's a big rotation down bottom as well to secure lane priority. Marks is quite far. He's gonna have to flicker over the wall. Penalty zone only on the Hilda, so a bit of a wasted cooldown there. Oh, here comes 007, colliding in on Peachy in the backline. Gonna get caught with the Violet Requiem though, but they don't have enough damage. The Baxi is actually really tanky. He's still alive. Here comes Mijizi from the side with the electrifying beats. Going on Sao instead. He's on low HP, but they finish off the Joy. Not able to execute the gold laner, but the turtle gonna get reset to the Lord. So neither team can really contest this for now.
And for Solix, even if they didn't manage to take a hold of the turtle, transforming it to eventual lord, they still got a very good pick of their onto mid-GC. Just when we thought that EA managed to pop off a very beautiful Violet Grim, but that was on the wrong target. 007 is just too tanky for you to burst him down. Then mid-GC all of a sudden, yes, he was targeting Sao, but he forgot that, yeah, you're a very squishy hero. It will just take one jump from Moss, and that's the end of For Your Joy. And now for E Arena, this is not going to be a smooth ride, as we still have yet to see the adventure, the worth of Atarizla here onto their lineup.
So far, Solix doing a good job of maintaining that early game momentum. Their heroes are very well designed for handling dive. That's why this Joy was a bit of a question mark. I figured that Mijizi was confident enough and there would be ways to play around it, but the rest of his team is unfortunately not able to respawn to Solix's front line, and that makes it very difficult for him to actually make the dives.
Yep, and now Solix is just taking advantage of the fact, and they just go all in. Each and every lane is into their favor. Xiao delivering all those plates, serving up those damages here for E Arena. Lord onto the top, mid lane is inevitably going to be melted down here and torn down by Solix. And Peachy with the black shoes. Very clutch moment there to escape.
Blazing duet on Marks. Nozen wants to try and trade for something, but cannot stay long enough. You see Solix taking a very systematic route. How? But they're not able to get anything yet from E Arena.
They will be surviving, but the cost of them surviving is Solix thriving here on the map. Still on the lead, that's a 5.5k gold lead. A very heavy lead in my opinion, especially if you really wanted to snowball. And immediate answer here for Hanagus.
This Torn Form catch onto Rave right into the carry. Look at the damage being built up. Sao finally able to join fights, get assists, and pick up farm 2-level lead on the carry compared to the Claude. 11 minutes in, 6k gold lead. This is becoming very one-sided.
Yep, just when you thought that EA Arena finally got the worst of it, no. There's a round 2 difficulty here for Solix, because Xiao is also online. Xiao is also joining the clashes against E Arena, and there's no one from their side that could totally stay long enough for them to really deliver those needed blazing duets here for Nozen. Now, looking at the items real quick, evidently so the gap is just too much here onto our jungle, or rather the gold-to-gold comparison. That's only 2 core items built up here for Nozen. Still missing a missing piece here. Only the DHS and gold is up. Meanwhile, for the carry, that's already Corrosion side. DHS and looking at it with the golden staff, it's just the cherry on top here. And we could definitely see him more be active in the initiations. Now, Lord will be started off here by Xiao. E Arena, what is going to be their A plan here as Sherry marks them on the spot?
Oh, look at Moss on the back already, dropping Peachy down, forcing out the black shoes. Here's the torn form, Violet Requiem used. Zao actually got executed. How did they find the carry? Now they're following in with the Blazing Duet. They are trading left and right, 2 for 2 currently, but a very important target already picked up by E-Arena. Nozen able to dodge away from Moss. Now the flicker forward from Memarks. They want the kill, they want the gold laner, and they will find it. Oh, 007 now colliding in with Shield Unity, and the flicker forward from Moss to pick up the double kill for the Baxia.
There's 4 men down. And 2 trade here for Solix. Even with Xiao being taken down earlier here by mid-GZ, what they failed to notice was that they were too caught up in the moment that they forgot to protect the Nozen and Peachy Netmos. They could have just paved way to be more patient. And instead of it going to their favor because of a great misplay here for E-Arena, it backfired onto their faces. Solix still got the lead here. Lord in hand. 4-man takedown. Plus now, it's going to be about destroying the inhibitors here for E-Arena. 13 minutes in. And it doesn't look like E-Arena still have the key here to totally turn things around, and now they're starting off their defenses, loading up onto those blooms. Lord marching in together with Solix.
It's gonna collide with the tower. So far, Solix slowly dealing damage, but not quite able to full commit since all of E-Arena is around. Mijizi also trying to clear up the bottom wave. Seems like Solix won't be able to do too much damage to the structures yet, but another minion's coming in. Violet Requiem not gonna commit it there. 007 looking for a chance to roll in. E-Arena gonna need to back this off, which means the tower will finally fall thanks to the Baxia zoning them out. Another minion wave down bottom. E-Arena has healed back up, so they should be able to hold this one. But they'll lose their top one in exchange.
That's a very good transition here for Solix. After getting the mid lane inhibitor turret, they immediately went ahead and just pushed off other lanes. Even if they didn't manage to destroy the bottom lane turret here for E-Arena, but the moment that they've got the top lane turret says a lot, because that is solely going to be onto their benefit. E-Arena, on the other hand, I do feel like Hanagus is holding back a bit more here. I was kind of expecting more of a Hail Mary play right there, but maybe for E-Arena, the call is to try and contest this Lord. But for now, it's all about surviving another minute or so here onto this game. And looking at the items, still all on the lead here of Solix, and an immediate response here for the Bloodwings for Memarks. Plus, we have the Blade Armor present now for Moss as well.
They are farming very, very comfortably on the Solix side. Already full build on Zao. As long as he doesn't get caught by the Joy, he'll be able to tear to everyone else. Only a single Chastise build currently on Wraith. Nozen's not too far off, but he just needs one more item to finish up his build. But E-Arena is really lacking tools to engage. Their frontliners are a bit too behind.
Meanwhile, with the Rose Gold, I think Xiao might just survive even if mid-GC attempts to do another backdoor play onto him. And now, still at an advantage. Even the wave right now is on the favor of Solix. We see someone clearing off some bits of the minion onto the bottom side. It's going to be Nozen, but right now, that's all that they can do. Just go for the plan B, pray for the best, as Solix will solely secure that Lord. Oh, chase down.
007 sees Claude down bottom. Not gonna full commit to that. No reason to. Since they just got the Lord, they'll be able to push within. E-Arena, this is an important defense. They're gonna need to hold this Lord back. Maybe even the next one if they want a chance to turn it around. It's not impossible. They have a Claude, they have a Joy. Their damage is sufficient. But it is going to be an uphill battle.
Yep, and now it's up to them. If they could still try and stretch this game for as long as they can hold out. But for Solix, it looks like the eyes is on the prize as they slowly move forward here onto the base. 007 from the back. Who will be targeted?
He's gonna collide in on Peachy. Violet Requiem not able to be used. 007 takes a good amount of damage. Here comes the electrifying beats as well. Mijizi picks off 2, but Cherry has the Winter Crown. Zhao still alive, still doing good damage, but the Lord has been cleared up. Here once again with the Winter Crown, gets the lockdown on Sherry into the blazing duet, but Nozen doesn't have enough damage yet. Moss is able to hold him up alone. 3v3 situation, minion wave still streaking in. Zhao still the primary target. Both marksmen are alive. Needs to be careful about the positioning. The carry is going to be hard targeted. Peachy going to be jumped on by the Hilda, and the jump forward from Brave with the penalty zone as well, but the damage burns down the immortality, and the killing spree will be secured by the carry. Oh, 007 on top of the crystal. They're trying to go for the minion waves, but their Sao really needs to go for the crystal. Hit the crystal right there, and he will. Solix Esports secures game number 1.
Secures and forces the game win against E-Arena, even if it's at the cost of extended clash, extended moment onto the base turret. As long as they get the job right, they get the job done, all is okay here for Solix. What a solid play here for their first game. And for our last match, it looks like they've already gotten used onto maximizing the draft itself. A very great way to start off with the backshot is to just overrun member after member here against E-Arena. And right up till the end, I was kind of surprised that they were taking a bit too long and they were kind of forcing to end the game because the timers are still low. And if things went south for the side here of E-Arena, they could just have gone on and went straight ahead onto the base, but that wasn't the case. And fortunately though, Solix managed to close off that game into their team.
Oh, very strong showing here. I do think the draft played a role pretty notably here, giving away the Baxia and Hilda together.
Yes.
Is kind of a recipe for disaster. And then you also give them the Sora without the proper counters, and you draft heroes that don't do particularly well, like that Joy being saved for the last pick into Baxia, Hilda, Valir. I think it was a little bit too overconfident.
Yeah, honestly speaking, the moment they locked in the Therese, I was like, can they salvage it with the jungle pick? I was kind of expecting more explosive picks, but then they chose to like, okay, let's go for the Joy route. Are you comfortable? Yes, you're comfortable. You're very efficient on this hero, but is it complex enough to fit in with the rest of what you were creating? It was another recipe, right? They were kind of creating a recipe for success with setting up the Guinevere pick, but suddenly you go for the Joy. So there's 2 different main courses here to be served for E-Arena, and then the Terisla just isn't there yet when it comes to complex situations. Not really a fan of that. I know you guys have noticed that already, but so far here, it's going to be Xiao, our Game 1 MVP, with a 4-1-3 onto his carry.
The carry is still a very, very strong marksman hero. Can burn through basically anyone regardless of how tanky they are, and as long as they're given enough time to farm, can often 1v1 a lot of targets. The only death that he picked up was because he overextended himself in one of the earlier fights and got blasted by Mijizi. But after that, he is farmed enough that he's able to just 1v1 him anyway. Even from the very first phase of the game, you can tell that E-Arena didn't have the tools needed to handle the bulkiness of Solix's early game comp.
Yep. And for now, I think they really have to kind of start over from scratch. We see some quite good attempts here. You see Mijizi just taking out a needle from a haystack, but that is just too much effort. You need your jungler to be more active onto annihilating instead of him sorting through that mess, sorting from all of that mess here onto the clashes. And for them to be able to do that is, of course, start from scratch, start from the draft. And with that, Xiao also enjoyed his play here because there wasn't anyone from the side here of E-Arena tanky enough to really like sustain himself in front of a carry a tank shredder, carry that is really giving here on all those serving plates here. And so far for Solix, it's a pretty solid game win and a draft composition as well. And looking at the post game stats as well, it's also important to notice is that they've achieved that early snowball. They've achieved an early lead all because they've managed to secure numerous objectives. That is why I was kind of expecting for E Arena on from the start to just go ahead and try and give Miji's farm as much as he can, but that didn't happen. That's a different scenario that played out here for game one.
I think it would have been better to keep Guinevere in the jungle and then have a slightly sturdier front line. But even then, might be difficult against the Valier. It honestly is a great Valier game, and I gotta give props to Solix Esports for pulling this pick out for me, Mark, because it answers a lot of their issues. It allows you to deal damage as consistently as the Lilia, but also has that inbuilt Purify, so he doesn't need to take the battle spell against the Guinevere. Not to mention, if the Searing Torrent is used at the right time, can cancel a lot of abilities at the same time. That's why he ends up being the carry, highest damage dealt.
And definitely we see the advantage that you have when it comes to pushing off waves of enemy incoming. So it really is the perfect recipe, especially for melee range heroes of E Arena. Very nice draft there for Solix. Now for E Arena, we really have to talk about Wraith. Yes, he was a sandbag. Yes, he definitely kinda got one or two setups straight up here onto Solix, but you could have done that with a different hero altogether that would fit better with the cloth as well. But let's see, because we're just warming up for game number one, and the night is still young. Let's see. I'm not promising any super sweeps right now. I think we're just too lucky and blessed the Sadafa to witness two matches with game threes. I'm not going to be surprised if this is going to be a game three yet again.
Well, we will see, right? Expect the unexpected, especially nowadays. I feel like the meta is in a place where just a small change can make a big difference, even in the draft itself. That puts a lot of pressure onto the coaches as well to make sure their players are geared with the best tools available. So going into game number two, you cannot open Baxia and Hilda together. I think it's way too much.
Yep. Don't open the Baxia if you are E Arena. But if you are going onto the blue side, if there's a sudden change, maybe you can. Maybe you can, and you should get that. But I do agree. Let's rewind a little bit on the Guinevere jungle. That was already perfect, right? They didn't really need to necessarily add the joy in the mix just to try and get a backdoor play here. Someone that could bypass each and every roadblocks that Solix might put on the road here for E Arena. Let's see. Maybe they will be respecting the other heroes as well, or maybe we will be seeing something new here for E Arena because we've seen a new hero unlock here for MSL, which is the Valier for Solix.
I really like seeing new heroes in competitive meta. It's always a surprise. It's always interesting to see how these players will execute them. And the Valier was very solid. Will we see something new? I hope so, but it's also not necessary depending on the situation here. We saw a pretty smart choice of immediately banning out the Phobius and the Valentina, and I feel like there should have been a pretty obvious clue that, okay, Sora's gonna show up here. You could have tried to counter by at least taking Baxia or Hilda for yourself. Hilda probably the more universal one, but somehow let both through.
That is exactly the point. That is why we were expecting for them to get an immediate counter in the Sora, because the Valentina was already out of the question, even the Phobius, right? I think the answer was already given there. So it's kind of frustrating to see the kind of draft that E Arena was able to showcase here on the game number one. But maybe they learned their lesson. Maybe they've learned to answer the problem first instead of answering what is not there yet onto the map with the Joy, Sudden Terisla. But all in all, let's see. We're just waiting for the draft to start, guys. I think we're just waiting for our players. Of course, they need to stretch out after long games. They need to check up onto their devices as well. And also for us and Sadafa, it's been what, like 9 long hours here on MSL.
Yeah, basically, close. Man. But from what I've observed so far, right, our first day here at MSL Thailand, from what I've
Yes.
observed, a lot of these teams are clearly still new synergy wise,
Mhm.
and in some cases, even game wise, right? There is a lack of variation in the way they approach MLBV, where a lot of them play it the same way, the very standard style. We're not seeing changes in terms of macro, in terms of figuring
Yeah.
out different angles to attack if things are not going well for them. And that's why early game seems to be quite important here. Whichever team gets the early game lead is nearly guaranteed the victory.
I could definitely feel somewhat of what they're feeling right now when you're familiar with the game. But when you're put into a position you're not really at your comfort zone, I think you could only imagine what a disaster it may be, right? Me in English broadcast, yeah. Anyway, though, another redeem code here for our viewers out there watching us live here. And you could say a quick thank you by following MSL Thailand's official social media pages posted down below here on your screens.
Once again, free stuff, right? If you guys want free stuff, use the code and also follow the MSL Thailand social media pages on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok so that you guys can keep up with the news, catch all of the action, and learn which of these teams will end up making it to the throne of MSL.
And if you're also confused on who we are, you could also search us on our social media pages. Mine is at Atira Rica, and for Sadafa, you could also shamelessly plug your social medias as well.
Why not at this point? We've been here long enough that I think we get a moment to do that, right?
Yeah, I think so. Before the night ends.
Yeah. Okay. What kind of heroes should be picked this last game? What kind of heroes should be banned this last game is what I'm wondering actually.
Just remove the Baksha.
Hmm.
I think the Baksha is a very large variable onto why it really worked onto the favor of Solix because of that very smooth glides all over the map. And speaking of map, it's going to be the expanding faster game here is what we're expecting with an expanding river here onto game number 2. Let's see.
We already said that early game is quite important in this league. A lot of teams don't really have the experience of making comebacks yet. So on a map like Expanding Rivers, that becomes even more important. Looks like the teams will actually switch sides as well for game 2, E-Arena now on blue.
Oh, okay. So, sudden change. Still direct ban of the Baksha. This is what they're talking about. Okay, you need to respect those heroes. And Midget, Guinevere, and Marcel ban here for E-Arena. And then I feel like this is the first time that we've seen a sudden change on the sides. Because so far on the matches, or maybe it's just been a long day, it feels like yesterday. But feeling like a Khalid prior pick here for E-Arena despite the Valentina, Sora still available. And Apovius, by the way, open up here for our game number 2 draft.
Phovius is pretty good pick here, I would say. Hilda is also open, but a little less effective now that the Khalid has appeared. I'm thinking about what they would want to prioritize first. You could also go jungler first just to secure the best options, but looks like, yeah, it's the Hilda with the Harley.
Okay. So immediate response here, they're putting a bait dangling here onto E-Arena if they will be locking in the Povius, because To be honest, if E Arena doesn't get that, that is actually one upside here for Solix because they already got the jungler and a possible roam here with the Hilda being locked in. Or the Harit here is also an option. Harit and Valentina, what a way to lock on here onto very crucial heroes here onto the recent patch. Okay, they're confident.
We already expressed earlier today, though, that we don't really like picking the Valentina as a deterrent. Like, the reason why you would show this is to prevent the opponent from going Sora, for example. But it's not like that's the only option they have left. They can lock in things like the Phobius, which is a great counter to the Harif. And now you have no good ultimates to steal. This hero becomes very ineffective without them.
Yep. Somehow of a waste to put it, because we've mentioned that you have to think of the bigger picture instead of just focusing, okay, if they go Sora, we go Valentina. No. So for Solix, on the other hand, they've got a very perfect Phobius sitting at their red tree because they're expecting the Harit be locked in here for E Arena. Then immediate response of Leomord ban out here onto mid GZ. Then E Arena could actually ban out a mid lane hero here or a gold. Okay, they're eliminating a very hard factor to recon with onto a Harit. So, but the carry is still open here, or a Moscow to be honest, for Solix.
E-Arena needs to choose between Carry or Moskov, whichever they're more concerned about. I would say Carry is a little bit more difficult to deal with, and you already know that Zhao plays it pretty well. Yeah, they will ban the Carry. So, the most obvious choice for gold now would be the Moskov. But there are other options. We've already seen the CC gold once today. I'd say it's not terrible. In terms of mid lane as well, you could still go to Valier if you wanted, but I think you go gold first here.
Or maybe onto the XP, because they could just lock in a possible last gold just to try and tweak things around and adjust accordingly if ever. Yeah, it's going to be a value here onto Solix, and now E Arena. They will be forced to reveal their last two remaining cards here. Still missing that XP and the jungler here for mid GC. But there's an option that he could just go assassin, full on assassin here for a showdown against 007.
He kind of has to go assassin. The only tank jungle left is Fredrin, and he's really bad against Valier. Oh, I guess. Oh, okay, there it is. It's the Lancelot jungle, Uranus EX. I'm surprised Uranus made it this far, actually. I forgot he existed, but he also can have some difficulty against Valier. And E Arena has basically no crowd control, by the way.
Oh my gosh. With this kind of lineup, they're just too dependent on what is going to be offered onto their place here by Solix. And you're right, because of them showing the Valentina earlier on the facing, Solix just literally pick heroes that, yes, are explosive, but not too explosive with the ultimates that a Valentina can actually maximize. But let's see, and how will this fare out here for E Arena? And as I mentioned, they could just adjust accordingly. A Bruno picked here for Solix.
That is not what I would have expected. Is Bruno the best pick here? I don't personally think so. Like, he can probably trade okay against Harif at level 1, but he's also lacking a lot of escape tools to get away from Lancelot lead. I was actually wondering if it would be a good game to pull out the Lunox gold instead. I would have actually liked to see that, but well, Solix wants to keep it to a marksman.
But let's see, because maybe the idea is that E Arena is more prone to come over not onto clashes on smaller spaces, confined spaces, for them to maximize the Raging Sandstorm plus the Zaman Force. And when the Bruno's Wave of the World, they could just easily pop those off and then hide when necessary, then let the rest of the Valier and Harley burned them down to ashes. But now, officially on to the second game of our last match of the day, Sidafa.
Indeed, indeed. Could this be it? Can Solix Esports finally claim their first victory of the season? Their game 1 win was actually their first game 1 ever since the season started, in fact, so it is good momentum going forward. We'll see if they can close it out right after we solve this pause.
Mm-hmm. And we're starting to see that our players are just getting ready and ensuring all devices are working properly. Even we saw some interesting picks here for E Arena. I believe that maybe in their schemes this is working, but they have to consider the meta here onto MSLTH. Just really is kind of unpredictable. Maybe it's also because we come from a region that we're not that used to not really straightforward drops or more traditional approach when it comes to the meta here.
Yeah, so far I am still liking the draft from the Solix side a little bit more, because yeah, this Valentina, I didn't like it. I didn't like when they picked it. There's still so many other heroes that you would be worried about rather than the Sora. And well, when the Uranus was locked in, I was worried about crowd control, but admittedly now both teams don't really have good crowd control, so it's really just a damage battle.
Yep. For now, it's also the mind battle and the persistence, the stamina battle. Even for us casters here, by the way. Good evening, guys. It's almost 10 p.m. here in the Philippines, and this is actually the first time in a while that I've casted more than almost 10 hours.
I don't think it's been that long, right? Not quite. 9 hours, maybe. We're close.
Okay, we're close, we're close. And before we head off, of course, we see some adjustments onto the draft, but interesting take on the Lancelot too. I've seen a successful Lancelot, but that's onto the GOAT here, onto MPL. That's Cartesian King Kong, by the way. I feel like maybe there's a side of me, GC, that he wants to somehow replicate some metas created here in the Philippines that just might work in MSL Thailand.
We did actually have one Lancelot here in MPLMY
Oh,
as
really?
well. I think it was Error 404 who played it. I think they
Oh.
did win, if I'm not wrong. It actually dealt an okay amount of damage. He is a hero that benefits from the recent War Axe changes, so there's a chance that he's now better as a fallback if all the other meta junglers are gone.
Yep. Not really closing off our doors there onto a Lancelot that might possibly work onto mid GC. Plus, the Bruno actually was used here by Savero. Yesterday I was casting for MPL Philippines and it was a success, honestly. But it really depends on the situation. So let's see if they will play it according to plan. That's why I was actually expecting for them to really just adjust on the fly here onto their last pick, Marksman for Solix. Wait, let me double check. Yeah. Week 5, week 5.
It is interesting. Maybe there are still some hidden, slightly off-meta hero picks that have gained power ever since the recent patch. Unfortunately, it's hard to really figure those out on our own, and that's why these pro players and coaches are up there and we're here.
It's kind of a challenge for me, to be honest, to cast MSL. It's kind of tickling my brain in places that I didn't even know that I could activate on an almost 9-hour long broadcast. Especially with the picks, I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't see that one coming. But definitely now, we're just waiting, guys. So apologies on the delays for our possible last game or potential comeback here for E Arena.
both these teams looking for wins. Both did not have a single W under their belt before this game. Solix now has one game. They'll be very happy if they're able to get one match because they'll instantly blast them out of the bottom of the rankings. And I do think their draft is pretty good. I haven't seen the Bruno yet myself though, so I hope this will be a good learning experience for me too.
Yep. Definitely one for the books here. With my first time on MSL. And I haven't seen some fan predictions yet. Maybe you could check out some comments later on. Let's see, because for now, I haven't really posted my prediction yet. I was actually going to flex the solo prediction onto Bacon Time, but maybe some other time later.
Another time when the brain cells regenerate.
Yes, I think my braces is at 2% at most.
Okay, since we're waiting for a moment for this to be done, let's talk about something else. What do you think about the new Ollis?
To be honest, I tried it. It's quite feasible compared to the previous Ollis, and many are mentioning that maybe it fits best onto the golden XP rather onto the jungle because the stacks can easily be, what they call it, it's just maximum of 6 stacks, right? So have you tried it?
I have tried him in one game. I feel like he's still more of a jungler personally, and I actually don't like the revamp as much because I liked my old grumpy tiny old man. But let's go ahead and jump back into the game for now. We've got Arena on the blue side, we got Solix on the red side. They're currently one game up and standing there. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be happening.
I almost became the grumpy old woman here on the broadcast because of that.
Back to Ollis. Yeah, I miss when he was a tiny grumpy old man.
Yeah. Especially with the building up his armor, his weapon, right?
Yeah.
The old Ollis. There were stages onto his.
It felt so satisfying to have the weapon attack slowly get stronger over time.
Yep. What is your main role, Snappa?
I'd say
when you're playing ML. Yeah.
It's a good question. Sometimes I don't know either. I would say EXP.
Oh.
Yeah.
EXP. So what's your most comfort or go-to hero when you're playing EXP?
Ruby is my main, but I will specifically avoid playing her unless I have to, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
It's
Even
one of those
for me,
things.
my comfort pick will be on the very last clutch moment. When all else fails, when all else, kind of calls for the situation where I have to release my trump card. But for now, you see me doing these hand gestures. I'm like a show. Yeah. Anyway.
The Cho? Is that what Cho does?
I don't know. Maybe. I can't show my feet on broadcast. Okay. To be honest, I can't show my feet at the moment, but maybe just follow me on my social media pages. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to survive.
That implies that they can see it there.
Yeah. Because I usually post full pictures, like when we traveled to Riyadh for EWC, right? Yeah. My friends are laughing at me right now, so biggest shout outs to you guys. They know that deep down, it's like you're burning me alive when I'm speaking in English here on the broadcast, on the national broadcast for MSL. Quick shout outs to Brigida,
I'm impressed
of course.
you've held out this long.
I don't know that I had it in
for
me.
that.
I didn't know I had it in me, to be honest.
This is your trial by fire. Like, there's no harder experience. You know, after this, casting in English will be a breeze for you.
I think casting in English will be parked somewhere. I think I will go back originally to my language tomorrow. I can't wait to speak in Tagalog again after this podcast. It's a full day. This is the longest that I've been speaking in English, to be honest. Even when we were traveling on a different country, because I was with a few Filipino friends, of course. So there are times that I actually speak in Tagalog, but for the whole day, imagine. Uh, this is a full-on English broadcast. But I do know in MPL Malaysia, you are in the English broadcast, right? And
Yeah,
you're
of
doing
course.
duo cast. Oh,
Yeah,
so
well,
you're
it
used
depends on the
to.
day.
Mm,
It's like
because
duo
I
cast
watched a
Friday,
few.
Sunday. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And I actually saw some matches on MPL Malaysia, and I saw Innocent use the Hanabi. Hanabi in the
Ah,
Philippines
yes.
hasn't had any success yet, unfortunately. But in MPL Malaysia, I saw Innocent won a game with Hanabi, right?
I would say that's less on Hanabi and more on SRG. Because I don't even think Innocent was having the best time on her, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. But a win
Unfortunately,
is a win.
quotes.
Yeah. A win is a win still.
It
One
is.
for the books. Unfortunately, in the Philippines this season, the Hanabi is already at a 0-3. A 0-3 standing
It's been
here.
played 3
And
times?
and all of
Why?
those times still haven't won. That's the reason we keep asking why. There are plenty marksman heroes out there. Even yesterday when I saw the Bruno onto hands of Savero. But it worked. Maybe here on MSL it could work. Let me double check if they use that onto week number 1. Bruno.
I don't
Bruno.
think so. I feel like I would have seen it as well. Yeah, probably not. And it's a new one.
Not yet.
I gotta appreciate that Solix is at least bringing in new stuff.
Every game. Valier, then the Bruno. Then new casters here on MSL. So many new things today.
Maybe we gotta ask for overtime.
Maybe.
At this point, we gotta ask for overtime. Okay, it's fine.
Chat.
It's fine, everyone.
What do you want
this
to know?
is part of the experience, guys. This is part of the gaming experience. Sometimes things happen. We gotta make sure that the games can be played at full competitive integrity. We are not kidding about that. I know we're in a state right now, but that's not a joke. We gotta make sure the game is actually playable at the highest level.
But when you think of it, now you're sure that this is a live broadcast. A lot can happen on a live broadcast. We know that. And certain things such as few delays here and there, pause, are inevitable. But no, we see. Okay, we finally
We're in.
see.
We're back.
Oh, finally.
It's amazing.
Thank God. Okay.
I didn't think I'd ever see this again. I thought it'd be years before we
my
would
gosh.
return to the land of dawn. I'm kidding, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Once again, E-Arena on the blue side, Solix on the red.
Just when I thought that I had enough sight of the land of dawn, will be the part where I would wish it would start yet again. And now starting it off, guys, let's go back onto discussing the composition here for EA, for E-Arena. We've mentioned that it's kind of tricky word for the Valentina because there are no explosive ultimates that he could copy with IMU. So I fret that the Valentina was shown a bit too early onto the draft. Meanwhile, for Solix, they played right to their strengths, still sticking their guard here onto the Valier. Plus, they also managed to get the Phobius, which in fact is a very high factor here in terms of setting up and delaying plays against E-Arena.
The biggest question for most of us is how well does Bruno actually perform? Because if we look on the minimap, it seems like Zhao is actually trading quite well against Nozen currently. And he's been pushing him. Oh, in the mid lane, whoa, Mijizi! First blood on the hill that I didn't even see that happen. That was so fast.
Yep, immediate response here for E-Arena. They want to somehow go ahead and get the numbers rolling here for me, GC. To be honest, I was actually looking at the top lane minimap because I was expecting more of an outplay, outmaneuvers there. But now, Rat is forced out with the flicker. Even the deadly magic was committed onto him. Looks like it's going to be a free turtle here for E Arena as we see O7 slowly backing away and just focusing onto his own buffs.
The flicker from Wraith there was very worth it because the first deadly magic from Harley needs to pick up the kill in order to secure the turtle. That's why they committed so many resources and they weren't able to do so. So 007 just gave up on it, went back to farming instead since they know they're not going to be able to contest after that.
Now we're back onto trying to see on what E Arena could offer with this kind of setup. It's going to be Hanagus here, finally reaching the level 4. Moss hasn't gotten his Infernal Pursuit yet, but a possible just smoke screen effect just so they could farm up as much as they can. And they even took the crab coin with them here for Solix.
It's already a slight lead though for E Arena thanks to Mijizi's play in the mid lane earlier. Was able to slow down Moss's level 4, which is very important against a Hilda to reduce that early game pressure. Wraith now joining the fight in the mid lane. Next turtle up in 50 seconds, so I don't think we'll see any notable exchanges.
Definitely. They would try to prevent some interactions first, but maybe Peachy has other things in mind here with the Terrify. He will be copying the Vengeance Flame. Maybe so more on the escape mechanism with the Vengeance Flame. But it's all about farming up as much as you can. And as you mentioned, early game here on MSL Thailand is really important because we haven't gotten to the point yet where we see comebacks, like upsets here onto the games. So as much as possible here for our games, it's more of a straightforward approach. And now we're approaching the turtle in a few seconds, and it looks like Solix will be contesting this one as 007 will be starting off onto his orange buff and then slowly makes his way here onto the turtle. Or might be a different scenario because it's already being started here by me, GC.
I think it's very difficult for Solix to actually fight this, so they're not gonna try too hard to contest it. Another turtle going into the hands of Mijizi. Wraith is securing very strong side lane pressure, so Cherry isn't able to join these fights, and Solix needs him. Raging Sandstorm once again defensively. Oh, hit! Oh, but the Quicksand Guard allows Hanagus to survive.
Okay, that's a very clutch moment here for Hanagus. Although for Solix, that is some of the kills that you would have wanted to bank onto 007 for Hardy. We're expecting them to force out snowballs, expecting them to get the numbers in for a Harley, but that isn't the case. He is continuously being disturbed here by Wraith, and the harassment still continues up until this day. And it looks like Sherry is also forced to answer him this early. Whoop! Flicker.
Another flicker from Ray. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Zhao being targeted. Phantom execution from Mijizi.
No.
The fadeaway kill.
It's all about distracting members here of Solix that they didn't notice that one of the crucial members was taken down in an instant here for mid GC. They're slowly getting the groove back and establishing a start lead here. Wraith might finally go down. Flicker! Ooh.
Cherry will be able to secure that. Finally picking up the Uranus for the first time. A lot of pressure happening up top though. E Arena using the presence of the Harley bottom to steal the orange buff away. Meanwhile, bot lane will trade for a tier 1.
And now we see Solix kindly get an answer onto the Uranus, but I do feel like they're committing too much of their time instead of focusing onto other members as well. I do understand that it's kind of frustrating when you have a Uranus in your face all the time, but this is the way to go. Target most specific heroes, more squishable heroes here onto E Arena. Now Turtle is up for grabs, and it looks like they are willing to contest this one. They're forcing their way in here. Sherry is also present. Whoop.
A 3-man Dark Wave, pretty good initiation from the Phobius. Now on top of Mijizi, Turtle dropping low. Who gets it? It's Zhao somehow. The Bruno secures the objective. Mijizi in trouble. Ultimate from Moss finishes off the Lancelot Cherry. Gonna be traded away, but still pretty worth it for Solix.
It is. Because for now, Solix doesn't really, let's see, doesn't really have much of a choice but to contest that one out. But sadly, though, it's going to be a sacrifice here onto the top. It's going to be an elimination onto Moss. E-Arena, on the other hand, they were kind of stunned with the Dark Wave triple man knockoff here with Sherry. This is why Phoebus is really good here onto this kind of meta. The way that you could place yourself onto the line of fire and commit onto those kinds of initiations onto E-Arena, and now there's a slight disturbance here for Hanagus, but now it's easily manageable here for Solix. It's not yet too late, but at least we see some action going on here onto our map here for Solix.
Net worth difference is still only about 1k for the side of E-Arena, so anything can still happen here. But they are feeling a lot more comfortable. Hanagus and Wraith are impossible to remove right now since damage is just not there from Solix, and they can quite freely roam the map.
And now we see them trying to somehow relieve some of the pressure onto the map. We see the Harley of 007 just slowly making his way onto the top lane. An immediate answer there onto Mijizi. Representatives here onto the junglers. Meanwhile, chase down onto Moss. Will they fully commit? I don't think so. It's all about establishing their place here even before the Lord responds. And it's looking like a long shot before a clash, but no!
Onto Ray, 4-man surround, and they finish him off. Raging Sandstorm used by Hanagus, 1 hit away from them to flicker forward from Zhao! Finishes off the Khalid. 2 kills instantly for Solix. Mijizi, you do not. Why would you come from that direction? 3 kills now for Solix.
Why do you do that, Mijizi? Why would you walk right on the enemy territory? Solix just totally annihilating members here for E-Arena. Very nice shot there onto Xiao. In my opinion, a bit too greedy, but it's okay. They balance it out perfectly with Moss and Memmarks slowly watching out onto possible incoming attacks onto Xiao, and then they just push back member after member here for E-Arena. That's the beauty of the Searing Turret as well here for a Valor pick for Solix, but a quick pause or maybe a long pause. As long as it's a pause here for our match number 4 and game number 2. And it looks like there will be a sudden quick delay. But still, let's see.
Well, I'll say that was a pretty big swing for Solix Esports right there. Really should not have happened. Uranus is tanky, but there is still a limit to how much you can absorb. And it literally happened right after I said that it's impossible to remove Uranus and Khalid from the game. And then both of those heroes die.
And right on cue, it's like you're a fortune teller. You could immediately tell what might happen in the near future. But now, for the near future, E-Arena is somehow kinda having miscommunication, especially onto the Lancelot of Mijizi, just walking directly onto the RPM, knowing that he doesn't even have the vision and the communication if someone is hiding there yet. I think that's a very crucial mistake on his behalf, knowing that there's a Lord in the play, and it was on the hold here onto the side of Solix. And man, with that said, now we officially go back finally here onto the game number 2, where Solix finally got the groove back, the tempo back into their favor. It looks like things are running quite smoothly now, for now, Sudafa.
Oh my goodness, whoa, Moss! Doing a lot more damage than you'd expect from a Rome Hilda. I kind of want to see his build. Oh, I do see his build. It's only a Fury Hammer. Wow. You wouldn't think that'd be enough, but Now Solix is really starting to build up that lead.
And it looks like they wouldn't be letting go of that lead because
Whoa.
Moz under the turret. That's too much. They just popped off the Holy Blessing right there. But that is too much of a position for a Hilda.
But actually quite worth it to
Yep.
force out the holy defense. That would be a very important tool to prevent pushes, and by sacrificing the flicker, Moss is able to take it away before the Lord even spawns. So Solix in a much better spot, 3k ahead now after they were 1k behind just a couple minutes ago.
Now they're willing to take their risky place here against E Arena if that is what it will take for them to totally take control on the driver's seat here for Solix. And looks like a Malefic Gun and a Radiant Armor build here for Moz. They're getting ready for another battle, that's for sure. In a minute or so, a Lord will be respawning. It looks like Solix is looking for another number to add up to the KDAs as they lurk around here onto the orange buff of E Arena. Will they be spotting member here? Looks like it's Hanagus and MeGC. And a quick secure deny invade of the jungle here against E Arena. Magic Sentry. Will they go for the counter pressure here? Looks like it's a no here for E Arena. Going on their separate ways here on the map. Mid lane though.
Can't really afford to. We already know that Solix has enough damage actually. They're gonna try and steal the purple buff away. Moss gonna take some pokes. Zaman Force already used Raging Sandstorm only on one. That's Memarks pops Purify right away with the ultimate. Oh, 007 comes in with the deadly magic, forces the quicksand guard, but Hanagus will fall to the Bruno. Really excellent movements from Solix Esports.
And just before a Lord respawning, what a great way to eliminate a threat here onto the Lord take for Solix. And then another one here. They're just totally showing off members here of E Arena. And a short kill onto Wraith.
That was unlucky. Wraith ran into the jungle and the Harley was waiting there for him. Even MeGC nearly died to it. Solix now in absolute control of the game state. This will be a free Lord. There's no way E Arena can walk up to contest this. And this is an unexpected situation considering how things start. Hanagus, I don't know if you want to be here. The Lord will fall. Moss gonna collide in. Raging Sandstorm used to get out.
Yeah, you're right. So that's a very risky part onto E Arena to try and force a way around here in the Beetle Cave. But now for Solix, yeah, definitely the 6k gold lead here onto game number 2, and things are quite looking good. Their risky plays are finally paying off here onto the game, and as we could see, even Moss is enjoying because even if it's up against a Uranus, all he has to do is to try and have those HP, not totally tore him down, just enough for them to retreat back to their base as we see a Lord marching here onto the mid lane.
Mid tower already crashes, already down. Deadly magic was used though, so they don't have to worry about that for a short while. E Arena doing a good job of taunting the Lord away, but here comes the Phobias. They're gonna re-engage. Phantom Execution used to escape. Minion waves are crashing in. Zhao still doing good damage from the backline, but the Zaman Force is there. Nozen will be able to clear the minions up, and E Arena keep themselves in the game for now.
But that is so much damage inflicted on the base here of E Arena. What a great way for Solix to totally set the tone that they're up top here by destroying the mid lane and top lane turret here for E Arena. Plus, they've also managed to somehow cause scarcity here in the resources of E Arena. MeGC would attempt. This is what we're talking about. A Lancelot against a Valier. Oh my gosh.
And Memarks will actually find his kill. Deadly Magic drops Nozen down to 25% HP. How Zaman Force has to be used. Peachy tries to run away, steals the Hilda ult actually.
This
but
might be
007 chases him into the base and picks him off. Wraith surrounded 1v5. Nozen gonna be able to recall back. But it's a double kill for 007. 3 members of E Arena dead against 5 members of Solix. There is only 1 minion wave in the base right now. Raging Sandstorm Flicker lands on 3. I'm not really sure if that's gonna do anything though. Deadly Magic gonna finish off the Nagus. Mega kill for the Harley. 1v5 and Nozen is gone. The crystal is open. It's a wipeout for Solix Esports. They will take game 2 and clean sweep the series.
They will be ending off our official matches today with a win. And as we've mentioned, one team will finally be getting out of their slump here on MSL Thailand. It's going to be Solix with a solid 2-0 win against E Arena. But sadly though, unfortunately, we see them yet again on another lose streak. But meanwhile for Solix, a well-deserved match win here on to week number 2, opening up their day here very strongly, showcasing new heroes onto the meta, coming back with the Valier back-to-back plays here for Marks, then suddenly a change onto Bruno Golding here for Xiao 2.
I wonder if Bruno's gonna increase in popularity now. Seems to do pretty well in lane versus the Harif and not allowing Nozen to hit that fever pitch during the time where his team needed him. But I am impressed. This is not what I was expecting from a team that hasn't won a game this season.
But it's just beginning to look like they've finally gotten used to the identity of them showcasing new heroes that plays right to their strengths and not afraid of experimenting at all, even if it's crucial, because they still haven't managed to get their first point win here on the regular season of MSL Thailand. But it's all about setting and taking that first step. So their one day turned into day 1 of them winning their first match streak here onto MSL Thailand.
Other teams need to keep an eye out now. That Valier is a pocket pick. But
ก่อน
we'll
อื่นเลย
let the
ขออนุญา
host
ตแนะ
take
นำตัว
over
กั
for
น
the
นิดนึง
interview.
ค่ะชื่ออะไรแล้วก็วันนี้เล่นตำแหน่งอะไรบ้างคะ
ครับชื่อมาร์คนะครับชื่อในเกมมีมาร์คนะครับก็เล่นตำแหน่งบิดเลนเนอร์นะครับหรือว่าเมดนั่นเองนะครับ
ค่ะ
ครับก็เชอรี่ครับเล่น EP เลนครับ
นี่นะคะจะบอกว่าโอ้โห FC มาเชียร์ทีมนี้เยอะมากนะคะไหนขอเสียง FC ทีหนึ่งได้ไหมคะส่งเสียงแบบว่าปิดท้ายในช่วงแบบคู่สุดท้ายกันนิดนึงเพราะว่าแต้มนี้เนี่ยโอ้โหได้มาแบบภาคภูมิใจเลยนะคะอยากจะถามความรู้สึกก่อนเลยนะคะว่าหลังจากที่เราชนะไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะแล้วก็เก็บสกอร์มาได้นะคะด้วยคะแนน2-0เนาะนะคะเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะตอนนี้
ก็เรียกว่าปลดล็อกแล้วกันครับเพราะว่ากินไข่มา1 อาทิตย์เต็ม อยู่ที่แคมป์นี่คือไข่ต้มกินทุกวัน
อันนี้เน้นโปรตีนใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับเป็นโปรตีนครับผมลดน้ำหนักกันอยู่ก็กินไข่ต้มทุกวัน
นะคะวันนี้ไม่ต้องกินแล้วนะ
วันนี้กลับไปกินชาบูดีกว่าครับ
นะคะวันนี้ได้กินชาบูแล้วนะคะพี่เชว่าไงเพิ่มเติมไหมคะ
ก็ไม่ครับ
ค่ะอันนี้ตอบแล้วเนาะโอเคก็คือไม่รู้สึกแบบ
ดีใจที่ไม่ต้องกินไข่ต้ม
โอเคนะคะงั้นถามต่อเลยแล้วเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะในการกลับมาลงแข่งขันนะคะในเกมแบบแนวนี้อีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ
ค่ะโอเคสั้นๆแต่ได้ใจความไงรู้สึกดีนะคะ
รู้สึกสนุกดีครับ
ค่ะนะคะมีมาร์กต่อเลย
ก็เหมือนได้กลับมาเล่นกับเพื่อนๆดีกว่าครับคือเราคิดว่าทุกคนก็น่าจะรู้กันอยู่แล้วว่าแบบเพราะผมเคยเล่นกันมาก่อนอะไรเงี้ยก็เหมือนเราได้มาเล่นกันกับเพื่อนๆอะไรเงี้ยมีอะไรก็คุยกันอะไรเงี้ยปกติครับผม
ค่ะนะคะแล้วก็คิดว่าลีกไทยในครั้งนี้เนี่ยค่ะนะคะกับการแข่งขัน MSL ของเรานะคะจะมีการแบบคิดว่าเราจะยกระดับนะคะในวงการนะคะโมบายลีเจนด์แบงได้ยังไงบ้างคะ
ผมว่ามันเป็นการเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นละกันครับเพราะว่า Mobile Legends ก็เพิ่งมีจัดทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่เป็น Official ทางการก็คือครั้งนี้ครั้งแรกนะครับแล้วก็ได้รับความสนใจมากมายเลยจากทางสังกัดแล้วก็เป็นนักกีฬานะครับผมว่ามันเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นที่ดีนะครับมากๆเลยสำหรับอนาคตที่ใครที่อยากจะผันตัวมาเป็นนักกีฬา Mobile Legends นะครับหรือว่าสังกัดที่สนใจที่จะมาลงทุนในเกมโมบ้านะครับมือถือก็เรียกว่าเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นที่ดีมากๆนะครับในประเทศไทยเลยก็ว่าได้นะครับผม
สุดยอดมากๆค่ะพี่เชค่ะ ก็คือพี่มาร์คตอบไปแบบว่าเผื่อไปแล้วนะคะพี่เชเสริมนิดนึงก็ได้ค่ะคิดว่าจะยกระดับในวงการโมบายลีเจนด์ยังไงบ้างคะ
คิดว่าถ้าแบบมีสักซีซั่น2น่าจะพอสู้ได้ครับผมมองว่าซีซั่นแรกยังเป็นการศึกษาของระหว่างพวก เบต้าอะไรมากกว่า เพราะว่าเขามีลีกแล้วก็นำไปเยอะมากครับ
ค่ะนะคะแล้วถ้าเกิดมีซีซั่น2จริงๆนี่มาไหมคะ
มาครับ
อันนี้เหมือนบังคับแล้วนะเหมือนบังคับตอบแล้วต้องมา
มา
มานะงั้นวันนี้เดี๋ยวให้คะแนนตัวเองสักหน่อยนะคะว่าในการเล่นของเราวันนี้นะคะ เราจะให้คะแนนตัวเองสักเท่าไหร่ดีคะพี่เชษก่อน
ผมว่าผมน่าจะ11 เต็ม 10 ครับ
โอ้โหเป็นไงล่ะเกินด้วยนะคะมาร์กต้องไม่ธรรมดา เท่าไหร่ดีคะ
ผม8แล้วกันครับ
เอ้าทำไมอ่ะ
เพราะว่าเกมแรกมือช้าเกินครับแก่ฟิกไม่ทัน
อุ้ยตายแล้วเราอย่าพูดอย่างนั้น เรายังหนุ่มอยู่เรายังได้อยู่
รีเฟกผมไม่ไหวแล้ว
เอ้ย
ตายไปตัวหนึ่งครับ
นี่ทางนี้แก่ไหมคะนี้ ไม่แก่เนาะยังไหวอุ้ยแต่ว่ากองเชียร์แอบเงียบอยู่นะเมื่อกี้
คือเข้าไปคือโค้ชถามเลย why you don't figure โอเค slow hand
อ๋ออาจจะความรู้สึกช้านิดนึงใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับตอบสนองไม่ทันแล้วครับ
นะคะไม่เป็นไรนะคะแล้วก็อีกหนึ่งคำถามขออนุญาตกลับไปที่พี่เชนนิดนึงนะคะ มีแต่คนบอกว่าเขาเนี่ยกลัวพี่เชมากๆเลยแบบใครๆก็แบบโอ้โหพี่เชมาอยากจะบอกอะไรหรือว่ารู้สึกยังไงไหมคะนี้มีแต่คนกลัวเรา
ไม่ต้องกลัวครับเพราะผมก็ศึกษาข้อมูลของคนอื่นตลอดครับ
ค่ะ
ผมมองว่าผมถ้าในโมบายเจนผมมองว่าผมก็ยังอ่อนประสบการณ์มากอยู่ครับ
ค่ะโอเคก็ไม่ต้องกลัวเนาะนะคะและอันนี้ที่พี่เชเขาพูดนี่จริงไหมคะไม่ต้องกลัวพี่เชจริงเปล่า
ใช่ครับไม่ต้องกลัว พวกผมด้วยคือพวกผมเรียกว่ายังเป็นมือใหม่แล้วกันในวงการโมบายลีเจนครับก็พยายามอยู่ทุกวันเพื่อพัฒนาขึ้นไปให้เทียบเท่ากับคนที่เคยเล่นอยู่นะครับผมตอนนี้
โอเคค่ะนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยแอบเห็นมีพี่ไม้มาลงด้วยนะคะคือเป็นระดับแบบลีเจนด์อีกคนหนึ่งเลย
เรีย
เนาะ
กว่าลากคอมา
อันนี้คือแบบฉุดกระชากกันมาเลยใช่ไหม
ซื้ออยู่2-3 วันใช่แบบว่าไม้2 อาทิตย์เนี่ยไม้เพิ่งมาซ้อมเพิ่งซ้อมได้2 วัน
เพิ่งซ้อมด้วยหลักๆเลยคือเพิ่งซ้อมนะคะ
เพิ่งตอบตกลงแบบยอมใจอ่อน
โอ้โหนี่ขนาดซ้อม2 วันนะเนี่ย
ใช่ครับ
โอ้แล้วถ้าเกิดว่าซ้อมกันมาเป็นเดือนนี่ไม่แบบว่าเก็บผ้าในทัวร์นี้เลยเหรอคะ
อันนี้ต้องลองถามเจ้าตัวครับว่าเขาอยากเล่นต่อหรือเปล่า
งั้นเดี๋ยวเกมต่อไปถ้าชนะเดี๋ยวให้เจ้าตัวมาตอบ
ได้
โอเคงั้นเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตถามถึงอีก1ผู้เล่นละกันเพราะว่าโอ้โหมีแฟนๆทางบ้านนะคะถามมาเยอะมากเห็นว่าในทีมของเราเนี่ยมีผู้เล่นที่ลงไว้ก็คือลิมิก
ใช่ครับ
อยากจะถามว่าเราจะได้เห็นลิมิกมาลงแบบนี้หรือเขาจะเน้นสตรีมอย่างเดียวคะ
เขาเต้นอย่างเดียวเลยครั
อ๋อไม่สตรีมด้วย
ตอนพวกผมนั่งคุยกันในสัปดาห์แรกแบบนั่งคุยแบบเราผิดพลาดอะไรกันเขาเต้นอยู่อย่างเงี้ยอย่างเดียวเลยคือพวกผมก็แบบพวกผมก็แบบอะไรกันเนี่ยมาเต้นอะไรกันกำลังคุยแผนดูเต้นอย่างเดียวเลยคนนี้
เขาไม่ได้แบบว่าเดี๋ยวผมลงไหมครับอะไรอย่างงี้เขาเคยมีเสนอไหมคะ
ไม่มีครับเขาแค่บอกว่าพี่เดี๋ยวผมเต้นนะแล้วเขาก็เต้นเลยพวกผมก็แบบเต้นอะไรเนี่ย
โอเคนะคะค่ะพี่เชมีอะไรแก้ตัวแทนพี่ลิมิกไหมคะ
นั่นแหละครับ
ไม่มีอะไรจะพูด
หวังว่าจะได้เห็นเขาลงแข่งครับ
นี่นะคะก็เดี๋ยวไปตื้อเหมือนพี่ไม้ใช่ไหมนะคะสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะให้พี่ๆนะคะยังไงฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์เรานิดนึงค่ะทั้ง2 ท่านเลย
โอเคครับก็พวกเราโซลิกนะครับก็เพิ่งมาเหมือนเพิ่งฝึกซ้อมกันนะครับแล้วก็ยังเป็นหน้าใหม่มากๆเลยในวงการโมบายลีเจนด์นะครับก็อาจจะมีล้มลุกคลุกคลานบ้างนะครับแต่ก็พยายามอย่างเต็มที่เสมอนะครับก็อยากให้ทุกคนเนี่ยให้กำลังใจนะครับอย่าเพิ่งโถมกันนะครับลานจอดเต็มไปหมดนะครับกินไข่ต้มมา1 อาทิตย์เต็มนี่สุขภาพแย่มากนะครับผมสุขภาพจิตก็ยังไงก็รบกวนดูพวกผมด้วยละกันนะครับถือว่าเป็นมือใหม่ในวงการโมบายลีเจนด์นะครับแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ต่อไปด้วยครับผม
ค่ะนะคะพี่เชค่ะ
ก็จริงๆก็พยายามพัฒนามากครับจาก1 อาทิตย์ที่ผ่านมาก็ทำการบ้านตัวเองเยอะก็อยากให้คอยเชียร์เรื่อยๆอย่าเพิ่งหวังกับพวกผมสูงเกินเพราะพวกผมก็ใหม่จริงๆครับแล้วก็แต่ว่าพยายามอย่างหนักกันมากจริงครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์ด้วยครับ
ค่ะนะคะคือแอบไปส่องมาจะบอกว่ามีคนรอเชียร์เยอะมากเลยนะคะแอบเห็นคอมเมนต์เขาบอก30 บวกดีวะนะคะแสดงว่าเขายังรอเชียร์เราอยู่
ใช่ครับถ้าใครยังทันก็แสดงว่าไม่น่าจะทำงานกันหมดแล้วนะครับ น่าจะทำงานกันหมดแล้ว
โอเคได้ค่ะนะคะงั้นก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยอีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะเดี๋ยวให้พี่ๆทั้ง2 ท่านไปพักผ่อนนะคะขอเสียงตบมืออีกรอบหนึ่งนะคะ เย่นะคะแล้วก็วันนี้ก็ขอเสียงตบมือให้กับอารีนาของเราด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะคะวันนี้ก็ถือว่าโอ้โหเล่นได้สนุกสนานนะคะแล้วก็ดุเดือดมากๆเลยนะคะวันนี้ทุกคู่เนี่ยโอ้โหมันมากๆนะคะเดี๋ยวยังไงช่วงนี้เนี่ยขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับ3หนุ่มหล่อแคสเตอร์ของเราก่อนค่ะ
Once again to our host for the final time today at Salt Lake Esports. What a performance! A very unexpected victory, but also a welcome one. A clean sweep after they ended the first week without a single W to their name.
Definitely something to look forward for onto their remaining matches here for regular season. At least a start is a start, and the day continues. But before we close off that chapter here, let's move on ahead and kind of rewind a bit here onto what happened for game number 2, wherein our game 2 MVP is going to be none other than Xiao2 with his Bruno as new hero here onto the map of MSL Thailand. And so far, when we mentioned that he only got the Berserker's Fury, but he was so hurtful onto any heroes or for E Arena that honestly paved way for them to actually get the groove going. It was a slow-paced game from the start, and it looked like E Arena already got kind of a slight lead in terms of the battle onto the early phasing of the game. Let's see, because real time here we'll be looking back onto our game highlights onto what happened there onto our game number 2.
Initially, in the first couple of minutes, Salt Lake Esports was having difficulty. Mijizi was making plays, having good ganks, even picking off Zhao initially. But then in that second turtle fight, mistakes were made. Mijizi got picked off, and that slowed down their momentum by quite a bit. And then here in the tri-brush, when Wraith got picked off, followed by an extra kill onto the Khalid, it really stopped the early game momentum that E Arena was building up. And Mijizi was just the cherry on top. I still don't know why that was the choice, to dash through the team like that. But once the tempo went in favor of Solix, they never let go.
Yep. The tempo was in their favor, but the slight advantage that MiGC has was his mechanics. But mechanics alone cannot really be your foundation in terms of the battles, because innately so, there are certain hero that directly counters the dashes here for what MiGC was planning to do. And up until the very end, we see them kind of fight their way out of the situation against Solix. But honestly, so when I saw that 007 already got the back here onto backdoor play, sandwiching members here onto the side of E Arena, then finally securing a wipeout and eventually the game win here onto the last game for tonight. Now, looking at their post-game stats as well, there was a significant amount of lead after we see Xiao2 eventually being activated, because from the start, E Arena finally got some kind of a great start for VGC. Imagine, they already got 2 turtles out of the 3 here for game number 2. That alone says a lot onto the adjustment that they need to try and snowball their way here onto game number 2. But sadly though, they went ahead and shut it down Xiao too early, but there wasn't any consistency beyond that. After the first shutdown, that was it. He didn't have the time to totally rotate and do it again, because Xiao to learn his lesson. Plus, me Mark also did a great job onto holding out the fort there onto mid lanes so that their jungle wouldn't be easily accessible onto the side of E Arena. It's also more on prevention here. Plus, Moss and Sherry did a great job onto soaking up damages here and coming from the side of E Arena. All is good here for Solix, and quite an adjustment from their recent battle here for week number 1 of MSL.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of preparations this team made in the gap between week 1 and 2, because this looks pretty solid so far. Zhao 2 gonna be the rich man and the carry on that. Bruno, Wraith as the sandbag, and Sherry as the best wingman. I feel like Moss also deserves a shout out. That Hilda gameplay was very solid throughout the early to mid game, especially once momentum started going their way. He was
very oppressive.
And now looking at our updated standings, little bit of a shake-up from where we first started, but at least we see a movement here for Solic Esports. They will be climbing up from the last place now to the 7th place of our current standings. Meanwhile, it's going to be VLTH topping off the charts before we officially close off our week 2 day number 1. Meanwhile, other members are such as ACT or AC Esports Club will unfortunately be onto the top 2 tied with KOG because of their suffered loss earlier against Bacon Time. But all in all is good, and a sudden surge and a change here for our standings for MSL.
And of course, MSL isn't over yet for this weekend. Tomorrow, there will be 4 more best-of-3 series, starting off with E-Arena versus Tenacity,
Yay!
followed by Buriram United versus Full Sense, Bacon Time facing off against Hydra Esports, and King of Gamers versus VLTH Esports.
Noteworthy to watch out for. I'm so excited on to the battle of KOG and VLTH Esports. But let's see, that is a match and a storyline to talk about tomorrow. And it's an honor to cast officially for the first season here of MSL Thailand. And I enjoyed casting with you also here, Sadafa.
Thank you very much, Athena. It's been great. It's been an honor to be here at MSL Thailand, and it's been a great time to be casting with you and presenting all the festivities to you guys watching at home. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, and we will see you guys next time.
เลยนะคะที่มาให้กำลังใจนะคะทางหน้างานนะคะที่ Lido Connect แห่งนี้นะคะรวมถึงรับชมผ่านทางออนไลน์นั่นเองค่ะและเราจะมาพบกับความสนุกสนานแบบนี้นะคะกับการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand ซีซั่นที่1นะคะกันต่อในวันพรุ่งนี้วันอาทิตย์ที่26นะคะเวลาเดิมนะคะคู่แรกก็เริ่มประมาณนะคะ 13 นาฬิกาหรือว่าบ่ายโมงตรงนั่นเองค่ะแต่สำหรับวันนี้นะคะดิฉันนะคะลูกปัดอีนะคะแล้วก็ทีมงานทุกคนคงต้องขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะพบกันได้ใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ